Torrent, Angels and Demons, Book 1. Written by Megan Linski. Narrated by Candace Joyce. Chapter 1. I want to start over. This seems like the only place left on Earth that's out of my past's reach. Heaven, Michigan, located in the Upper Peninsula, with an upwards of 200 inches of snowfall per year, and, I'm pretty sure, more bears than people. Population? Me. Up here, I'm sure I'll be lonely. But it's not like I haven't been lonely before. "Welcome to your new home, Cassia," Isolde says with a warm smile as I slide out of the car. "Grab your things and make yourself comfortable." Isolde stands before a gigantic wooden cabin, nestled against an array of pine trees. Since this is the only house for miles, the cabin is out of place, a castle in a vast wilderness. I know nurses make money, but I didn't think Isolde could afford this kind of lifestyle. It's definitely the most illustrious place I've ever lived in. "Nice place." I try to give Isolde a compliment as I reach inside the car for my things. "I inherited the house from my grandfather," Isolde says, casting a glance over her shoulder. "It's been in the family for generations." I pull out a ratty trash bag, which holds all the belongings I possess in the world, stuffed with worn-out clothes, cheap perfume, 2 books, and an old stuffed owl from my childhood. It feels like nothing. It feels like me. Isolde glances at the trash bag before she adds, "We'll go shopping for new clothes tonight. School starts tomorrow. I bet you're excited about your first day of your senior year." I've been to 6 different school districts in my life, so I really don't know how to respond to that. I follow Isolde into the house. My jaw drops open. You would think a professional interior designer furnished it. It's complete with imported furniture and fur rugs, fancy paintings, and elaborate sculptures. It's a northern Michigan paradise. Definitely too high class for me, the gutter rat. A moose head hangs on the wall above the stone fireplace. I swear it's staring at me. Unnerved, I ignore it as Isolde leads me past the massive kitchen to a set of winding stairs. On the 2nd floor, she opens a door and says, "This is your room. I tried to make it as comfortable as possible." I step inside. The room is outfitted with a double bed and a chest of drawers. It's small, but certainly more than one I've had before. I'm used to sharing a room with my foster siblings. I'm the only kid here. "I did my best to decorate it. I hope you like owls." Isolde holds her hands in front of her, clenching them tightly. This is as awkward for her as it is for me. I attempt to smile and say, "Owls are actually my favorite. Thanks." She beams in relief. "Great. I'll leave you to get settled." She heads out the doorway. "Would you like spaghetti for dinner? We can eat before we leave." "Sure." Isolde's shoes clip-clop down the hardwood, the tension leaving with her. At least she's nice. That's way more than I can say for my last foster parent. Even if Isolde is some wicked witch of the West, there is no way she could ever be worse than him. Thinking about Eric churns my stomach. I quickly start unpacking to get my mind off him. If I let myself remember what happened, I'll get sick, and this was all about starting over. Time to put it behind me. All my belongings are put away in less than 10 minutes. I sit on the bed and tap my foot. Everything's so nice, but it's not mine. It's not me. I don't want to go downstairs and bother Isolde. Curious about what my view of the outside world is, I open the curtains and look down. The window portrays an emerald world, coniferous trees as far as the eye can see, with a sapphire lake far in the background. The yard leads to a thin dirt path that goes into the forest. I wonder where it goes. A flash of white catches my eye, and my head whips to the side. Before I can catch what it is, it's gone, vanished, as if snatched out of thin air. I stare at the spot for a few moments, wondering if what I saw would come back. The flash of white was huge, bigger than me. If I wasn't imagining things, I was sure what I saw looked like feathers, wings. I shake my head. I'm starting to lose it. I snap the curtains shut, but it isn't another minute before I'm peeking out of them again to see if I can spot the flash of white. Maybe it's an animal, some kind of large bird? A bit of curiosity never hurt anyone, right? I head downstairs and lean against the kitchen counter, where Isolde is filling up a large pot of water. "Hey, Isolde, do you mind if I take a walk in the woods?" I ask, thumbing at the door. I saw something interesting and wanted to check it out. Isolde grimaces. "I don't know. There are wild animals out there, and the forest is massive. You don't know the area. You won't be able to find your way back if you go too far. This isn't Ann Arbor, Cassia." I try not to roll my eyes. I guess it would be bad if her foster kid got eaten on her first day here. "I know, but I'll follow the path, and I won't go far," I say. "Please?" She sighs. "All right, but be back in 15. Dinner will be ready." "Okay." I bolt out the door before she can change her mind. I jog across the large yard before coming to a stop on the path, looking inward. The forest is darker than I imagined it. The foliage is thick, strewn across the path, and difficult to cross. Isolde's right. I could get lost in there. What's wrong with a little adventure? Taking a deep breath, I head forward and start on the path. The forest may be dark, but it's beautiful. Submerged within the greens, I feel like I've finally found a safe place where I can hide and be alone. The thought crosses my mind that I won't see anyone coming until it's too late, but I shrug it off. I have nothing to be afraid of. This place is safe. Just at that moment, a bird flutters out of a bush. I jump about a foot in the air before I settle. "You're spooking at everything, Cassia," I mutter. "Get over yourself. It was a long time ago." It's only early September, but already the air is chilly. I pull my thin jacket around me and shiver. I knew it would be cold here, but even though Michigan's Upper Peninsula is technically part of the taiga, I didn't think it would be freezing so early in the fall. Guess that's something I should have thought about when I told the social worker I wanted to go somewhere else, far away from where I was. An unexpected crackle in the brush catches my attention. I skid to a halt. Is it another animal? Or have I found the source of the white flash? There's a rustling in a bush nearby. I know I shouldn't be poking my nose in places where it doesn't belong, but my nagging curiosity is getting the best of me. Cautiously, I use my hands to pull apart the branches, holding my breath as to what could be hiding behind them. Nothing. Maybe I really am going crazy. Just then, I'm knocked to the side, hard. My body slams against the ground, and I let out a yelp, glancing around. It felt like someone pushed me over, but nothing's there. I go to get up, but there's a sharp pain in my gut. Someone just kicked me, but someone doesn't exist. Either that, or they're invisible. "Cut it out!" I shout, getting to my feet. "Whoever you are, this isn't funny." My head is knocked to the side, and I'm tossed back onto the ground. Either I'm losing my mind, or an invisible man is beating me up. I'm gonna go with the second idea, because even though it sounds completely insane, my head really freaking hurts. I pull up my shirt and see that a bruise is already forming on my stomach. No way. This isn't real. It can't be. "I never did anything to you," I cry, bunching up my fists and stumbling to my feet. "Now leave me alone!" I hear something coming, so I take a swing, but my fist flies through thin air, and I'm pushed back down again. With the impact, I hear something that causes a shiver to run up my spine. A low, threatening laugh. Reality hits. No matter how implausible, I'm being attacked by something I can't see. And if I can't see it, there's no way I can defend myself. I came up here to start a new life, but instead of a new beginning, it looks like this is the end. Chapter 2. I edge against the trunk of a tree as the dark laughter advances closer. I glance from side to side, trying to figure out where it's coming from, but it's no use. I'm totally blind to whatever's coming at me. My throat clenches as I notice something even worse. Clawed footsteps appearing in the dirt, coming toward me. The footsteps are large and look like something a monster would make, not human. A footprint appears by my leg, scattering dust. I let out a shriek and close my eyes, waiting for the end. There's a hissing sound, a halo of light. The creature that attacked me emits a wail. I open my eyes and see that the flash of white I saw earlier is tumbling on the ground, some sort of smoky black mass in its grasp. Now that I'm closer, I can make out details. The plush down of feathers, masked by swirling dark smoke. I was right. They are wings, gigantic ones, but attached to what? I don't know. Whatever is happening, I can't see it, because the wings are too big to see around, and the halo of light is so bright it consumes everything else. But it's not good for my attacker. The thing squeals as if it's in pain, desperately trying to get away. Branches, rocks, and other objects are kicked up and tossed aside by nothing as the white mass battles the dark. I try to rationalize what's going on. I attempt to convince myself it's not real and that I'm just seeing things. But I can't. Every inch of my attention is caught up in the fight. The black mass manages to get away. It vanishes, becoming completely invisible again, leaving behind only the pattering of footsteps. The white flash disappears on the spot, maybe to chase after it. I get to my feet slowly. I've barely risen to my full height before I realize it's time to run. I knock aside branches and leap over logs on my way back. Twigs and leaves scratch at my face, but I don't care. I increase the length of my strides. I've got to put some distance between me and whatever just happened out there. I'm gasping for breath by the time I make it back to the yard. I bend over, hands on my knees, taking deep inhales. I glance back at the woods. They're dark as ever, but I don't think those monsters followed me. I hope. I hustle inside. I jump again when the door snaps shut beside me. After a second thought, I turn around and lock it, just in case. You're just in time. Isolde stirs a large pot, putting a scoop of noodles on a plate. Dinner's ready. When she turns around, her eyes widen at my appearance. Cassia, there's branches in your hair, and your face is red. What happened? I can't tell Isolde the truth. Not if I want to stay. She'll dump me in the loony bin, or worse, call the social worker. Even though whatever happened just now is terrifying, unexplainable, and maybe even a bit crazy, it doesn't even compare to the horrors I experienced living with Eric. I can't gamble with the chance that I'll be put into another foster home. Not when I only have a year left in the system. I shrug and say, I'm fine. Something scared me in the woods. Was it a bear? She asks, concerned. No, I don't know what it was. Not a lie. I just got scared and ran back. Well, I'm glad you're not hurt. She sets the food down on the table. Eat up. We'll have to be quick if we want to get to town before the stores close. I sit down at the table, trying to act like everything is normal. What was that thing in the woods that saved me? One thing's for sure, it wasn't like anything I'd ever seen. Isolde chatters on through dinner while I'm immersed in my thoughts. I add in all the proper responses when she asks me a question, but really, I'm far away. I know how to appear like I care about living. If I'm really honest with myself, I could really care less. I want to like her. I really do. But I have a plan, and part of it doesn't include getting close to her. If I'm honest with myself, Isolde is just one more foster mom on a huge list of disappointments. I barely know how to use makeup, but I smeared some on before I got to school and threw on an outfit resembling what I think teenagers up here wear. It seems I've made the right choice, as it looks like a hoodie and jeans are the standard uniform in the North, topped off with a load of unflinching realism. Heaven High School barely has 100 kids and only 6 or so teachers. Everyone pretty much takes the same classes, just at different times of the day. It's so different compared to the high school downstate, where there were thousands of kids at the school, and I was able to take whatever class I wanted. You could be invisible in a student populace that large. Not so here. Guess that's what you get for living in the middle of nowhere. Whatever, it's just one more year, I think, shoving my bag upward on my shoulders. I try to keep my head down and stay out of the way, but it's impossible. I'm sure most of these kids have known each other since grade school, and they don't get many newcomers around here. I'm fresh meat. There are people whispering when I find my locker. I try to ignore the gazes. My hand fumbles nervously with the spines of my textbooks while I try to grab them from the shelf. I end up dropping them all over the floor. Shit, the giggles that chorus around me make my face glow bright red. Hey, a silken, warm voice asks. I look up from my mess of books and see a pair of gentle brown eyes gazing directly at me. I can't really call the one who's standing beside me a boy, because he's more of a man. Broad shoulders, a thick jawline, and a pronounced nose are set off by tanned skin and a mess of dark hair. He's raggedly put together underneath a leather jacket and ripped jeans. This guy looks like he just stepped out of a modeling catalog. Talk about sexy. Hi, I say, letting out a breath. I scowl at my books and say, not exactly making a great first impression, am I? Here. He stoops down and collects my books for me, setting them back in my arms.
Don't worry about it. Everyone messes up on their first day.
Oh, so I'm messing up then? I ask, teasing him.
No, he starts. That's not what I meant.
As I raise an eyebrow and give him a coy grin, he relaxes.
Sorry, let me start over. I'm Thames. Like James with a TH, not like the Thames River in London. Calm and mix up. My mom's, creative.
Thames gives me a broad smile and extends his hand. I grin back, taking it lightly and shaking it. Nice to meet you, Thames. I'm Cassia. When I touch his hand, I notice it's incredibly hot. The heat instantly transfers from his thick hand to my small, cool one. Wow, you okay? It feels like you have a fever or something.
It's no big deal.
He laughs.
I'm really hot.
I can see that, I mutter, and Thames blushes. I'm astonished at his shyness. Usually guys like him would eat up the flattery. They're used to getting the attention from girls. But Thames seems like he's new to it. I guess when you go to a school where you've known everybody since they've been in diapers, you can't see them as anything more, no matter how attractive they turn out to be. I'm not beyond a little flirting. It's always harmless anyway. I never stay in one place long enough to have a boyfriend. But I should probably go easy on him. Do you know your way around? I ask, shifting the books in my arms. I know it's a small school, but I'm a little lost.
Let me see your schedule.
Thames takes the sheet from me and looks it over.
You have chemistry your first hour. That means you're with me.
Great. The tension leaves my shoulders. Thames seems really nice. It'll be easier having an ally.
I'll walk you there.
Thames takes my side a little too eagerly as we head down the hall. I notice people are talking about us as we walk into class together. A woman at the head of the room watches as Thames and I take the desks near the back of the room.
Good morning, class. I'm Mrs. Rorick. Welcome to your first day of senior year.
She starts. There's a bit of cheering, and she smiles.
Yes, we're almost done. Normally, I wouldn't introduce myself, as most of you have had me since your freshman year, but we have a new student.
She gazes coyly at me like a cat. I feel vastly uncomfortable as all eyes turn on me.
Please, dear, tell us your name so we may get to know you,
she asks. Swallowing a lump of nervousness in my throat, I rise from my seat and say, Hi, I'm Cassia Delamore. I came here from Ann Arbor.
Ann Arbor, how nice. I suppose your parents moved here to take part in the logging business?
Rorick beams. I bet in her entire career of teaching she's never been wrong on that one, because who else would move up here for any other reason? Of course, it's me that's here to burst her bubble. No, I'm a foster kid, I say, voice hollow.
Oh,
Mrs. Rorick blinks.
I see. Very well, then. Welcome to heaven, Cassia.
Mrs. Rorick turns back to the class like nothing has happened and says,
Please turn to page 300 in your textbooks so we may begin.
What a disaster. I fall back in my seat, hands shaking as the class opens their books. Thames leans in and says,
You handled that pretty well.
I feel like I just got thrown into a shark tank, I whisper back.
You'll be all right. People appear pretty friendly,
Thames informs me.
You'll see.
After a 15-minute lecture, Rorick gives us worksheets, along with a set of vials and an assortment of chemicals. Thames and I cluster around my desk and work on the experiment, me with my back to the class so I don't see them staring at me. I know what you're thinking, I start after he's been quiet for a while. How did I end up here?
I didn't want to be rude.
He glances up once before returning his attention back to the vials.
You don't want to talk about it? You don't want to talk. Simple as that.
Thanks, I say, relieved.
We've all got our own stuff we gotta deal with. It's your own business,
Thames says, shrugging.
My baggage is probably just as heavy as yours.
I'm wondering what kind of dirt Thames is hiding when he moves his arm. The vials we're working with spill all over the place. I try to jump out of the way, but most of the liquid soaks onto my shirt.
Damn! I'm so sorry!
Thames fumbles for the glasses, trying to put them upright. It's okay, Thames, I say, holding out my shirt as the rest of the class snickers. It's completely ruined. I jump to my feet and ask, Mrs. Rorick, may I go to the restroom?
Very well, Miss Delamore, Rorick says, but hurry back.
I duck my head behind my hair and try not to run outside. Thames's face is miserable as I head out. I feel sorry for making him feel bad. My lip quivers as the door closes behind me. Thankfully, the hallway is empty. Cheer up, Cassia. It's just a bad day, not a bad life. I take in a deep breath and try to steady myself so the tears won't fall. I lean against a locker and wipe away a stray tear with the back of my hand. Just stay strong. A shadow diverts my attention. My head whips to the side as a glorious light encompasses me. Just down the hallway and before a large window, there's the figure of a tall, sturdy man surrounded by a circle of protective light. I can't make out his features with the halo surrounding him, but somehow I'm convinced that this is the creature that saved me in the woods last night. The light surrounding him is exactly the same as that which encompassed the wings. Hey! I cry. I push myself off the lockers and break into a jog. The figure sees me coming. He flees in the other direction, the light following. He's fast, but I'm determined to catch up. I increase my strides to a sprint, hoping none of the teachers come out and catch me. I just want to say thank you, I yell. I whip around a staircase, chasing the light into an empty classroom. The being is boxed in, walls on all sides. I block the only exit. Ha! Cornered! I smirk. Nowhere to go. As I advance closer, the halo only grows. I have to shield my eyes as I come closer, but I have to know what it is. My trembling hand stretches before me, caressing the fringes of the magnificent halo, fingers nearly stroking perfect skin. But before I can reach out to touch him, whatever he is, he vanishes completely. Chapter 3. I know living with Eric made me insane, but I'm not that crazy. My hand is still frozen in the position it was when the specter vanished. All the lights gone from the classroom, as well as the warmth. What the hell just happened? The bell rings, snapping me out of it. I scramble to look at my schedule for my next class. It's history. I exit the empty classroom and force my way through the crowds of kids, too preoccupied to pay attention to their curious glances. What was it I saw back there? Am I just imagining things? Is the stress of moving to yet another place getting to me? Or is what I saw real? Thankfully, Mrs. Rorick isn't in her classroom when I return to get my stuff. I grab my backpack and hustle to my next class just before the final bell rings.
Hey, you never came back to chemistry,
Thames says, waving me over when I enter history. We have another class together? Sweet, I say, and he grins. One less class I have to worry about being alone in. I take the seat next to his, and he asks,
Did you get the stain out of your shirt?
Huh? I had forgotten all about it. I look down and see that it's permanently dried into the cashmere. Great. No, I guess not. He narrows his eyes.
You okay? You look kind of pale.
Yeah. I nod my head methodically.
You sure?
He narrows his eyes.
You were gone for a really long time.
I bite my lip. Okay, it's kind of weird, but I saw something in the hallway.
What kind of something?
Thames starts and leans forward. He seems immensely interested and a bit too concerned. Probably just my eyes playing tricks on me, I say vaguely. I think.
Cass, what did you see?
He asks abruptly. I pause. I don't like people calling me Cass. It's one of my pet peeves when strangers give me nicknames. But when Thames says it, it's okay. It makes me want to be honest. I don't know, it was just a bunch of light, I finally confess. I shake my head. Whatever, it was nothing. I don't want to lose the only friend I've made here by making him think I'm unstable. I open my book and pretend to be reviewing the syllabus I printed off yesterday. Thames seems worried. His brow is furrowed when the teacher starts the lecture. All throughout the session, it stays that way. The next couple hours go by in a blur. Calculus is boring, but during gym, I make a successful spike at volleyball that hits a snarky-looking prep in the head. I feel bad, but directly afterward, a gaggle of 3 excited girls grabbed me and dragged me to the lunchroom before I can say I'm sorry. Did you see the look on Veronica's face when you smacked her with that ball? A stylish, pretty girl says as she clutches my arm, grinning gleefully. It was like Christmas. I wanted to apologize, I say quickly. I didn't mean to hit her. You really shouldn't, a honey-haired girl clips. She's rotten. Completely awful. The goth adds, You made our day. I've wanted to do that since kindergarten. You're my hero. They plop me down at a circular table, tell me their names in a flash, and launch into a detailed conversation about makeup sales online, acting like I've always been part of the group. Thames was right. The people up here are nice. Anything tested on animals does not go on my face, the goth says as she stabs her salad, which I notice doesn't have any meat. Her name is Sydney. What about you, Cassia? What shade of lipstick are you wearing? The blonde Emily asks nicely, holding up a napkin to my lips to compare. Oh, I stall. I actually borrowed it from my foster mom. I don't know what color it is. Whatever it is, it's the perfect color, Sydney gushes. I don't care that these girls seem superficial. Don't judge a book by its cover and all that. Besides, at my old school, I usually ate in the bathroom because I was afraid to be seen eating alone. Anything beats eating a sandwich on the porcelain throne. So we see you've been hanging out with the big bad boy, the trendy Levon teases, smacking my shoulder. Well done. I knew someone would break through that tough exterior eventually. Who? I ask, totally lost. Thames Deacon. Sydney subs in. Doesn't let a lot of people in. As far as we know, you're the first. He came up to me, I say, baffled. Is that not normal? Thames usually keeps to himself. He's really quiet, Emily says. It's surprising that you got him to open up on your first day. Where is he now? I ask, searching the room for him. Oh, Thames usually rides his bike during lunch, Sydney says. His bike? I ask, thinking of a 10-speed. His motorcycle, Emily clarifies. He won't be able to ride it much longer. Snow's coming in soon. Who does he usually sit with? No one, Sydney shrugs. Thames does his own thing. When he shows up to class, Lavon snickers. Nobody can skip their first day of senior year, Emily insists. Not even bad boys like Thames. I fiddle with my sandwich. Thames didn't come off that way to me. Yeah, maybe he dressed the part of a bad boy, but cold and distant? He didn't seem either. Oh, great. Here comes the moral police, Sydney moans. Just what we need. I follow Sydney's eyes to the other side of the cafeteria. A group of kids are setting up a long table and putting stacks of t-shirts on it. It's the school's key club, here to ruin everyone's fun, Sydney complains. They help a lot of people, Emily says defensively. Cut them a break. All I'm saying is it's irritating to have a bunch of do-gooders around acting like they're better than everyone else because they do some charity work, Sydney replies. You just don't like them because they voted down your vegan fundraiser, Emily quips back, and Sydney snaps her mouth shut. The Key Club has almost lost my attention until I see someone. It's a guy, but not just any guy. He looks like someone who descended from paradise. He's picturesque, with blonde hair and pale green eyes. He's tall, wearing a Letterman jacket over a jersey. Football player, maybe? Hold on, guys, I say. I'll be right back. I get up and head toward the table. The boy only seems to get more attractive with each step I take. He's got a face like a movie star, handsome and masculine. Geez, does this school have a thing for producing incredibly hot guys? There were thousands of boys at my old school, but none of them are half as good-looking as the dude in front of me. Hey, he says when he notices me. His voice is strong and musical. I haven't seen you around before. How are you? My name's Cassia. I transferred here from downstate, I tell him, and I'm just fine, thanks. He flashes me a smile that makes me go weak in the knees. Nice to meet you, Cassia. I'm Cairo. Cairo. A perfect name for a perfect guy. My hands fiddle with the t-shirts. So, you are part of the Key Club? Yeah, I like helping people. He grins, and I get a flash of white teeth. I thought only celebrities could have that perfect of a smile. That's good. I can't seem to stop staring at him. His gaze is somewhat hypnotic. He pops another quirky grin. I force my eyes downward, but when I do, I let out a squeak of excitement. They're selling bright green sweaters with cute owls with the Heaven High School initials on them. Cairo's smile grows broader, and my cheeks redden. You like owls? He asks, moving around the table and next to me. My heartbeat quickens. Kind of obsessed with them, actually. I pick up the sweater and observe it. Just my size. It's such an uncommon thing for me to have new clothes. Isolde got me some yesterday, but I chose boring, standard jeans and t-shirts that were inexpensive because I felt bad for making her buy me stuff. I can't remember the last time I got myself a present just because. My insides burn with longing.
Do you want it? He asks. Goes to a good cause. We're raising funds for the children's hospital.
I press the sweater to my chest, as if it's the most precious thing I could ever have. I love owls, but I won't be able to buy one. His eyes are on me as I slowly put it back. I don't have any money. Or I would.
That's too bad.
His voice is sympathetic, but when I look at him, his green eyes have a peculiar gleam within them.
But keep your hopes up. Maybe you'll get that sweater sooner than you think.
Yeah, right. I let out a laugh. I don't think so.
Don't have a job?
He asks.
It's okay if you don't. Most of us wait until we graduate. Aren't a lot of places to work up here.
I've thought about getting one, but if I do, I won't be spending money on sweaters. No offense, I add, backing away. I'm saving for college, stuff. I give a really lame shrug. He leans in closer.
Well, it was nice to meet you, Cassia. I hope you like it here, in heaven.
Before I can react, he grabs my hand and shakes it. Yet, it's not really a handshake. It's more of a caress, a gentle touch. A volt of electricity shoots up my arm when his skin touches mine. It's enough to make me gasp. Cairo seems to notice. He pulls his hand away. I turn, forcing myself to leave, even though I really, really don't want to. If I didn't know any better, I'd say we had some sort of connection there, a spark between us, something that joined him and me together, tying our fates as one. Sure, wake up, Cassia. That was so embarrassing, I mutter to myself as I walk away. And awkward, stupid. When I get back to my table, the girls are ogling me like I'm some animal in a zoo. What? I ask. Do I have something on my face? Cairo Cross talked to you, Levon starts. That's what. Why is that such a big deal? I ask. Cairo's a good-looking guy, to say the least. He should have no problem talking to girls. Because Cairo doesn't talk to anyone, Emily says. Or any girls, really. He hangs out with his football buddies, and that's it. No interest in women at all. That's weird. I cast a glance over my shoulder. Maybe he's gay, Sydney suggests. Why is that always the assumption if a guy doesn't date? Emily asks. Look, he could have any girl he wants, and he doesn't take any of us. He has to be gay. It's the logical assumption, Levon quips. While the girls are arguing about Cairo's sexuality, I'm watching him. I don't care if he's gay, but damn, what a tragedy for the female population if he is. Why would someone like him, a popular kid who has all the girls falling for him, keep himself single and not even allow himself to speak to someone of the opposite sex? Maybe he is gay. Or maybe he's afraid of getting hurt. Most people would consider that lame, but if he's in that camp, I can understand. I'm in the same boat. You've got both Thames and Cairo crawling all over you on your first day, Sydney says excitedly. It's something everybody thought was impossible. Senior year is going to be great. If I were you, I'd go for Cairo and have Thames as a backup, Levon says. What? No, I say. I'm not interested in dating anyone. Girl, you could have the two guys that every girl in the school wants, and you don't want either? Levon says, astonished. You've got some high standards. I disagree with you. I think she should pick Thames over Cairo, Emily says, as if she didn't hear a word I just said. He'd be more fun. At least Thames attempts to be normal, Levon argues. He's a bad boy, so it makes sense he doesn't want to shack up, doesn't like being tied down. But Cairo's the star quarterback, and he won't let any girl even come near him. I mean, who does that? I just talked to them. It's not that big of a deal, I say. The bell rings. I grab my stuff for my next class. Thank God my English class doesn't have any of those girls in it. I bet they'll be texting about me back and forth all day. I'm not here to get a boyfriend. I'm here to focus on my academics and be the best student I can be so I can get out of here. I go to my locker to get my next textbook. When I open it, I'm floored to see the green owl sweater neatly folded on the top shelf. It's in my size. I turn my head. Standing at the edge of the hallway, looking directly at me, is Cairo. His pale green eyes, sharp and visible even from a distance, gleam. He gives me a warm grin before sticking his hands in his pockets. He then strides around the corner and out of sight. Chapter 4. I can't help it. The next day, I wear the sweater. It's just too cute not to, no matter what mysterious circumstances circulate around it. I don't know if I should be more concerned that Cairo managed to figure out where my locker was, or that he bought the sweater for me. It's not a big deal that he got into it. School lockers are easy to break into. But how did he know where to look? And more importantly, why did he do it? Did he see me open my locker that morning and I somehow didn't see him? That would mean he was paying attention to what I was doing. I was on his radar before I even knew he existed.
Hi, Cass.
Thames is standing at my locker first thing. His eyes flicker down to the owl, and he says,
Nice sweater. Bought one from the Key Club?
No, Cairo bought it for me. I open my locker. Thames has gone very still.
What?
Cairo, he's the—
I know who he is.
Thames cuts me off abruptly. I stop unloading things from my backpack. He grimaces and says,
Sorry, we don't exactly get along. But he bought you that?
Yeah, I told him I didn't have the money to buy one, and it showed up in my locker later. I explain. I know it was him. He was looking right at me when I found it.
Huh. He's kinda weird, don't you think?
Thames asks, as he shoves his hands in his jacket pockets. He's a key clubber. He probably felt bad that I couldn't afford the sweater and bought one for me out of sympathy, I say. I've been giving myself this explanation all morning. Despite my personal hunch, it's not right.
Sure.
Thames nods in agreement, but the frown he wears says otherwise.
Come on, we're late for class.
Thames is sulking. His shoulders stay hunched all throughout chemistry. He still talks to me, but it's obvious his mind is elsewhere. I'm surprised you showed up today, I tease during chemistry, to try and get him to lighten up. Word on the street is you like to skip.
I skip sometimes, but it's just to ride my bike when it's nice, or when I have better places to be.
He lets out a huff.
The only thing worth taking here is shop class.
You should probably pay attention. Colleges don't like to see absences, I remind him.
I'll be fine. I have a 4.0 and I got a 34 on the ACT.
He replies. He doodles something on the corner of his paper. Wow. My eyes widen. He must be really smart.
I guess.
He tosses down his pencil.
Smarter than some people here who can get the teachers to pass them based on how far they can throw a football.
God, he's grumpy. With grades like that, I'm surprised you don't play sports too, I say. The teams could probably use a big guy like you.
Sports are stupid, Thames replies. I'd rather spend my time doing other shit instead of running around on the field pretending I'm important.
Alrighty then. I turned my attention back to the board. Was that a crack at Cairo? If it was, Thames wasn't very subtle about it. A 34 on the ACT. Thames is practically a genius. For all his bad boy exterior, Thames seems like he's a real brainiac. It's a starkly different picture compared to Cairo, who Thames implied skates by on his athletic abilities rather than actually getting the work done. I haven't been here very long, but it's obvious to me the two boys are very different. The rest of the day passes in a blur. Thankfully, there's a new rumor going around about the head cheerleader cheating on her boyfriend that sufficiently distracts Sydney, Emily, and Levon. It prevents them from gossiping about me. I look for Cairo, but he's not around. I'm disappointed that he's not in any of my classes. He's not here, Emily says as she sees me staring off where the Key Club table was yesterday. He and the other club members went to buy toys for the children's hospital. I guess it was a successful fundraiser. Oh. The word whooshes out from my lips, a sound of disappointment. I quickly pull myself together. I can't believe I'm this obsessed with a person I only met once, and for 5 minutes. What is wrong with me? At the end of the day, Thames meets me at my locker again. He's fallen into the habit of being there every time the bell rings between classes. Some people would find it annoying, but I actually kind of like it. It's nice to have someone to talk to, even if it's just for a few minutes.
I've got to go home and fix my bike, Thames says. He seems particularly moody. Damn caliper is acting funny again.
Do you want me to help? I ask, a little too soon.
Do you know anything about bikes?
Thames asks. He smiles for the first time that day. Not a damn thing, I reply, but I'm willing to learn. Being with Thames sure beats sitting awkwardly at home with Isolde. Last night, we both went to our separate rooms and stayed there. It's like she doesn't know what to do with me.
All right, we can take my truck.
We stride toward the door.
I can drop you off whenever.
Unexpectedly, he puts his arm around me. Thames's arm is heavy on my shoulder. And warm. He smells like leather. Usually, I'd be opposed to physical contact with, well, anyone. But Thames seems different. Is different. He obviously hasn't had an easy time of it either. It's like he understands. We've only known each other for 2 days, but already I feel so close to Thames. Instinctively, I know I can trust him. I'm not worried about getting back early. My homework's already done, I reply. I let his arm sag on me as we walk to the car. Thames's truck is pretty old. He has to play with it to get it started. I text Isolde to let her know what I'm doing and silence my phone so I don't check to see whatever she texts back. The truck starts abruptly forward, giving a loud rumble. Thames turns the radio on full blast to a channel that plays screamo rock music, then takes off. Thames is a crazy driver, and I love it. He goes 20 miles over the speed limit the whole way home. He takes turns and corners so fast that the truck nearly tips over. Most people would be clutching their seats right now, but not me. This makes me feel alive. Thames jerks to a halt in front of an old garage next to a farmhouse. With a wild look in his eyes, he glances at me. I can't wipe the grin off my face.
"Sorry about that. I forgot to ask if you wanted to drive,"
he says. "I'm not legal," I tell him. I get out of the car and gently shut the door so the truck doesn't fall into pieces at the impact. "I didn't want you to get in trouble if we got pulled over."
"No permit?"
Thames, who seems to have no regard for the truck, full-on slams the door on the driver's side. The truck shakes. "I haven't taken driver's ed yet. I'm waiting until I turn 18 to take the test and get my license," I tell him. "It's only a few months away."
"So you haven't driven before?"
"I have. I know how to drive. I had to learn in order to get away from Eric."
"Illegal driving. I like that."
Thames smiles. He walks to the garage and pulls up the door. I take a look at the farmhouse. "Do you live here?" I ask. Inside the garage are an array of tools, 2 old cars, and what I'm assuming is Thames's crotch rocket. I'm no expert in bikes, but it looks expensive and fast.
"Nah, my buddy lets me keep my tools here,"
Thames says.
"I live alone."
"Alone?" I ask, surprised. "But you're still in high school."
"Yeah, but I'm 18.
Thames pulls up his pants, which were previously hanging dangerously low on his hip bones. I tried not to look earlier, but it was a bit distracting. "How do you get by?"
I work nights. Long nights.
He picks up a wrench.
One of the reasons I haven't got a chance to ride until now. I've been trying to work on it during lunchtime, but the drive here takes up most of it."
I sit on a crate. "Sorry, but why?" He rolls the bike to the front of the garage.
"Baggage, remember?"
I guess. But what could be so upsetting to Thames that he felt like he had to live alone? I mean, working late nights as a senior in high school to support yourself? I've been desperate enough to consider it in the past, but ultimately decided that staying in the system and boosting my grades would be a better option than trying to make it on my own. But Thames seems like a lone wolf, the type of guy who does what he wants regardless of what anyone else says. Maybe his parents were just too controlling, and he felt like he had to break out. That's gotta be it. Mechanic work is equivalent to rocket science in my book. Thames tries to teach me what he's doing, but I'm clueless. Eventually, he gives up and just works on the bike, talking to me about random stuff. It doesn't matter. I'm happy enough just to be here.
"Finally."
Thames stands up, throwing his tools to the floor.
"That was a real pain in the ass. Shouldn't have taken me so long."
I don't think it took him that long. It's still daylight out. Thames fires up the bike and grins when he revs it. It sounds mean.
"You want to go for a ride?"
he asks. He gets on the back of the bike and waddles it toward me.
"I have a spare helmet."
I've never ridden a crotch rocket before. I don't know how. Thames puts the kickstand on the bike, handing me a helmet before putting on his own.
"You can ride on back. Just grab onto me."
I put the helmet on. Whatever. Thames swings himself over the bike. I hop on back, looking around for something to grab.
"You need to wrap your arms around my waist and hold on tight," he says. "We're gonna be going fast. Don't want you flying off the back."
I loop my arms around his middle. Instantly, a fresh wave of heat radiates against my skin. Wow, he's got a hot body temperature. And damn, what kind of a job does Thames have that gives him such rock-hard abs? Thames kicks back the stand and drives the bike out of the garage. He goes at a comfortable speed out the driveway until the tires hit the asphalt. He then revs it into high gear, and the bike jumps backward. The front tire rears a few inches off the street, and I cling tightly to Thames. The crotch rocket goes from a reasonable speed to flying in seconds. The trees become a green blur as we race by them. Michigan is a wonderland, consumed by the smell of burning rubber and cold wind rushing across my face. A thrill of exhilaration sweeps through my stomach and up my chest. There's nothing but us and the bike, balancing on a precious line between life and death that Thames is intent on pushing as our speed climbs higher and higher. This is living. This is what I've been missing. I glance down at the odometer. It's inching toward 100 miles per hour. I figure out that Thames is going into a turn too fast, seconds before he does. I open my mouth to cry out a warning. "Thames, you need to slow down," I shout over the engine's roar. But by then, it's too late. Thames tries to save it, but he overcorrects, and the bike jerks roughly to the side. I go flying off as Thames and the bike end up spinning out from underneath. My body hurtles through open air, twirling towards a collection of trees, rock, and hard pavement. My brain barely registers what's happening. I have no way to prevent the death that comes next, the violent end that I'm destined for. I figure my life ends here, until a pair of strong arms wrap themselves around me and catch me as I fall. Chapter 5. I slam against something, but it's not the road. It's a body. The arms enclose around me and hold me tightly as we both go crashing to the ground. Whoever is behind me breaks my fall as we go skidding onto the pavement at a rapid speed. We tumble over and over before finally sliding to a stop on the side of the road. My vision fades in and out. I take a few deep breaths and try to calm down. I'm barely conscious. I don't even know if I'm still alive. I try to move my limbs. Miraculously, nothing's broken. I sit up, shoving down a wave of nausea due to vertigo. I take my helmet off and press a hand against my mouth. My clothes are dirty and torn, and I have a few bruises, but I'm all right. This isn't possible. I shouldn't be alive. There's only one explanation. Someone caught me, but how? I didn't see anyone on the side of the road, and even if they were there, there's no physically possible way they could have broken my fall, or even caught me in time. They'd have to be some kind of superhero. My mouth drops open when I see that Cairo is crouching next to me. Another truck, a newer one than Thames's, is parked next to the fragments of the destroyed crotch rocket. "Cassia, are you hurt?" Concern shadows Cairo's eyes. He parts my hair back, checking for injuries. I'm shaking all over. I must be in shock. "Thames," I whisper. I jerk my head around, looking for him. I nearly have a heart attack when I see him nearby, totally unharmed. He's kicking the remains of his trashed bike, swearing under his breath. He glances guiltily at me before looking down, ashamed. No way. We completely crashed. That accident should have killed Thames, or at least left him with some very serious injuries. He should be in the hospital right now, in critical condition, but there's not a scratch on him. Was the crash not as bad as I thought? I remember the odometer and realize that's not possible. At the speed we were going, both of us should be dead. The boys up here aren't just hot. They're indestructible. "What are you doing here?" I ask Cairo shakily. Cairo doesn't answer, just checks me for injuries. He squeezes my limbs and presses his thick hands against my middle. My whole body starts to shake. "You're going into shock." Cairo slips off his leather jacket and drapes it around my shoulders, pulling it tightly around me like a blanket. He wraps his arms around me again, pulling me to his chest. "Just try to breathe. You're gonna be fine." "It's cold out." What a stupid objection. I nearly died, and all I can think about is Cairo's comfort. "I'll be fine." Cairo is glaring at Thames murderously. "You've been through a traumatic experience. Stay calm so you can process what happened." It's like Cairo's reading from a paramedic manual. I feel like he doesn't know what to do, though, either. He's shaking as much as I am. "How did you catch me?" I ask. I stumble through the words. I fell off the bike, and you were there." "You're not thinking straight, Cassia," Cairo tells me calmly. "Nobody caught you. I was driving by, and I saw the accident. I got here just as you woke up." "No!" I push him away. The Letterman jacket slips off my shoulders and plops on the ground. "That's bullshit! I know you caught me! There's no possible way I could have lived!"
"Cassia, listen to what you're saying right now," Cairo says in a calm voice. "How could I have caught you? I wasn't here when you were driving by, and even if I was, I'd have to be Superman to be fast enough to catch you before you hit the pavement. Be happy that you got lucky."
I know what Cairo's saying technically makes sense, but at the same time, it doesn't. First, the invisible attack in the forest, then the glowing light, and now this? I'd be convinced I'm losing my mind, but that isn't right. I'm not under that much stress to imagine all of this. I can't help it. Tears start dripping down my face. Cairo stoops down and picks up the Letterman jacket, placing it back on my shoulders. He draws me close once again as he mumbles, "Damn you, Thames. You should have known better." Thames keeps his distance. "She was safe with me," he says in a low voice. "Obviously not. I've told you that you need to watch your turns," Cairo bellows. "You don't tell me what to do," Thames mutters. "I wouldn't have to if you weren't so careless," Cairo bites back. Cairo starts guiding me toward his truck. That's when Thames plants himself firmly in front of us. "What are you doing with her?" Thames's eyes flash with something scary. I'd call it jealousy, but that's not what it is. It's almost like he's frightened for me. "She needs to go to the hospital," Cairo barks. "Can't you see that? Thames, just move out of the way." "Thames should go too," I say, subbing in quietly. "He'll be fine," Cairo says callously, and I'm taken aback by his attitude. Does he really hate Thames so much that he doesn't care if he's seriously hurt? "Yeah, nothing's wrong with me," Thames says quickly, before adding, "But why should you be the one to take her?" "You need to stay here and clean up this mess," Cairo snarls. He kicks a rogue bike part aside, and Thames flinches as it titters away. For a second, I think that the boys are going to start a fist fight right here in the road. Thames's hands are bunched into fists, and Cairo's grip is firmer on me than before. Then Thames turns away.
Whatever.
He glances at me.
Stay safe, Cass.
I nod. Cairo opens the truck door for me and then literally picks me up and sets me inside, like I'm some little kid. He puts the truck in drive, and Thames disappears as we round the corner. I really don't want to ride anything mechanized after what I just went through, but I don't have much of a choice. I pull the letter jacket around me and bury myself in it. I don't need to go to the hospital, I tell Cairo. I'm fine.
You could have internal bleeding. You're not thinking clearly right now.
Cairo drives much more carefully than Thames. He takes every turn almost methodically, like an old man. Seriously? It's okay, I argue. I can feel my blood start to boil. Calm down. Calm down.
Cassia, you're going.
No, Cairo, I don't want to, I shout. I kick the dash in a spout of rage. Cairo frowns. I instantly feel guilty. Sorry, I tell him. But if I go to the hospital, social services will know, and my foster mom will get in trouble. They'll take me away. I don't want that to happen. I just got here.
You're a foster kid?
Cairo's eyes soften. Yeah, so can you please just drop it? Cairo hesitates. Then he says,
Okay, I'll drop it.
The question that's burning on the tip of my tongue slips off. How could you just leave Thames like that? I ask. Cairo rubs the back of his neck.
I'm sorry you had to see me like that,
he says. He's turned quiet, soft, gentle like before, and not scary.
I didn't mean to lose my temper. I was just scared for you.
Why, we've just met, I say.
Does it matter? You're a human being, aren't you?
He looks at me, and I don't respond. Cairo shakes his head.
Look, I'm sure you've already heard that Thames and I have a complicated history. But that doesn't mean I don't care about him. If I thought he was hurt in any way, I wouldn't have left him out there.
That's news to me. Thames made it sound like he and Cairo were bitter enemies. Maybe they were former buddies who had a fallout? Men, I guess. The trees whiz by the window, just like they did on the bike, but not as fast. My mind is still whirling. It never stopped spinning after I was thrown off the bike. I shouldn't have survived that crash. Not unless I have some sort of guardian angel protecting me. Are you going to tell me what really happened? I ask. I keep my gaze focused on the window, but I can still see Cairo's reflection. It freezes. Silence. Then,
probably not.
Why? I turn to look at him. This isn't right. You saved me. I know you did. I deserve to know the truth. Cairo looks guilty.
I know you do, but you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
I let out a hollow laugh. After what I've seen the past few days, try me. He doesn't ask what exactly I've seen, which only heightens my curiosity and my suspicions. Cairo rubs his face and says,
Just try to convince yourself that you fell off and weren't hurt, okay? It's the easiest thing for you to believe.
I make a sarcastic noise. Fine. We drive in silence. Cairo takes a left turn in the opposite direction of his oldest house. This isn't the way back to my place, I tell him. I don't live in town.
I'm not taking you back home, not until I know you're okay, he says. You're going to eat something first.
So bossy. I'm surprised to find that my stomach is empty and ravenous. I am starving. But I don't have any money.
I'll pay. Don't worry about it.
Does that make it a date? I smirk.
It's whatever you want it to be, he responds. You're the one who lived through a near-death experience.
My clothes are kind of a mess, I say, looking at my tattered rags. I've still got dirt on me from the crash.
It doesn't matter. You're with me.
So cocky. I shake my head, but Cairo only smirks. Cairo pulls into the parking lot of a small restaurant on the corner of town. He opens my door. I try to refuse him from helping me out, but he takes his arm and wraps it around my waist, lifting me out of the truck with one arm. He acts like I weigh no more than a feather. It's like this guy bench presses houses in his spare time. I can get out by myself, you know, I say. What is this guy, Hercules? Or is he just trying to impress me?
Not the point. I'm just checking,
he says. We head inside, where Cairo immediately goes to a corner table that I'm pretty sure is designated as his, star quarterback perks. Just like I guessed, a waitress is at our table in seconds, carrying a Coke. She sets it in front of Cairo and pointedly ignores me, batting her eyelashes at him. How are you doing, Cairo? I haven't seen you around much lately.
Busy with football practice. I've been catching meals when I can, he says.
Cairo glances at me and says,
Betty, would you get Cassia something to drink?
Betty's eyes languish on me. I can tell she hates that I'm wearing his leather jacket. What do you want, darling? A Coke? I say. Betty totters away, obviously not pleased. I look at the menu and find that it's filled with northern Michigan fare, white fish, lots of gravy, and not a vegetable in sight.
Having trouble figuring what you want?
Cairo asks. I've eaten way too many hamburgers and sandwiches in my life, I say, realizing how impossibly true that is. Today made me realize that I need to get out of my comfort zone, try new stuff more.
Get the pasty, Cairo says. You'll like it. Trust me.
I've never eaten a pasty in my life, but I'll take his word for it. Betty slams the Coke down in front of me, and a little bit spills on the table. What do you want? I'll have the pasty, I say, winging it.
Same,
Cairo says. I hand Betty the menus, and she whips them out of my hands. I make a face at Cairo when she turns her back.
Don't mind Betty, he says. She's usually nice, but she gets jealous if I bring girls with me. If I'm by myself or with my buddies, she'll talk to me the entire time I'm here.
I thought you didn't talk to girls. Least, that's what I hear around school. I take a sip of my drink.
I don't hang with any girls inside school, he informs me. I have friends who are girls outside of Heaven High.
Are the girls outside better than those that go to school with us? I ask, baffled.
He laughs. Nothing like that. I just have a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. I'd rather not burden any girls at school with it by dating them.
Is he talking about the other girls getting jealous because he's the star quarterback? If he is, what an ego. He notices the look on my face and quickly adds,
I've just known the girls I hang out with for years, since I was a toddler. There's no pressure there because we're all like family.
Okay. Doesn't make much sense to me. All I can gather is he doesn't like to get close to girls he doesn't know. But if that's true, why am I here? Does he feel obligated to take care of me or something after what happened? My original suspicion that he doesn't want to get hurt intensifies. Cairo's drank nearly half his Coke already. He sets it down and says,
"So, how'd you end up in heaven? It's a weird place to be."
I came from Ann Arbor. My last foster family didn't work out, I say. It's a severe understatement. I told the social worker I wanted to try somewhere new.
"You live with Isolde, right? She works up at the hospital. My mom knows her," Cairo says. "You like it there?"
She's okay. I don't know her that well yet. She's probably pretty pissed that I didn't show up for dinner. I bet my phone has at least 10 messages right now. Cairo's phone rings. He glances at it and turns it off.
"It's not important,"
he says when I look at him curiously.
"If I didn't need a phone, I wouldn't have one. I hate people texting me all day."
Really? Most people I know can't get off their phones. I shake my head. I don't like them either. If Isolde hadn't given one to me, I wouldn't mind going without.
"There are 3 things that matter to me."
Cairo holds up 3 fingers.
"Football, lacrosse, and work. Everything else is extra stuff."
Where do you work? I ask, curious.
"I'm going into law enforcement,"
he says.
"It's kind of the family business. I'm basically an intern right now, but I'll be sworn in once I leave school."
I don't have great experiences with cops, but I can't help but think Cairo would be a cute one. Getting pulled over would almost be worth it. Can't be too much criminal activity to deal with up here, besides the rogue wolf or bear, I say, giggling. He laughs.
"You'd be surprised. What do you want to do once you graduate?"
I hesitate. I've never told anyone about my plans after high school because I'm afraid people would think they're stupid. That's not about to change, not even with Cairo. I'm still deciding. I lie. I play with my straw and avoid the question. Cairo doesn't press. Betty drops off the pasties. I observe mine. It's a flaky, buttery pie, folded in half and baked. I cut into mine and see that the inside is stuffed with ground beef, topped with diced potatoes and sauerkraut. I take a bite, and it absolutely melts in my mouth. It's one of the most delicious things I've ever eaten. When I start wolfing it down, Cairo laughs.
"See? Told you that you'd like it."
You did. The pasty's nearly halfway gone. I really was hungry. I almost want to order another one, but I'm eating on Cairo's dime, so I don't.
"We'll make a northerner out of you yet," he says. "Even trolls have a little bit of Yooper blood in them."
I'm not really a troll, I say, referring to the word Upper Michiganders use when talking about people who live in the Lower Peninsula. I was born in Houston.
"Texas."
His fork pauses.
"That's a long way from the UP. How'd you get cross-country?"
I put another bite in my mouth to give me time to think up an answer. My mom moved to Michigan after I was born.
"Was it to be with your dad?"
Cairo wipes his mouth. My dad wasn't around. I've actually never met him. It was just me and her. I was put in the foster care system here in the state after she died. My voice has become incredibly hollow.
"I'm sorry,"
Cairo says softly.
"That must have been hard."
It was. She died in a fire. I was 5. I quickly changed the subject because I haven't talked about my mom in years to anyone, and I don't want to start now. Thames told me he lived on his own. Is that unusual?
Cairo nods. Yeah, it is. He gets by working the logging factory at night.
Were you friends?
You could say that. We used to be close. He twirls his fork. I told him not to move out on his own, but he doesn't listen. Stubborn.
Is that why you guys don't talk anymore? I ask.
That and other things. He isn't very cautious, and as you saw, he doesn't like being told what to do.
Cairo stabs his pasty with his knife. It makes a clink on the plate.
He thinks I'm too careful and too bossy. We have very different opinions.
It wasn't his fault what happened today, I say, finishing up the pasty. Darn, no more.
Yes, it was.
Cairo puts down his fork and grabs my hand. I'm too shocked to recoil.
He didn't mean to hurt you, but he could have, Cassia. I know you guys are friends, but you need to be careful around him, okay? He's reckless.
Thames isn't reckless. I force myself to draw my hand away.
He is. Once you've been around him long enough, you'll see that. Trust me, I know him.
I glance away, unwilling to look him in the eye. I can see why the two boys don't get along. Cairo has a very strong opinion on things. Thames seems to be more willing to go with the flow. No wonder they're no longer friends. I bet Cairo was used to telling Thames off, and he just got tired of it. Maybe Cairo is right about Thames. I don't really know him that well. But I'm not about to abandon my only friend just because Cairo told me to. Cairo's frown turns into a smile as he changes the subject.
I see you're wearing the owl sweater, he says. You're lucky it didn't get too torn up from the crash. Just a little dirty.
Thank you for buying it for me. And don't say you didn't, I say as he opens his mouth. I know it was you. He smirks.
Well, I couldn't refuse after seeing the look on your face.
I roll my eyes, but the sides of my mouth turn upward. You're such a sweetheart. Betty comes by. Cairo takes out his wallet, but she tells him, You know your money's no good here, Kai. Bob won't take it after the run you made at last week's game. You saved us from an embarrassing loss. I hate that she calls him Kai. It doesn't suit him at all. But Cairo smiles even bigger and says,
It's fine, Betty. He puts a 20 on the table. At least take it for your tip. And thanks.
Betty's obnoxious grin returns. Does this kid lead some kind of charmed life? Is everyone in town under his spell? Cairo gets up and I follow. He drives me back home, but he goes even slower this time. It's like he doesn't want to drop me off. I figure I'm just going to hop out, but to my surprise, he literally walks me to the door like it's the 1950s or something. It's bizarre. I go to hand him back his letter jacket, but he doesn't take it.
You keep it,
he tells me.
You need it more than me.
Cairo reaches up and brushes back a strand of hair that's fallen in front of my eyes. He pops another quirky grin, and his eyes gleam. For a second, I think he's about to kiss me. Then, before I even know what's going on, he turns on his heel, puts his hands in his pockets, and saunters back to his truck. He vanishes like a ghost, driving away into the mist. Chapter 6. Where have you been? Isolde is at the door before I've barely graced the mat. I've been calling your phone for hours. Where were you? Her hands are planted on her hips. Her hair is ragged, like she's been pulling it out, and her nurse uniform is wrinkled. I can't tell her about the crash, so I make something up. I'm sorry, Isolde. I was hanging out with Thames Deacon. He's a boy in my chemistry class. We were just fixing stuff in his garage. I didn't hear my phone. I take it out of my pocket and pretend to check it. I guess it was off. Thames Deacon? She asks. Her face softens. I know his mother. I used to babysit him when he was little. He's a nice boy. But her cheeks redden again, and she says, That's still not okay, Cassia. I don't mind if you hang out with your friends, but I need to know where you are and be able to get a hold of you at all times. I'm sorry, Isolde, I just lost track of time. I lie. I'll do better next time, I promise. She nods. Her lips are pursed. Very well. She gestures to the stairway. I suggest you get some sleep. It's too late for you to be up on a school night. I'm not a little kid to be told when to go to bed, but I go upstairs just to get away from her. I have to really control myself not to slam my door. I pick up a pillow and scream into it to release my frustration. I've never had a foster parent that's noticed if I've been gone for a few hours or even a few days before. She actually acts like she cares. Yeah, right. I'm probably just a paycheck to her. She's not my mom. I change into my pajamas and collapse into bed. Would she call the cops to come look for me? Probably. Cairo told me his family works for the police, so I guess next time she calls my phone, I'd better answer. How embarrassing would that be if I got picked up by a cop and it ended up to be Cairo's dad or something? Ew. I turn on my back. I shouldn't be alive. I should be lying in a hospital morgue somewhere, along with Thames. What exactly happened today? How did Cairo save my life? I know he saved my life. He didn't even deny it. He just didn't want to give me any details. He's hiding something. Whatever it is, I'm going to find out. When I walk into school the next day with Cairo's letter jacket around my shoulders, Lavon, Sydney, and Emily look about ready to have a field day. They're not the only ones who are staring. Everyone in the school has their eyes on me, even some of the guys. Most of the girls are giving me death stares of jealousy. Some of them are even crying. Is it really that big of a deal? Talk about an overreaction. Girl, what did you do? Lavon pushes several people aside to get to me. Cairo's letter jacket? How? Is it even real? Sydney strokes it like it's the Holy Grail. Holy shit, it is. I hug my books to my chest. Something happened last night. Cairo and I kinda went on a date. A date? Lavon squeaks. You must tell us everything, Emily insists, tugging on my arm. Right away, during gym. I will, I promise the girls. The bell rings and they hurry off to class. I look around for Cairo, but once again, he's not there. He can't possibly be doing Key Club stuff again. He has to go to class eventually. Is he avoiding me? I sit next to Thames in chemistry. There are dark circles under his eyes, like he didn't get any sleep. When he sees me wearing Cairo's letter jacket, the pen in his hand literally breaks. What are you doing, Cass? He whispers to me. Mrs. Rorick bypasses her lecture and gives us a worksheet to do instead. I'm relieved because it means Thames and I can actually talk. instead of giving each other meaningful glances all hour. Cairo gave it to me. It's no big deal, I say. I start on the worksheet, but read over the first question 3 times. I know this answer. I'm sure I do.
You should stay away from him, Cass,
Thames says lowly.
He's not the type of guy you want to be around. Trust me.
Funny. Cairo was just warning me about you last night. I swear, men can be more dramatic than girls.
What did he say?
Thames growls. Just that you're reckless? I catch his eyes. I can't say I disagree. What were you thinking, Thames?
Look, I'm so sorry for what happened,
Thames says. It's clear he's upset.
It was so ridiculously stupid. I should have known better to put you in danger like that. It was your first time on a bike. I got carried away.
He sighs.
I know I could have killed you. Believe me, I've been beating myself up over it all night.
He takes an even bigger sigh than the first.
But Cairo knows he's not good for anyone. That's why he keeps himself away from people, especially girls. It's better if you avoid him completely.
I think I'll be the judge of that, I say. I pull the periodic table out from under his sheet of notes. Come on, help me. This is going to take all hour. Levon and the other girls are all over me once I get to the gym. I give them only the bare details. I leave out the accident and make up some story about how Cairo saw me walking home from Thames's garage and decided to give me a ride, then take me out. They're analyzing every little word he said, like an alien spoke it, and not a boy. I let them do it because I've been going over the date again and again in my head and haven't gotten anywhere. Maybe they'll figure out some small detail I missed. I don't see Cairo at all that day. I ask Isolde to drop me off early the next morning, but despite walking around the school for a half hour before class, I don't see him. How is that possible? Heaven High isn't that big. I should have run into him at least once.
If you are looking for Cairo, he's not here,
Thames tells me at my locker.
Sometimes he just doesn't show up.
Okay. What, do the teachers give him a pass too? I get that they like to squeak by star athletes in order to keep them on the team, but missing whole days at a time is ridiculous. It's fine. I'm on to him. I'll figure out his game. A whole week passes and still no Cairo. I have a pretty boring weekend, filled with nothing but studying and Isolde's home-cooked meals. She takes me to a movie on Sunday, some superhero comedy. I actually kind of like it. I find myself laughing alongside her until I force myself to stop. It's not really awkward, but it's weird. I've never had a foster parent take me places, at least not in a long time. But even going to the movies can't get Cairo off my mind. When I get back to school on Monday, I finally spot him. He ducks behind a group of populars when he sees me, and then vanishes again. I chase after him all week, literally chase after him in hallways, trying to catch his attention. But he maddeningly manages to slip away every time. I don't know how he does it. By the time Friday rolls around, I'm super pissed. I managed to corner Cairo between periods as he came out of the boys' bathroom, but he went right back in once he saw me standing there.
Hey, Cass, you want to come over to my house tonight?
Thames asks once I leave my last class.
I got a new video game I want to try out, and I think you will like it.
Yeah, I say, fuming. Sounds like fun.
Awesome. He grins. This is gonna be sweet.
I text Isolde to tell her I'll be home by 9. My mind's still focused on Cairo. I'm good enough to wear his letter jacket, but he can't be seen talking to me in public. Would it be a blow to his social standing or something? I feel so stupid that I've been wearing this dumb jacket for 2 weeks, day in and day out, and he hasn't said a thing. I'm wasting way too much energy on a guy. Men are supposed to chase women, not the other way around. I'm probably embarrassing myself by running in circles around him. He probably thinks I'm desperate. Time to forget about him. Thames drives unusually careful on the way to his place, and I hate it. You don't have to be extra cautious around me because of what happened the other day, I tell him. Don't listen to Cairo.
This isn't about Cairo.
Thames turns the radio off.
I just want to keep you safe.
Thames pulls in front of a small one-room cabin tucked neatly in the back of the woods. Inside, the tables are littered with pop cans and chip bags. Posters of heavy metal bands and muscle cars plaster the fading wallpaper. It's a bachelor pad, but I'm just thankful there's not one Playboy babe hanging on the wall.
Sorry, I forgot to clean up,
he says. It's fine. I've lived in places worse than this. I sit down on the ragged couch, and Thames reaches for the TV remote. The widescreen cost more than his monthly rent, I'm sure. So what are we playing?
It's a shooter. You'll like it,
Thames says. He turns on the gaming system.
Wanna order a pizza?
Sure. I take one of the controllers from Thames. Within the next 5 minutes, he and I are facing off against aliens in some lunar combat game. I don't get the rules, so I'm not very good, but it's fun anyway. Thames is so much better than me. I don't think he's died once in the 40 minutes we've been playing. When the pizza arrives, Thames puts on some heavy metal wrap and hands me some paper plates. He gives me a slice before piling on 3 for himself. Do you have any peanut butter? I ask, putting my pizza down on the coffee table.
Yeah, why?
He asks. I scamper to the kitchen. I rummage through the array of condiments in the fridge, which are all Thames has, until I find a jar. I then grab a spoon and return to the kitchen, setting both down beside my pizza.
What are you doing?
Thames asks slowly. I put peanut butter on my pizza, I say. I take a glob of peanut butter and plop it on top of my piece. Mushrooms, sausage, pepperoni, and all, before taking a huge bite. I know, it's weird.
That's freaking disgusting.
Thames wrinkles his nose, but still laughs.
You're one strange girl.
Tell me something I don't know. I take another glob and smear it on my pizza, making a satisfied sound as I take another bite. Thames pretends to gag. After months of being with Eric and a few weeks of awkwardly trying to navigate Heaven High, this is practically like paradise to me. But even though I'm having a good time, Cairo nags at the back of my mind, never leaving me alone. I wonder what he's doing right now. What is wrong with me? We play for a few more hours until it gets dark. When it hits 8, I punch Thames's shoulder and tell him we have to go. The light outside Thames's cabin comes on as we journey outside. I'm almost to the car when I hear an eerie growling behind me. What the... I turn around. The sight that stands before me chills me to the bone. It's a dog, but it's not a normal dog. Not from this world. This dog is gigantic, even bigger than a wolf, with large, razor-sharp teeth and eyes that glow red in the dark. Its skeletal structure pokes out, rotting muscle and torn skin clinging desperately to the bones, an awful smell rolling off the monster's flesh. Despite how awful it looks, the animal doesn't seem to be in pain, just angry. Blood rolls down its legs and drips on the ground. It has its gaze focused on me. "Thames!" I squeak, but he's already noticed. He looks scared, too, but not particularly of the dog. It's almost like a normal sight to him.
"Cass, get in the truck. I can take care of him."
Thames crouches down, readying himself as if preparing to spring at the creature. "Are you crazy? Is this the kind of thing you guys see up north?" I yelp. Hell, a bear wouldn't be as terrifying as this. The dog sinks downward, preparing to pounce.
"Cass, run!"
Thames jumps in front of me just as the dog leaps for my throat. Chapter 7. I scream and duck to the side. Thames grabs the dog and slams it against the truck. The dog slumps to the ground, but it's not enough to stop it. It lunges for me again, but I'm able to dodge it, and its face hits the passenger side door instead. Thames wraps his arms around it and falls backward. Thames and the dog start wrestling, the dog madly trying to bite Thames, while Thames punches it over and over, trying to get it to submit. I jump in the truck and slam the door shut. From inside the truck, I watch as Thames and the dog tango. Thames is on his back, trying to choke the dog out, while its slobbery jaws gnash at Thames's neck. It's a terrifying sight. Finally, Thames is able to throw the dog off. He gets up and sprints to the truck, but the dog grabs hold of his leg. Thames screams in pain, and I gasp as blood soaks his jeans. The dog has sunk his teeth inches into Thames's flesh. The dog wrenches its head to the side and pulls Thames down. Thames's head slams against a rock, and his body sags lifelessly. "Thames, get up," I whimper. He doesn't. He doesn't even move. The dog puts a paw on him and digs its claws into Thames's back, scratching his leather jacket and giving a primal howl. The keys are in the ignition. I slide over to the driver's side. Thames still isn't moving. The dog growls in my direction before kneeling down, mouth drooling saliva. I really don't want to run over a dog, no matter how scary, but it's going to kill Thames. I take a deep breath and crash my foot down on the pedal. The truck jumps forward in the dog's direction. But then a flash of light beams before my eyes, and I slam on the brakes. I rub my face and try to refocus to see what I almost hit. It's Cairo. He picks the dog up and tosses it nearly 10 feet against a tree. The dog whines as it hits the trunk, getting up and barreling toward Cairo. Cairo tackles the dog and wraps it into a bear hug, spinning it around before tossing it again, this time against the bed of the truck. The entire vehicle rocks to the side with the impact. The dog lets out a shrill yelp, then charges Cairo once more. "Cairo, look out!" I scream. He's already got it. Cairo pulls back his fist and slugs the dog right across the cheek. The dog goes rolling onto its back. It flips over several times before it slides to a stop. The dog shakes its head, and Cairo towers over it. The dog stumbles to its feet and then takes off, giving loud whines as it flees into the forest. Cairo stands tall. He makes sure the dog leaves before he stoops down by Thames, checking his pulse. Hot damn, he's a hero. Is he okay? I ask, getting out of the truck. Right at that moment, Thames gets up and groans.
Man,
He mumbles.
that was one tough pup.
Thames! My knees skid beside him as I fall on the ground. His pant leg is torn to shreds, barely hiding a mass of mottled flesh. Oh my God, we need to get you to a doctor.
He's fine,
Cairo says roughly. Fine? Are you crazy? That dog probably punctured an artery. I scream.
I'm stronger than you think.
Thames grunts. Oh, yeah, for sure. I huff and cross my arms. Stupid Thames. He'll probably put duct tape on it and call it good.
Get in the car, Cassia,
Cairo orders.
We need to get you home.
You need to get Thames to the hospital. That dog could have rabies. How in the hell do you hate him so much? I scream, tears pricking my eyes. Cairo remains firm.
Cass, just listen to him,
Thames says. His face is wrinkled up in pain. Why do you keep showing up like this? How do you always manage to arrive right when I'm about to get into trouble? I shoot at Cairo.
I was just coming by Thames's house to drop something off,
he replies coolly. Bull, I snap. If that were true, your truck would be here, and it isn't. Something's going on here. I know it.
Would you just calm down and get in?
He asks. He opens the door to Thames's truck. I stubbornly throw up my hands and say, not unless you're taking Thames to get help.
Okay, I'll take him to my mom.
Cairo finally relents, losing his temper.
She's a doctor, she'll fix it. Happy?
I let out a quick sigh. Yes, thank you. I sit in the middle while Cairo hefts Thames to the passenger's side. Thames tries to beat him off and limp to the vehicle on his own, but Cairo picks up Thames like he's not a huge-ass guy and plops him in next to me. Thames winces every time his truck hits a bump in the road. I'm seething between the two of them. This is absolute garbage. These boys are hiding a secret from me, and I have every intention of finding out what it is. So, you can't tell me that was a wolf, I start. There's no way. Its skin was peeling off. It even had rotting flesh, for crying out loud.
It was probably diseased, like you said,
Cairo growls. He's gripping the steering wheel so tightly, his hands are going white.
Don't ask me what it is. I don't know. I'm just glad it didn't get a hold of you.
You're a liar, I whisper under my breath. I don't think he heard me. Thames nudges me with his elbow to tell me to shut up. I can take a hint and don't say anything the rest of the ride there. Cairo swings in front of my house. I slide out the driver's side so Thames doesn't have to move. I expect Cairo to leave right away, but again he walks me right to the door. You'll take care of him, won't you? I ask once we reach the porch. Now that my rage has passed, all I can focus on is helping Thames.
I'll make sure he's fine. I've told you before that I care about him,
Cairo says, almost in an exasperated way.
Not that he'll want me to. He'll try to soldier on through it, like always.
Well, don't let him. The bad boy persona is really getting old, I tell him. Cairo nods. He turns, but before he can, I reach out and snag the sleeve of his jacket. Why have you been avoiding me? I ask. His eyes connect with mine at the question, and with it, I feel that familiar shock of electricity, that feeling of falling through thin air.
I haven't,
Cairo says. He rips his gaze away. That's not true. I hold on tighter to his sleeve. We went on that date, and ever since, you haven't spoken a word to me. You won't even look at me. I hate myself for allowing my voice to wobble. Can you at least tell me why?
Look, Cassia, it's not that I don't want to be friends. I like you. Really, he says. But it's just too dangerous.
My stomach flip-flops. Dangerous? I repeat. You're the school's star quarterback. You're everyone's golden boy. How in the world could you possibly be dangerous?
There's things you don't know about me that I can't explain, he insists. It's for the best. Thames is right. You don't want to be around someone like me. Just trust me on this, okay?
You're always asking me to trust you, but you never give me a reason why, I whisper. He flinches. Cairo shrugs my hold off, then continues back to the truck with his shoulders hunched. Thames gives a wave to me out the truck window as they drive away. I don't get any sleep that night. I lie awake, thinking of all the things that Cairo could have done that would make him dangerous. Did he kill somebody? Does he owe somebody money for drugs? Did he get involved in some gang? Do they even have gangs up here? Isolde notices I'm quiet the next morning. She gives me a bowl of oatmeal and says, "Boy troubles, Cassia?" I sit up, eyes wide. How did you know? I've spent enough time around teenage girls to know when they're stressing out over some guy, she says. Is it about Thames? Sort of. I make a face. It's him and another boy, Cairo. Ah, that explains it. She smiles. She putters around the kitchen, and I raise my eyebrow suspiciously. You know Cairo? Of course. I watched Cairo as well when he was a little boy. You know Cairo's mom too? I ask. Does everyone in heaven know each other? Of course, sweetie. Cairo and Thames are brothers, she explains. Brothers? I drop my spoon and reel backwards from the table. Isolde notices my surprise and says, "It doesn't shock me they haven't told you. They don't like to advertise the information that they're related, not since Thames moved out." Why'd he move? I ask. Finally, I'm getting some real answers. He and Cairo got into a disagreement. They were very close growing up, but as they got older, they began to disagree, Isolde says. It was such a big deal that Thames moved out? I ask. That's insane. Maybe Cairo wasn't exaggerating when he said that he was dangerous. Thames warned me about Cairo for a reason. Maybe I should listen. Boys keep secrets from girls, Cassia, Isolde explains. It's not always right or very helpful to us, but men always feel like they need to shoulder the burden to protect us poor little females. She winks at me. Cairo and Thames are particularly secretive about their pasts. Nice boys, but hard for anyone to crack. I bite my lip. Isolde puts a hand on my shoulder and says, I'm off after 5. Would you like to get coffee with me tonight? There's a nice cafe down the street that sells sandwiches. We can catch up, have some girl talk. Okay. I pretend to brighten up. Sure, that sounds like a blast. Isolde beams. I grab my bag and head for the car so she can drop me off. With all this new information, my head's reeling. Thames and Cairo, brothers. Really? I thought they hated each other. I should be shocked that Thames is in chemistry like usual instead of at home, recovering, but I'm not.
Cass?
He starts. Before he can do anything, I sit beside him, then duck down and lift up Thames's pant leg. There isn't a scratch on him from where the dog bit him last night. It's completely healed. That's so messed up, Thames. I jerk down his pant leg and sit up, shaking my head.
Can you seriously just drop it?
He slams his hands against the desk.
Why do you have to keep going on about it?
That dog mangled your leg. You shouldn't even be able to walk, I say. I have a hard time keeping my voice down. Nobody can recover that quickly from an injury. It's like it didn't happen at all. Are you a wizard or something? He snorts loudly.
Yeah, like that makes sense.
Nothing about this whole thing makes sense, I shout, waving my arms around. Someone in front of us tells me to be quiet, but I give him the finger.
Cass, cut it out,
he says, smacking my hand down.
I promise that if I could say something to you, I would. But Cairo has made me swear not to tell.
He makes a face.
And even though he drives me nuts, I have to agree that this is something you don't need to know about.
Why didn't you tell me that you and Cairo are brothers? I hiss. That's totally unfair.
I didn't know it was any of your business.
He's glaring at me, but I don't care. It's not, but it might help explain the weird dynamic between you two.
Technically, we're half-brothers, so it barely counts, he argues. We have the same mom, just don't keep dragging it on.
I let my textbook fall open with a bang. If you say so. Thames seems drastically invested in the lecture that day, because, the makeup of oxygen is that interesting. He darts out of chemistry before I have the chance to say anything else to him, and in between breaks, he's no longer waiting at my locker. Great. Now he's avoiding me too. Cairo's one thing, but Thames is my friend. I feel his absence deeper than I do Cairo's as I go throughout the day, the hole in my chest getting deeper each time I look for Thames and he's not there. I'm about ready to swear off guys, I tell the girls at lunch. They are super into hearing about every little detail that transpires between Cairo, Thames, and I. I'm keeping out all the supernatural parts because I don't want them to think I'm crazy. But even if I just tell them the boring stuff, it's still pretty compelling. I don't get why they were all over me at first, and now they don't want anything to do with me. I finish. That's men for you, Lavon says wisely, waving her fork. 1 minute, they can't get enough of you. The next, they need to retreat into their cave to preserve their manhood. It's basically science. Maybe if they don't want to talk to you, you should give them space, Emily advises, putting a hand on my shoulder. They're just stupid guys. They'll come around.
If not, it's not like they're the last 2 guys on Earth, Sydney cracks.
Lavon lets out a loud snort. I'm finally able to snag Thames at the end of the day. He's not like Cairo. He doesn't bolt when I catch him. He even looks a little sad. But still, he keeps his distance. That hurts. Thames, what's going on? I ask. You haven't talked to me all day. Thames shifts from one foot to another.
I've been thinking, Cass, it's probably not a good idea for us to hang out anymore. Or talk, really.
My heart falls. What?
It's not your fault. This is something completely out of your control.
He swipes the air with his hand.
And mine, really. If there was another way, I promise you, I'd take it.
If you're mad about the dog thing, I'll forget about it, I say. I hug the books closer to my chest. It's no big deal.
It's not that.
Thames rubs the back of his neck.
Cairo talked to me about it, and he said it's not safe for you to be seen with me. I know he's right, Cass.
I glance over my shoulder. Cairo is watching us at the end of the hallway. Man, he looks guilty. But that doesn't make me hate him any less for forcing Thames into this. Does he say the same thing about his football buddies? I say snidely.
That's different. He's not close to them. Neither of us are close to our friends like we are you,
he says. He stops himself from saying more.
No, that won't make any sense to you. I'm sorry.
Are you trying to tell me that you can't hang out with me because I'm a girl? Is this some sexist thing? Or are you two trying to protect the poor, defenseless female? I ask, thinking back to what Isolde said that morning.
Cass, if there was a way I could be your friend without you getting hurt, I would be,
Thames says firmly.
But bottom line, you've almost died twice in the past few times we've hung out, and I won't put you in danger anymore. Neither will Cairo. We've both agreed to stay away from you.
I look down to the floor. It's not fair.
I know.
I'm ashamed to find tears welling up in my eyes. I broke my first rule of high school. Never let them see you cry. No, I shout. You're not going to do this.
Cass.
Thames starts. He reaches his arms out to hug me, but I slap them away. Don't touch me, I snap. People are looking at us. I'm making a scene, I know I am, but I can't stop myself. You were my first friend when I got here. I had nobody, but you came in and gave me the courage to talk to people, and now you have the audacity to tell me you're going to leave after you've made me care? Screw you! I swing my backpack over my shoulder and stomp down the hallway, tears streaming down my face. The girls are waiting near the door. Levon and Sydney are looking enthralled, like they just got done watching the latest episode of their favorite soap opera, but Emily seems like she wants to cry too. Cass, she says, reaching out her hands. Not now, Emily, sorry. I give a loud sniff and get on the bus, since Thames obviously isn't going to drive me home like he's been doing for the past few weeks. My head feels like it's ready to burst from all the drama. When I finally disembark at Isolde's house, the woods seem like they're calling me. The peaceful sway of the pines and the cool, crisp air, fresh with the smell of the lakes, beckon me. The north seems like the perfect place to forget all my troubles. These forests have been around for thousands of years, long before I met Thames and Cairo. They would be here long after everyone forgot all three of us. Their unchanging hardiness has stood the test of time. Stupid high school arguments seem even more ridiculous compared to the beauty of the emerald giants next to me. I just need to go for a walk, I mumble. Clear my head. What happened last time was a fluke. I'll stick to the path. I won't go too far in. It won't take but 5 minutes. I throw my bag down by the driveway and start walking. My feet crunch upon the pine needles beneath my sneakers. The sunlight streams through the delicate branches, creating shadowy patterns on my skin. It's one of the last days of fall. Though it's only October, winter will be settling in soon. The snow will coat the earth long before Halloween gets here. Better enjoy it now, before the temperature plunges to below 0 and I won't be able to get out here very often. The woods clear my head. I soon find I've forgotten all about Thames as I journey onward. But no matter how deep I go, I can't forget about Cairo. He haunts me. It's like he's right beside me as the foliage becomes thicker, more wild than before. I'm happy out here. It's an emotion I've often found I've lost these days. I don't even remember how to be happy. But I'm not willing to stop trying. I pause as I hear thunder crackle in the sky. I look up. The sky is clear and blue, cheerfully sunny. It's long past thunderstorm season in the UP. What's going on? It's then that lightning strikes. A thick bolt of lightning shoots down from the perfect sky and shocks the tree next to me, cutting it in half and sending sparks flying. The tree starts tumbling toward me, falling at an alarmingly speedy rate. As if this day wasn't bad enough, now I'm going to be crushed. I turn and run for it, but the tree is so big that there's nowhere to go. As a last-ditch effort, I jump to the side and roll, hoping that I've flung myself far away for the tree to just miss me. I can feel the shadow of the falling behemoth upon me as it blocks out the sunlight, bringing my doom upon me. Then, light. White light, so blinding that I have to shield my eyes. The sound of the falling tree stops. The light dims, and I dare to open my eyes. My mouth falls open as I recognize the same shining figure that I cornered in the classroom on my first day of school. The golden beams shimmer around the man made of sun, who was holding the tree up with nothing but his bare hands. The shining man tosses the massive tree. It hurtles 20 feet down a hill nearby, taking out several other trees as it goes. The light fades until it creates a thin halo around a gleaming figure who turns to look at me with an expression of fear. Cairo. Chapter 8. Silence. Cairo stares at me, and I stare at him. Neither of us moves. It's like both of us are too scared to make a move. The shining halo fades from Cairo until he looks like a normal guy again. He appears as someone who throws the winning pass and wins homecoming king, not someone who saves girls from being crushed to death. I swallow. So, you have super strength now? Isn't that like cheating on the football field? His lips curl at the joke, but his eyes are still scared. I hide it. No one notices. Are you a superhero? I ask, getting up off the ground. No. He shakes his head. Do you have magic? No. Fine. Vampire? Werewolf? Leprechaun? I'm just throwing stuff out there now. Not even close. Then what are you? I move closer and he takes a step back. Though we're so close, it feels like Cairo is oceans away. I extend my arms and say, "Please don't run away." Cairo swallows. "I won't tell anyone as long as my questions get answered," I say firmly. "You can't make up an excuse this time. You were following me. You had to be to save me like that."
"I was hunting,"
Cairo says instantly, and his eyes dart to the side. "Not true. Deer season hasn't started, and you don't have a gun or a bow," I say, trapping him. "Tell me the truth." Cairo's hands clench into fists.
"Okay. I was following you. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You seemed really upset after what happened with Thames."
"He only did that because you made him." I narrow my eyes.
"I didn't make him do anything. He knew what was the right thing to do. Like I said, there are bigger things at play here than you and me."
I take a step closer. Cairo flinches at the twig that cracks underneath my foot. "You're not human. You can't be."
"You're wrong on that one. I'm half human,"
he says. He's still backing away.
"Half something else. Don't ask what it is, because if you knew, it would put you in terrible danger."
I'm not willing to let him escape. Thames isn't human either. I saw his leg. No way a regular person could heal that fast. He's in on it.
"Thames and I aren't the same. He's not like me,"
Cairo says.
"Listen, you want to stop where you're at before you get in too deep."
I was in too deep when you saved me from whatever attacked me in the woods my first night here, I say. Cairo freezes. I laugh. "Oh, yeah, I figured that was you too."
"How did you—"
"I didn't have to figure it out, Cairo. I just knew." Cairo's backed up against a tree. I take a step forward until I'm right in his face, our noses almost touching. "You stopped the invisible force that attacked me in the forest. You vanished the first day of school when I chased after you. You saved me from the accident and from that crazy dog. Now I want to know why." I can feel Cairo's chest as it rises and falls against mine. Our bodies are touching. Each particle of me is reaching out for him, desperate for his touch. This is my savior. He's rescued me, saved my life not once, not twice, but 3 times now. I just want to lean in and wrap my arms around him, make him mine. But I want answers way more, and by God, I'm getting them. Cairo is so stiff. It's like he's paralyzed by me being so close.
"You have no idea how badly I want to explain things, Cassia,"
he says, and my insides slacken.
"But I can't. It's not my choice."
"If you're scared of other people—"
"I'm not scared. It's my responsibility, my sacred honor."
He ducks underneath me to escape being cornered. It's maddening, chasing after him.
"Remember what I told you about how I work in law enforcement? That I'm going into the family business?" he asks. "Well, I live by a code, and part of that code isn't telling humans about us."
"There are more of you?"
"A lot more, and I could get in big trouble if I exposed our secrets."
Cairo turns back to me. He pauses before he does something surprising. He cups my face in his hand and whispers,
"This is for your own good, Cassia. Please. Just stay away from me."
When Cairo takes his hand away, it feels like he slapped me in the face. He gives me a sympathetic look. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanishes. "Hey!" Isolde is bright and cheery when I get back to the house. Ready to go?
Yeah,
I say. I totally forgot about our coffee date. But right now, it seems like the perfect way to distract myself from glowing boys who can disappear into thin air. Let's head out. The coffee shop is quaint and cute. I order a mocha frap and an avocado, mushroom, kale, and tomato gluten-free sandwich to offset the number of pasties I've been consuming lately. I've become obsessed with them since Cairo took me to the diner. I swear I've gained 5 pounds. Isolde tucks into her soy latte and ham and cheese, her eyes cheery when she takes a bite. It's good, I say. My sandwich is delicious. I don't know why the UP has such good food. Probably because there's nothing else to do up here but eat and get drunk. And try to figure out mysteries of superhumans. Isn't it? Isolde asks. She wipes her mouth and says, I used to come here every day with my girlfriends when we were in high school. Some things never change. I sip my frap carefully. Isolde tilts her head and says, Still having guy troubles? Yeah, I sigh. It just got more complicated. Thames doesn't want to talk to me anymore. And Cairo just threw a giant tree off of me, if you'd like to know. Boys your age often don't know what they want, Isolde says. Girls don't either. It's okay to be unsure. Just let it happen, Cassia. Things will turn out as they're meant to be. The rumble of a motor gets my attention. Thames is outside the restaurant, parking his crotch rocket on the street. My insides flare up at his arrival. I'll be right back, I tell Isolde. I get up from the table and head outside where Thames is parked. He looks incredibly guilty. I see you fixed your bike, I say, which is unbelievable because only a few weeks ago it was in a million pieces.
Hey, Cass,
he says glumly.
How are you?
How am I? I ask. How do you even have the nerve to ask me that? He sighs.
I'm sorry, Cass. What happened today was a mistake. I should have never let Cairo talk me into saying that stuff to you.
You obviously had a good reason. Cairo just bench-pressed a tree today after it nearly fell on me, so whatever you guys are hiding has to be important, I say dryly.
What?
Thames's eyes widen. He grabs me by the arm and pulls me around to the side of the building, out of eyesight.
Don't be so loud. Okay, what exactly happened?
I explain everything. With each word, Thames's expression grows more and more panicked.
You said lightning came down from the sky and hit the tree?
He asks. Yeah, it was so weird, I say. Thames, won't you please tell me what's going on? I promise I won't tell anyone your secret.
It's not really mine, it's Cairo's, he says quickly. And you're right. I'm not totally human either, but it's not the same with me. If you found out what we really were, your life would be in danger.
It sounds so dramatic. It can't be that bad. I cross my arms. He shrugs.
I don't know. Both he and I have different opinions on it.
Thames kicks the wall. Is that why you left home? His eyes don't leave the ground.
Maybe.
He sighs.
Look, if your own life isn't enough motive for you to back off, think of me and Cairo. You're not the only one who could be in danger if we expose ourselves.
I snicker. Expose ourselves?
Oh, really? Grow up.
He rolls his eyes.
If he tells you what he is, or even what I am, people could find out and it would really complicate things. maybe even get us hurt. So just be grateful he saved your life a few times and leave the rest up to imagination.
I think about it. If Cairo or Thames got hurt, if they told me what was going on, maybe it isn't worth me knowing. I'm still really irritated. I want to know the truth. I'm dying to. But I care about Thames and Cairo, and me being nosy isn't worth their lives. I decide to go for a compromise. Okay, I get it. But I'm not going to stop asking questions unless you guys agree to be my friends.
I can only speak for myself. You're going to have to ask Cairo on your own,
Thames says.
I'm more than willing for us to remain friends.
He extends his hand for me to shake. I smile and say, Great. Friends. I tackle him into a tight hug. This is so unlike me, but I missed Thames so much, even for just one day, that I can't resist. My actions even shock me. He holds back for a minute before he embraces me back.
I'm really glad we made up, Cass.
His voice is muffled by my hair.
Losing you would have sucked.
Yeah, you too. I pull away and grin. I feel loads better now that this crap is over, though it only lasted for a few hours.
You want a ride? I've got an extra helmet,
he says, jerking his thumb toward the bike. Hell no, I'm not getting on that thing ever again, I say. Besides, I'm here with Isolde. I'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
Thames seems a little happier when he leaves. There's even a spring in his step. Isolde is smiling knowingly when I sit down at the table. Did you two make up? You could say that. I finish off my frap. One down, one to go. Thames is willing to be my friend. But Cairo, he's a whole other story altogether. He seemed so edgy and scared around me earlier. Like hanging out with me was something that was forbidden. I try to reassure myself I'll find him tomorrow at school and ask him if he still wants to be friends. But it doesn't take away the scary possibility that it'll crush me if he says no. Chapter 9. The school is buzzing loudly the next day. Everyone is walking around in heaven-high colors and waving streamers, pepped up on energy drinks and school spirit. I'm looking for our star quarterback, but before I can find Cairo, he corners me.
Hey,
Cairo says. He's got a wadded-up bunch of fabric in his hand.
You doing all right, Cassia?
Yeah? My head is buzzing, and my tongue has turned thick in my mouth. Why is this so hard to do? I look around for some way to work myself into the conversation and spot the wrinkled tee. What's that?
It's my jersey,
Cairo says, extending it.
I want you to wear it today. All the guys give one to their girl to wear the morning before a big game. For luck.
My head practically explodes. What? Me?
Yeah.
He draws his arm away.
Unless you don't want to.
No! I reach for the jersey quickly, like some rabid animal. Damn, I'm embarrassing myself. I mean, sure, I'll wear it.
Good.
Cairo smiles as he hands it to me. He winks at me, then walks away. I press the jersey to my chest. Am I his girl? I shake my head. Last night, he was warning me to stay away from him and being all dramatic. Today, he's got me wearing the national high school symbol that I'm his chick, hands off. Boys. I change in the bathroom. Thames is waiting for me at my locker. It's comforting to know that at least something around here is normal. His eye twitches when he sees me wearing Cairo's jersey, but he doesn't say anything about it.
I guess you two decided to be friends?
He asks. I haven't asked him. He just gave me this and walked off. I pull at the jersey. It's like a nightgown on me for how big it is. I bunch it up and tie it off in the corner with a hair tie.
He's got a big game today against our rival,
Thames tells me.
If you want to talk to him, I would wait until after the game.
The rest of the school day goes by pretty slowly. Other girls give me the death stare for parading around in Cairo's jersey. Lavon, Emily, and Sydney go insane when they see me wearing it. Thames is back to his usual brooding. Cairo doesn't say anything when I hand him back his jersey at the end of the day, but he does smile at me. I feel sad when it's gone from my shoulders. It smelled like him, and I liked that. At least I still have his leather jacket.
I'm going to the game tonight. Do you want to come?
Thames asks. I open my mouth, but before I can respond, Thames says,
Don't say no. I know you want to.
I do. I really, really do. Okay, fine, let's go. We pop by our usual spot to grab a pizza, then swing by the grocery store so I can get a jar of peanut butter and some plastic spoons. By that time, the game's about to start. Thames and I take a seat on the benches outside the field. Thames opens his leather jacket and shows me a few Budweisers he snuck in. He's such a stereotypical bad boy, it's unreal. I don't drink, I say. Haven't touched a beer bottle since Eric, and probably never will again. Don't worry, I brought my own. I hold up a small carton of milk I got at the grocery store when I was there.
Nice.
Thames grins, then uncaps a beer with a bottle opener he's got in his wallet. It unnerves me that he actually carries that around, but it's not my business, so I eat my pizza with peanut butter and drink my milk without mentioning it. Cairo enters the field along with the rest of the team, and the band strikes up. He looks so sexy in his football uniform. My heart skips a beat. For a second, he glances up into the stands and looks right at me. Then he turns his attention back to the game. I don't like football very much, but I can't keep my eyes off Cairo. My heart soars every time he throws a ball, sings whenever he scores a touchdown. I gasp when he gets tackled to the ground, though I know he can probably take it. He gets right back up and plays like nothing happened. I'd be sucked into the game if Thames wasn't drinking. I notice that it's impossible to get Thames drunk. He's on his 6th beer by the time halftime rolls around. Do you want to stop anytime soon? I ask, surly.
Nope,
he states. He goes to take another swig before he finally notices it makes me uncomfortable. He's so unobservant. He chucks the beer off the stands and goes to order a Coke from concessions instead. It's really cold out here. I'm sure it's about to start snowing soon. I pull Cairo's leather jacket around me and hope it warms up. As much as I want to see Cairo play, I can't stay out here if the temperature keeps dropping. Thames notices me shivering when he comes back. He sits next to me and pulls me close.
Here.
Thames wraps his arms around me. I instantly warm up like I'm sitting right next to a fire. I lean against his chest and keep my eyes on Cairo. This is just a friend thing. It's cool.
Get some, Deacon!
A sophomore shouts out as he passes us.
Fuck off, Malty,
Thames calls back at him. He keeps his arms wrapped around me and doesn't move. Cairo ends up making the winning pass, of course. When the game's over, Thames uncoils his hold on me. I stand and head down to the locker rooms. Thames doesn't follow, just walks off. It's like he knows I want to talk to Cairo alone. I already told him that I'd get a ride from Isolde. No offense, but I really don't want to be riding in Thames's truck if he's been drinking. Not even if his weirdo supernatural powers make alcohol have no effect on him, because that's what it seems like. Cairo and some of the other football players are celebrating outside the field. I buck up the courage to walk through them, and they catcall as I go by. Some of them make obnoxious kissing noises when I get near Cairo.
Hi.
Cairo looks winded from the game. His hair's a mess, and his face is red, but damn, he just looks so darn cute.
Shove off, guys.
He wards his friends away from me, who are still being gross, before giving me a sweaty, one-armed hug.
Did you see that last pass? It was insane.
I did. You really pulled it off for everybody.
It was a team effort, he says. I couldn't have done it without my boys.
I appreciate his modesty, but I don't want to tell him that he's really the reason we won. I'm not an expert on football, but even I know that our defense today was equal to the Detroit Lions. If we didn't have Cairo, we'd have gotten slaughtered.
Anyway, he says, what did you want to talk to me about?
Nervousness squeezes my insides. I feel like I'm going to throw up. I take a deep breath and say, I know you said that we'd be better off not talking to each other. I use vague terms because we're in public and I don't know how much his friends have guessed about him. But I wanted to know if you'd still like to be friends? Just friends? He freezes. For a terrifying moment, it looks like he's going to turn me down. Then he smiles and says,
Sure, Cassia. I'm down for that.
Really? My insides stop being crushed to death, and a huge grin lights up my face. That's awesome.
Yeah, we can hang out tomorrow, if you like. I'm free.
Yes. I stuff down the squealing fangirl inside me and say, that'd be cool. See you?
Sure. See ya.
Cairo gives me a superstar grin, and I try not to do backflips. I head out of there and text Isolde on my cell phone, trying to wipe the stupid grin off my face. Lavon, Sydney, and Emily are clustered at the corner of the bleachers. Emily looks pretty distracted talking to a band geek nearby, but Sydney and Lavon have their heads pushed together and are whispering under their breath. Here she comes now, Sydney exclaims when I pass. Hail to the champion! She's a force all women should aspire to be. What are you talking about? I ask, peering upward. We saw you, Lavon said. You were cuddling with Thames during the game, then went to Cairo immediately after it ended. Girl, you're playing both sides. Am I? I suppose it must look that way to everyone else. It all seemed so innocent to me. I blink a few times and say, I'm just trying to be friends with both of them. Whatever you're doing is working, Sydney squeals. Teach me your ways, oh great one. Stop. I laugh. My cell pings to tell me Isolde has arrived. I wave the girls off and head to the parking lot to meet up with her. Did you have fun? She asks as I hop in her car. Yeah, I say. I'm sure half the school is gossiping about me right now. If the girls noticed Thames holding me and then me talking to Cairo, so did the rest of the class. This is a small town. Word gets around fast. By tomorrow, Everyone will have assumed I've slept with both of them. I hope Thames and Cairo don't hear the rumors and assume that I'm playing with their emotions. If anything, I'm the one who feels like she's had her feelings tampered with. Both guys have been yo-yoing me around since I got here with their endless secrets. I'm not toying with them, they're toying with me. Right? Chapter 10. It's a Saturday, so I sleep in to try and kill some time. Isolde's at work, and I have no idea what time Cairo is going to text me, so I stay in bed until noon. I find myself constantly checking my phone to see if he's called, and come up with nothing. Maybe he's not going to contact me at all. That would completely blow, but it wouldn't be unusual. Guys forget to text girls all the time. Right after lunch, my cell phone goes off with a ping. I check it and am happy to see that it's from Cairo.
Hey, mind if I pick you up in 30?
My stomach bubbles with excitement. Sure, I text back. See you soon. I put on some makeup and fiddle with my hair. I'm so aggravated with it by the time Cairo shows up that I've made myself 10 times more nervous than I should be. But why am I nervous at all? We're just hanging out. It isn't a date.
Hey.
Cairo smiles at me as I slide into his truck.
You look pretty.
Thank you. I smile back and hope my ponytail doesn't look ugly. Cairo puts the car in gear and drives away.
We're going to Thames's place today,
he says as he turns out of my driveway.
Is that cool?
That's fine. Bummer. I was hoping I'd have Cairo all to myself. But I guess I should be happy that they're trying to make up. Brothers shouldn't fight. If I've got to sacrifice some private time with Cairo to help mend the family, I'm more than willing to. Family's more important than anything. That's something I can only guess because I haven't had one of my own in a very long time. When we get there, Thames is tossing a football back and forth between his hands in the front yard.
Ready to play?
He asks with a boyish grin. You guys want me to play a game against you? I say skeptically. That's going to go well. Scrawny little me against the two superhumans.
I'll be on your team,
Thames says, ignoring my comment.
We'll take on Cairo.
Still isn't fair, I mumble under my breath. Cairo took down the entire opposing team last night by himself. I doubt Thames and I stand a chance. Cairo takes one end of the yard, and I take another, with Thames waiting for me to toss the ball to the imaginary end zone. I make a really crappy pass. Thames fumbles the ball before managing to save it. Cairo tackles him to the ground almost instantly in a charge that would take down a rhino. Thames isn't fazed. He bounces up instantly. We run the pass again until it's time to switch, and Thames is the one barreling into Cairo. Most of the game is me on the sidelines watching as Thames and Cairo take down each other time after time. They're enjoying themselves and laughing. I wonder, when was the last time they had fun together?
Let's switch, Cairo says. Thames, you pass. Cassia can catch.
Thames makes a face, but doesn't say anything. He goes to the other end of the yard and gets in position. He nods to me and throws the ball. Somehow I manage to catch it. I sprint as fast as I can to the end zone. Cairo gives chase. He's toying with me. I know he can catch me, but he lets me get a couple of yards before he wraps his arms around my waist and goes rolling with me to the ground. It feels just like it did when he caught me after I went flying off the motorcycle. I land on his soft body underneath. His lips nestle into my hair as he says,
I got you.
Cairo's muscular arms are tight and comforting. I try to wiggle out of them, but he only binds me tighter. Cairo, let me go, I say, laughing.
What if I don't want to?
He whispers. I blush. Thames is staring at us. Cairo notices and lets me up, holding out a hand for me to grab. He lifts me off the ground, and Thames says,
Let's do something else. There's cosmic bowling at the alley today.
Sounds good, Cairo replies. His arm lifts slightly, as if he's going to put it around my shoulders, but then doesn't.
I'll drive.
Cairo listens to some sort of weird techno dubstep music, which I don't like, and I can tell Thames doesn't either, but nobody says anything. Cosmic bowling is pretty fun. They shut off all the lights and have crazy, colorful lasers spinning around the alley during the game. I'm okay at it, but as I assumed, Cairo and Thames have perfect games. They get strikes almost every time, and whenever one of them misses, his brother taunts him for it. The testosterone in the room is practically drowning me. After our third game, I notice a collection of people at the back of the bowling alley. They're around our age, or a bit older. They aren't playing a game or waiting for a lane, just staring at us. I keep bowling, but have an eye on them. Halfway through the match, they still haven't moved. Cairo, do you know those people? I ask, nudging him. They've been watching us for a while. Cairo turns. His eyes narrow, as if he's just noticed them.
Yeah, you gotta go, Cass.
Me? I say, aghast. What did I do?
Nothing,
he says quickly.
Just my job, you know?
These creepy people work with Cairo? He's obviously not on duty, so why are they stalking him? Are they pissed he's not out hunting down a minotaur or whatever? Cairo takes a step forward, but Thames grabs his shoulder.
I'll talk to them,
Thames says.
You take Cass home.
Cairo nods.
Thanks, bro.
Thames gives him a grim smile. This time, Cairo puts his hand on the small of my back and guides me out the other door, away from those people. What was that all about? I ask when we're safely inside the truck. I feel thoroughly creeped out.
They're checking up on me, he says. I was supposed to come in today and didn't. I'll probably hear about it later.
You called in to hang out with me? I ask. I feel honored and bad at the same time.
I deserve a day off. I haven't had one in a very long time, Cairo reassures me. It's not a big deal.
Cairo's about to turn on his weird techno. Before his fingers hit the button, I say, You and Thames seem to have a rivalry going on. His finger retracts from the radio, thankfully.
Everything's competitive for us. We can't be together unless it's some sort of competition, he explains. We fight too much.
You seem to get along well today.
We were really close when we were little, Cairo says. I think both of us tried to be that way again for you.
Oh, how sweet. I'm planning to invite Cairo inside when I get back to the house. But when we arrive, there's someone standing at the edge of my driveway. It's a girl with black hair, no older than I am. What the hell? I ask. I lean closer to the window to take a look. Cairo swings his arm over and pushes me back in my seat.
She's here for me, he says. Work again.
What kind of crazy job sends people after you if you don't show up? I ask. He laughs in a hollow way.
One that you can never resign from.
That's awful, I say. Cairo doesn't reply. When he's at the front of my house, he stops abruptly. I take that as a sign to get out right away. Once my feet hit the ground, Cairo turns to me.
"I gotta go, Cass,"
he says.
"Sorry."
"I get it," I say. "Bye." I shut the door. Cairo speeds off to the end of my driveway. It's weird watching him drive like that because he never goes fast. He stops at the end. I feel a twinge of jealousy as the black-haired girl gets in the truck beside him. I'm left standing alone on the porch long after both of them are gone. I text Thames to ask him what's going on. He doesn't text back. I know better than to ask either boys what happened that Saturday, so I don't ask. I try not to let my mind wander on what secrets the brothers are hiding. Instead, I focus on my grades and go to every single one of Cairo's games. Thames is usually there with me, and if he isn't, then the girls come. One game, I find myself sitting absolutely alone, but it's not boring at all. I'm obsessed with watching Cairo play. I swear he could make it in the NFL if he wanted to. Thames and I practically hang out every day, playing video games at his place or bumming around town. Cairo and I, not so much. All his time is taken up by football practice, and whenever he's not there, he's somewhere else. I'm guessing it's got something to do with the law enforcement thing he was talking about, but I promised Thames I wouldn't pry, so I don't. Though it's killing me. A month passes. It gets into late November, and surprise, surprise, Cairo's team wins district championships. Isolde has to work Thanksgiving, which I'm initially thankful for, but on the day of, I find myself exceedingly lonely. Even if it were just Isolde and I here, it would be awkward, but at least I wouldn't be by myself. I wonder what Cairo and Thames are doing. Are they spending the day together as a family? Or is the rift between them enough to divide them during even holidays? I almost end up texting Thames to see if he'll come over, but I don't. If he's enjoying the day with his family, I'm not going to ruin it, because I know the minute I call, he'll get in his truck and come over here. Will this be the rest of my life? Holidays spent alone, me hanging around my house, bored all day, wishing I had someone to spend my life with? The first week of December whirls by. By this time, the entire UP is covered in nearly 4 feet of snow. It takes me 15 minutes to walk up my driveway after getting off the bus one afternoon, though I don't mind. The entire world is a winter wonderland, a magical world straight out of a children's book. The big, puffy snowflakes fluttering to the ground make everything seem so pretty and mystical. The enchantment comes to a screeching halt when I see Mrs. Oltree, my social worker, sitting at the kitchen table with Isolde. Both of them appear very concerned. "Cassia," Isolde pats the chair beside her. "Come sit down." I remain standing. "What's going on?" I ask. Both women glance at each other. Oltree takes a quick breath. "It seems more evidence has come up against Eric Taylor," Mrs. Oltree informs me. "They want to add some years to his prison sentence." "What does that have to do with me?" I say quickly. Oltree shifts uncomfortably. "Some of the evidence has been connected back to the time you spent with Mr. Taylor. You might have to return to Ann Arbor to testify as a witness in some of the court proceedings." My insides turn to ice, and I shake my head. "No, absolutely not. Misty Lamore, your testimony is very valuable in this case," Oltree insists. "It could mean the difference between him being behind bars or being set free."
I told you I'm not going back there. I won't face him again. I say, what more do you people want?
Cassia, listen, Isolde says kindly. It won't be for much longer than a few days. You can make your statement, then come back. You won't even have to miss school.
Are you mental? I said no! I shout. I know I'm being disrespectful to Isolde, but she can't make me do this. No one can.
Miss Delamore, I'm afraid you don't have a choice, Aultrey says firmly. If you're summoned, you have to appear by law.
I'd love to see them try. I snarl. I turn on my heel. The answer is no.
Cassia!
Isolde reaches out to grab my arm, but I shake it off. I storm up to my room and slam the door behind me, locking it. I crumple against the door and sink downward. I start bawling. I take deep breaths to calm myself down, but they only make me cry more. The mere mention of forcing me to see Eric again has got me in a full-on panic attack. It takes me a full 10 minutes to chill out. When I finally do, I'm still shaking. My mind is quickly formulating a plan. They want me to testify against Eric again? Nope. No way. I swore to myself the last time I saw him in court would be the last time. I won't put myself through that kind of hell again. I unzip my backpack and empty it on the bed, shaking the contents free. I start packing things I need, only the bare essentials, like toiletries, a few snacks, and some spare change Isolde gave me whenever I went out with Thames. I finish by stuffing some heavy clothes inside, because it's winter in the UP, and I'm going to be doing a lot of walking. Planes. I want to be around planes. I'll sleep in the hangar. Yeah, that'll work. I'll steal some food, hang out there, get a job, somehow hide out until they're no longer looking for me, or until I'm finally 18 and not their problem anymore. The terrain in the woods will be impossible to get through, especially with all the snow. I'll probably be killed by a bear, cougar, or some other wild thing while trying to make my way to the nearest airport. That's if I don't freeze to death. But it sure beats being dragged back to Eric. I look out my window. In the few minutes I've been inside, a blizzard has started up. Perfect. Just what I need. A winter storm isn't going to stop me. I toss my bag on my shoulder and open the window. I manage to grab hold of the drain pipe and shimmy downwards until I have a good grip on the gutter. I let go and drop down 10 feet. Luckily, there's a thick powder underneath my butt to soften the landing. Snow goes flying everywhere as I come crashing down. If I had made that drop in the summer, I'd have broken my legs. I stand up and brush the snow off my jeans. I'm already freezing, and I've only got a few more hours left of daylight before it gets dark. Oh well, better get moving then. I bolt for the safety of the trees. When I'm hidden inside the snowy forest, I grip the straps of my bag and start out into the thick, white blizzard. No matter what, I'm not going back.
Chapter 11. It is really freaking cold outside. My arms are tightly wrapped around my sides as I tramp through the knee-deep snow. The wind's still howling, and Cairo's Letterman jacket isn't enough to keep out the freezing temperatures. I swear my eyelashes are frozen. Everything's frozen. Each step keeps getting harder to take. I'm so tired. I'm half in a mind to crash right where I am and sleep forever. Cassia! I groan and turn around. Cairo's in the woods.
wrapped head to toe in thick winter clothing. He's certainly prepared. He barrels through the snow and slides to a stop at my side. It's like he's in some stupid commercial for mountain clothing and, of course, has the perfect body to show off, even in Siberia. "What are you doing out here?" I ask. My teeth chatter. "Working," he responds vaguely before touching my skin. "Cassia, you're cold as ice." He doesn't bother to ask questions before he swoops me up into his arms. "We've got to get you inside before you develop hypothermia." "Put me down," I demand, giving a few weak hits to his chest. They're really pathetic. I said, "Let me go." "Why do you have your backpack?" he asks, ignoring my mouse punches. His voice comes out in a growl. "Answer me." "I'm running away," I say. "Happy?" "Running away? I thought you liked Isolde." His lumbering strides rock me back and forth as he hurries through the forest. It's quite soothing. "Isolde isn't the problem," I mumble, feeling rather drowsy. Cairo shakes his head. "Never mind. You can tell me later. Cassia, don't fall asleep," he orders me roughly. He shakes me up and down to keep me awake, but it's too late. Already, my eyes are closing. Without any protest, I surrender to the darkness. A slamming door snaps me awake. I'm aware of my surroundings enough to gather we're in Thames's cabin. I must have been here for a while. I'm not half as cold as before, more of a regular temperature, but I still feel freezing. At least I know I won't have frostbite. That is, if I didn't get it already. "Cairo? Cass?" Heavy boots come stomping over. "Oh my God, Cass! What happened to her?" "She was walking through the forest. Yes, in a blizzard," Cairo says quickly. "I need you to warm her up." Thames's concerned face comes into view. "All right, give her to me." Thames shifts toward the fireplace and raises his hand. I'm not sure if I'm imagining things, but a blast of fire shoots out of his palm and onto the logs resting there. They instantly burst into flames, and the cabin is filled with light. Cairo hands me off to Thames. Once I'm in his arms, I feel my cold skin radiate against his warm touch. Slowly, my entire body heats. Thames carries me to the fire and sits down, placing me in his lap. Every inch of him is like being wrapped in a comforting flame that surrounds me from head to toe. Cairo doesn't react to what Thames just did. He just sits on the couch and stares at us. Gradually, I regain full consciousness. I sit up and look around, brushing hair out of my eyes. Cairo seems relieved, while Thames is totally pissed. "You shot fire out of your hand," I say groggily. Thames erupts. "What the hell were you doing out there, Cass? Do you know how close you were to getting frostbite? If Cairo hadn't come in when he had—" "Thames," Cairo says, "this is completely irresponsible." Thames puts me down on the couch, gets up, and starts pacing around the room. "You could have died out there, and who knows if anyone could have found you. Do you know anything about living up here?" "Thames, take a walk and cool down." Cairo gets off the couch and stands in front of him. "I can take it from here. Just scout the perimeter and make sure I wasn't seen." Thames makes an angry noise. He then walks out the front door, slams it behind him, and goes out into the snowstorm, t-shirt and all. He didn't take a jacket, I note. He doesn't need it,
Cairo says. He goes into the kitchen. There's a few shuffling noises. When he comes back, he's holding a mug of cocoa, which he presses firmly into my hands.
Here.
Cairo takes a blanket and drapes it over my shoulders. He then sits across from me, cross-legged. Our knees are touching. I take a sip of the cocoa, and he says,
So, you noticed Thames's little magic trick?
Nothing about you boys surprises me anymore, I say. It's not a big deal. Both of us stare into the fire for a moment. Cairo asks,
Do you want to tell me what made you run away?
I shift. No?
I think I deserve to know, after you scared the crap out of me and Thames. You're not getting out of here until you explain yourself.
Well, you're bound to be waiting for a really long time. He sighs and rubs his eyes.
You're so stubborn.
Glad you're finally catching on. I take another sip of cocoa. Cairo stares at me again. Unable to hold up against his gaze, I say, My social worker stopped by. She wanted me to testify against one of my old foster parents, if you could call him that.
Testify?
His eyebrow raises.
Was he a bad guy or something?
There isn't a word to describe how terrible he was. I mumble. I just promised myself that after I went to court against him, I'd never let myself be around him again. Now they want to drag it all back up.
He was that bad that you'd rather freeze in the snow than face him again?
Yes. Our eyes connect. Cairo's gaze pierces mine, and an invisible connection passes between us. There's that electricity again. It's so familiar I barely notice it. Finally, his eyes fall away. Cairo knows not to press anymore. I fiddle with my empty cup. I find tears welling up in my eyes as I whisper, I miss my mom.
I'm sorry, Cassia.
Cairo scoots closer, so he's next to me instead of facing me head on. He puts his arm around me and pulls me in. I put my head on his shoulder and try to keep myself from crying. I've been in the foster care system since I was 5, and I've hated every minute of it, I say. I just want to be 18 so I can be done.
I know.
He puts his head against mine.
Cassia, what exactly was your plan? Were you just going to walk until you found somewhere else to stay?
I wanted to find an airport so I could be around planes.
Planes?
He seems confused. It's so stupid, but I want to be a pilot. I sniff and wipe my nose. That's been my dream ever since I was a little girl.
A pilot, huh?
There's a smile in his voice.
I could totally see you doing that.
I just like the thought of flying, you know? I toy with the edges of the blanket. It's one of the reasons I'm obsessed with birds, particularly owls. I always wanted wings. If you don't like a place, you can just fly away to a different one. You don't have to be there anymore. You're not trapped. You're free to do whatever you want and go wherever you want to go.
That makes sense.
My plan was to move out once I graduated and get a job, put myself through aviation school. But it's really expensive and hard. Plus, there aren't that many women pilots. I doubt I'll make it. I drop my head. But I guess that's the gypsy coming out in me. I don't want anything tying me down or holding me back.
You're Romney?
Cairo asks. He's surprised. Half, I say. My mother was a pure-blooded Romney. She fell in love with a gorger boy.
What's a gorger?
A non-gypsy, I explain. She was engaged to a gypsy boy when she was 16, but she left him at the altar to run off with some gorger.
Sounds really romantic.
It was a big deal. I draw away from Cairo. Romney people don't marry outside their own culture. She practically betrayed her own kind. She left with my dad and got pregnant with me, but after I was born, he left. Mom knew she couldn't return home because they wouldn't accept her or me, so she stayed in Michigan. That's how I ended up here.
Your dad didn't step up to the plate after your mom died?
Cairo's eyebrows furrow. I don't know anything about my father. I lean against Cairo again. I don't even remember what he looks like. It was a long time ago. There's a silence between us. Then Cairo shatters it.
You know you have to go back, right? Isolde's probably worried about you,
Cairo says. My stomach tightens. I know. It was a stupid idea, running away. I sigh. But I'm standing my ground. I won't go back to Ann Arbor. I won't see Eric again.
If you really don't want to go, Isolde won't make you. That woman's a force to be reckoned with.
Cairo smiles as he gets to his feet. He holds out a hand to help me up, and I take it.
We'll borrow Thames's truck,
Cairo says.
He won't mind.
He seemed really mad at me. I drop my head.
He was just worried. He's not really that mad,
Cairo says, but I'm not convinced. He smiles as he buttons my jacket, which is actually his jacket.
I see you took my Letterman with you.
I wanted to have something to remember you by if I was really leaving, I say. His fingers are near my own. I play with them. I didn't want to forget you. Cairo hitches a breath. He bends down and leans in close so that his face is next to mine. His lips are mere inches away from my own. I can feel his soft breath caress my skin as it passes by. I can practically count his eyelashes as they slowly close. For the first time, I notice the nearly invisible freckles dotting his cheekbones. By instinct, my eyes shut, and I wait on a precipice for him to catch me. My eyes snap open as the porch door slams against the wall. Cairo rears back as if burned.
That's Thames,
Cairo whispers.
We'd better go.
Right. I follow Cairo to the truck outside, using the back door so we can avoid Thames. After such an intimate moment with Cairo, it would feel weird for his brother to infringe on it. My mind's whirling. Was Cairo actually going to kiss me before Thames interrupted, or am I just imagining things? The ride back to my house is quiet. Cairo's right hand is lying uselessly on his lap as he drives. I long to reach out and grab it, test out how he feels. But I'm a coward, so I don't. Isolde is waiting in the living room when I get inside. Cairo walked me in, to make sure I don't leave again, or just because it's a habit of his, I don't know. Isolde's eyes are red from crying when I shut the door. Cassia! The woman practically tackles me against the wall in a tight hug. I was worried sick. Where did you go? I return the hug awkwardly. Cairo stares at me in an I told you so manner, and I say, I went for a walk. In a blizzard? She shrieks. Cairo found me, it's all good, I say. I pull away from the hug because I don't like it, and it's too close. Only Thames and Cairo can touch me like that, no one else. Oh, Cairo, thank you. Isolde seizes Cairo's face and plants a wet, sloppy kiss upon his cheek.
It wasn't anything,
Cairo says. He doesn't seem bothered by Isolde's kiss. He nods to me and turns to leave.
See you Monday, Cassia.
The door that shuts quietly behind him reminds me I'm all alone in this. I look at Isolde and say, I'm sorry for running off like that. It was a childish thing to do. It's all right, dear. Isolde squeezes my arm. We shouldn't have sprung it on you like that. If you don't want to testify, you don't have to. There must be a way to convince the courts otherwise. We'll figure something out. I promise. She hugs me again. This time, I don't pull away. I know Isolde's heart is in the right place. But the fact of the matter is, I have no choice. More likely than not, I'll probably have to see Eric again, and I don't know what's going to happen to my sanity once I do. Chapter 12. Unlike everyone else, I'm eager to get back to school Monday. Not because I want to be there, but because I want to see Cairo. I didn't expect to miss him over the weekend as much as I did, and it bothers me. Not seeing him is driving me crazy. I've got to talk to him for at least 5 minutes. Maybe it'll ward off the irritating longing I feel when he's not beside me. It's enough to make a girl go crazy. What happened on Friday totally uprooted everything. I was feeling secure, like I could move on, until my social worker showed up with her crappy news. The trial won't be until springtime, so at least I've got a few months to prepare myself. It doesn't feel like enough time at all, but I could have years, and it wouldn't be enough for me to face Eric again. It makes me wonder if that's why I'm reaching out to Cairo now. I need a rock, some sort of stability. I trust him, even though I don't know his secrets. I feel safe around him. He wouldn't let anything happen to me, would he? School is half empty when I walk through the halls, though Thames is leaning against my locker like usual. He doesn't say anything about what happened over the weekend, thank God, but I can tell that it's bothering him. He's more distant than ever. Where is everyone? I ask, looking around.
There's a nasty cold virus going around,
Thames says.
Almost everyone in town has it.
Is Cairo sick? I notice he's not standing with his usual collection of jocks and cheerleader groupies by the water fountain.
No, he's got work,
Thames says. It was so important that he had to miss school? I ask.
They've been having some trouble lately. They're understaffed,
he says. I smile coyly. Where's he at?
Up at the mansion,
Thames lets slip. He cringes when he realizes what he's done. My smile gets bigger, and he says,
Not fair, Cass. We agreed you wouldn't ask.
Sorry, I say. I was just curious, didn't mean to.
Yes, you did,
he mumbles. Thames scowls as we walk to class. He's already in a bad mood. I didn't know it was a crime to know where Cairo lives, I say.
It's not. He just doesn't invite anyone there. Shit!
Thames smacks himself in the head.
You didn't ask me if he lived there, did you? Damn it, Cass, why'd you do that?
You fell for it, I snicker.
This isn't a game.
Thames halts and rounds on me.
You have no idea how serious all of this is.
I would if you'd just tell me, I snap, losing my temper myself.
We agreed weeks ago you wouldn't ask anymore. Can't you just let it go?
Thames shakes his head and proceeds to class. I follow without saying a word.
He's thinking I'm giving him the silent treatment, but in reality, I'm busy thinking. I sit through chemistry and history with Thames, so he doesn't suspect anything. But when the bell rings afterwards, instead of going to my next class, I head to the library. I use the town website to look up mansions around heaven and find only one. Cross Estate. Bingo, I whisper. I write down the address and tuck it into my pocket before I walk out the front door to the school parking lot. I have about an hour before Thames figures out I'm missing and comes looking for me, so that means I can't walk. Sorry, buddy, I whisper as I open the door to Thames's vehicle. It's unlocked, and the keys are in the ignition, just like always. He doesn't believe anyone around here has the balls to steal it. He should have thought of me and known better. I snap my seatbelt on and start up the engine. He's going to be so pissed I took his truck. Whatever, if he's anything like Cairo, and I bet he is, he doesn't really need it to travel anyway. I don't have a lot of experience driving in snow, so I'll just take it easy. I creep the truck around turns at 30 miles per hour until I come to a gated driveway. I pause. Is this really a good idea? I promised the boys I'd stay ignorant for their safety as well as my own. Doesn't matter. I have to know. I park the truck, get out, and climb up on the hood. I jump off the hood and grab the top of the gate, pulling myself upward and over the fence line. The snow on the other side breaks my landing. I hop back up and start down the long pathway. The driveway is made of bricks and forms a winding path through the trees. I follow it cautiously, ready to hide if a car comes down. I'm not sure what my plan is. I'm here to see Cairo, but I don't know if I want to alert him that I'm around. He could get mad that Thames accidentally told me where he lived. If Cairo wasn't so secretive about everything, I'd believe that everyone would know where his house is, being the star quarterback and all, but I doubt he lets anyone come here. When I near the end of the driveway, I come to a screeching halt. My mouth drops open as I gaze up at the mammoth mansion before me. It stands 4 stories tall, with towers that shoot upward into the skyline and windows larger than doors. Cairo's place makes Isolde's residence seem like a camper. It almost looks more like a castle than a house. His parents must be loaded. Okay, now we know Thames definitely didn't move out over lack of closet space, I mutter. Whatever happened between him and Cairo must have been a big deal. It was crazy he gave all this up to move into his tiny shack in the middle of the woods. I still didn't see the reasoning. Thames could have moved his stuff to one side of the mansion and given Cairo the other, and the two of them would have never seen each other. I'm guessing the Cross Mansion has at least 10 bedrooms, and that's me just looking from the outside. I wonder if I should knock on the door and see if Alfred answers, before something else catches my attention. A large flat roof hidden within the trees and behind the mansion diverts my view. I submerge myself in the forest and creep toward it, wondering what I'll find. Finally, the forest breaks. I'm faced with a large square building with windows surrounding the outer perimeter near the roof. It's a giant warehouse. But for what purpose? It's probably got something to do with Cairo's work. Curiosity nags at me. The warehouse is surrounded by a chain-link fence, but fences have never stopped me, so I climb it easily and drop down the other side. I tiptoe toward the warehouse, but instead of going to the giant sliding door, I circle round the back. There's a ladder leading up to one of the windows. That's pretty damn convenient. Going against my better judgment, I climb up it and peer inside. I gasp.
My breath fogs up the window as I witness the scene below. Dozens of people in the warehouse are fighting each other on thick gym mats, wrestling each other to the ground, or dueling with knives. A few of them box with punching bags, while others stab dummies repetitively with swords. On the other side of the warehouse, no, not a warehouse, a compound. People boxed into shooting ranges fire off guns and shoot bows. The area must be soundproofed because you can't hear the guns when they go off. The warriors go in cycles, spending a few minutes or so at one station before going on to the next. They're training. But for what? It's got to be some secret government facility. Is the army training mutants or something? Is that what Cairo is? Cairo isn't around. He must be out in the field looking for something. But what could Cairo be looking for in the middle of nowhere? We're only a little more than 1,000 miles from the Arctic Circle. Nothing lives up here. This is way too weird. I've got to get out of here. I go to leave, but my foot slips, and I have to scrabble to get a good hold on the ladder. My hand, flailing for a grip, slams against the thin window. Several heads look up when my hand hits. A collection of people notice me staring at them from the outside. I duck down to hide, but it's too late. I've been caught. Chapter 13. I've got to get out of here. I quickly slide down the ladder and make a run for it. I hear the door of the compound open, and voices swarm as a group of people head out. Their boots crunch on the snow. "This way!" one of them cries. I pick up the pace, running as fast as my legs can take me. The snow is leaving tracks behind me to show them where I've gone. I can't outrun these guys, but there's no way I'm going to let them catch me. I saw what those people could do to a dummy. They'll carve me up like a fruitcake. The voices grow closer and closer. I look around for a hiding spot until I see there's nowhere to go. Getting a last-second idea, I fling myself off a local ravine and slide down it to an embankment below. I run a couple more yards before I squeeze into a pine tree and hide within its thick branches. The jarring pokes of its needles are nothing compared to the terror that's pounding inside my chest. Snow skids down beside my feet as the group above pauses at the top of the ravine. "Where did she go?" one of them says. "We almost had her." "The tracks stop here. Looks like she just flew off," one of them says. I imagine him stooping down to investigate. "Do you think she's one of us?" a boy asks. "No, she wouldn't have run." Footsteps crunch in the snow. "Come on, let's split up. We'll find her that way." My heart leaps into my throat as I wait for one of them to head down the embankment and find me, but no one does. I wait for 15 minutes, expecting to hear footprints on the snowdrifts, but there's nothing, only complete silence. I finally manage to get the courage to come out. I climb back up the embankment and see that all the footprints stop here. The group ran after me, paused, and then appeared to go nowhere. It's like they vanished, disappeared, just like Cairo. I should have listened to Thames. I have no business messing around with this stuff. I just can't keep myself away. I'm getting a headache. At first, I think it's just a fluke, until I notice how achy and sore my body's become. "Great," I say, only to find that my throat has gone scratchy and raw. I've got that virus Thames was talking about earlier. Just what I need. My phone rings. Not in the mood, I check my phone, then answer it. "Thanks for stealing my truck, asshole." It's Thames. "Sorry." I cough,
then wipe my nose. It's snotty, which is gross. You know I had to. You sound like you're getting a cold. Yeah, I say. Already I can feel my nose stuffing up. Can you come pick me up? I'm getting my truck. Someone else is already on that, Thames says. He sounds absolutely gleeful. Have fun. He hangs up. Have fun, I say, confused. There's a crunching sound behind me. I turn around. Towering over me is Cairo. I yelp and drop my phone. Cairo stoops down and picks it up for me, though he's scowling. He's definitely not happy. He brushes snow off my phone and sticks it into his pocket. What are you doing out here? His voice is low and thick. You came out of nowhere, I say. Give a girl a heart attack, will you? This launches me into a coughing fit. Cairo walks forward, takes off his glove, and puts a hand to my forehead. You're burning up, Cassia. Stay away. I don't want to get you sick. I sniff rather unattractively. You aren't going to get me sick. Cairo notices I'm swaying on the spot. Without asking again, he bends down and picks me up. Where are we going? I don't even have the energy to object. My house, he says. You can stay there until Isolde picks you up. I'll tell her I took you home after I saw you were getting sick so she doesn't know you skipped. Thank you. I lean my head against his chest. He doesn't reply. Cairo's giant mansion comes into view. He puts me down on the front steps and opens the door. Inside are marble floors and a crystal chandelier that gleams in the light of the 2-story window. My God, it looks like Pottery Barn went wild in here. They most definitely have a butler. Cairo takes my hand and leads me to a large living room with a TV that's probably bigger than the screen at the movie theater. I sit down on the massive couch. Cairo begins covering me up with a multitude of blankets, expensive ones, like silk and cashmere. Cairo leaves for a minute, then comes back with a mug of hot tea and a couple pills. I take them, noticing the tea has been mixed with honey. Cairo turns on the TV and asks, What do you like? I don't know. You can barely understand me with how congested I've become. This cold really came out of nowhere. I don't watch much. Here. Cairo settles on a nature show, which is fine. You allergic to anything? No. Why? I look up. I'm going to make you some soup, he says. It always helps when you're sick. You don't have to, I object. My mom's a doctor. If there's anything I know how to make, it's chicken noodle soup. Cairo puts his hands on his hips firmly, like he means it. A man who takes care of you when you're sick and cooks? I've run straight into a romance novel. No, I'm not allergic to anything, I say. Knock yourself out. He leaves. I try to pay attention to the show, but I'm more distracted by the way the house is decorated. Every piece of furniture is gorgeous, priceless. They've got to have servants. There's just no way. 40 minutes later, Cairo comes back with a bowl of homemade chicken noodle. It's thick, full of carrots, celery, and bits of chicken mixed together in a flavorful broth. Good? He asks when I take a bite. I nod and devour the rest of the soup. I sit back, looking around for something to blow my nose with, but Cairo's already handing me a box of tissues. Could you get any more perfect? I ask, taking a tissue. For the life of me, I can't figure this guy out. Believe me, I'm not perfect, Cairo says. He takes my empty bowl and comes back with a Gatorade. He noticed I finished my tea, too. This boy catches on to everything. Cairo puts his arm around me,
I try to pull away, but he holds me tight. "You're gonna catch this cold," I warn him.
Like I said, you aren't going to get me sick. It's a biological impossibility,
Cairo states. "Whatever," I sigh and continue watching the animal show. I use my phone to check my reflection. My nose is really red. Ugh, I look hideous.
You look gorgeous, like always,
Cairo says.
Stop.
The compliment almost takes the crappiness of the cold away. I put my phone down and find that Cairo is staring at me.
I'd ask what you were doing sneaking around my house, but I think we both know.
Cairo starts.
Did you see anything you weren't supposed to?
I just wanted to see you, I respond truthfully. That's all. He looks into my eyes.
Okay, you've got me. I'm right here.
Then don't go anywhere, I say. Not ever. This changes something in him.
I promise, Cassia.
His green eyes shine with an amazing bright light, almost resembling his halo.
I won't.
I slip down his chest, resting my head against it so my ear is pressed up to his steady heartbeat. Sometime during the day, I fall asleep. I wake up later and find that I'm still lying against Cairo's chest. He hasn't moved. He changed the channel to a lacrosse game. Now that football season is over, I guess his focus has changed. I sit up and yawn. He asks,
"Have a nice nap?"
"Yeah." I rub my eyes. I feel worse than ever, though.
Isolde will be here soon.
He strokes my hair as I lay my head down on his lap.
Just try to relax.
I close my eyes. Resting is so easy with him here. Usually I have fitful dreams, but with Cairo it's nothing but peace. I like it. A half an hour later, the doorbell rings. That must be my ride. Cairo gets up to answer it. I sit up, brushing my hair out of my face. Something on the coffee table that wasn't there before catches my attention. It's a leather-bound book, a design of large wings on the front cover. It looks like it was tossed carelessly. Cairo must have been reading it while I was passed out. I dare to thumb through the first few pages. The contents are all handwritten on parchment paper. It's a very old book, very valuable. Why would Cairo be reading this? My eyes shift toward the entryway as I make a quick decision. I'm just borrowing it, right? While Cairo is greeting Isolde at the doorway, I quickly slip the book into the inside of my hoodie. "Oh, Cassia, you do look awful." Isolde gives me a sympathetic look. She doesn't seem impressed by the mansion's decor. She must have been here before. "Come home with me, dear. You need to rest." "Thank you, Cairo, once again." I glance back at Cairo as Isolde escorts me out to the car. Cairo's green eyes stay on me as the door slowly closes shut. Chapter 14. I want to start reading the book right away, but the cold only gets worse the minute I get home. I sleep through the first day and am barely coherent for the second. On Thursday morning, I wake up completely well, though I have no intention of going back to class. "Cairo came by to check up on you," Isolde informs me when I come downstairs. "He seemed really concerned. He dropped off your homework while he was here. He's such a sweet boy." "Did he really?" I note the new pile of papers sitting on the counter. "Why didn't you wake me up?" "He asked me not to." Isolde puts her coffee cup down. "You needed the rest." I'm disappointed that I didn't get to see Cairo, even though I've pretty much been in a coma for the past 2 days. I eye the stack of papers and ask, "Can I have one more day off, just to catch up?" "It can't hurt," Isolde says. But tomorrow you have to go back before your teachers start calling. Finals start next week. Deal. I grab the stack of papers and run upstairs, but I throw them on my desk once I get to my room. I'll work on them later. Right now, I want to read that book. I lie on my stomach on the bed and start on page 1. Most of it doesn't make much sense to me. It's a lot of biblical mythology, some of it copied from pages of scripture, and some not. I've been to church, and I'm familiar with the stories, but some of this stuff I've never even heard of. Why would Cairo be interested in this? Is he some sort of history buff? I'm nodding off halfway through the book when a word I don't know catches my attention. Cambion, I whisper. My fingers trace the page to an illustration of a man with dark bat wings growing out of his back, fire billowing around his form. Extremely rare, I read aloud. The cambion is the offspring of a human and an incubus, more commonly known as a demon. A chill runs up my spine as I continue reading. Indestructible with incredible healing powers, the cambion has the ability to create fire, with skin that is always hot to the touch. A horror of horrors, an abomination. Cambion children are to be slaughtered on sight. I know before I even have to think about it. His warm skin, fire shooting out of his hands, his leg perfectly intact after getting mauled by that dog, the bike crash failing to kill him. Thames. He's half demon. He's got to be. But Cairo said that he and Thames are different. They both have the same mom, so I'm assuming that makes some part of them human. But if Thames is part demon, then what makes up Cairo's other half? I shuffle through the pages quickly, reading up on various mythological creatures. None of them seem to fit. I find the dog that attacked us, but the pages are so badly stained that I can't read what it is, so I leave it alone. Finally, I come to one of the last pages. The illustration portrays a man circled in a halo of light, with great wings like eagles sprouting from his shoulder blades. My breath hitches in my throat as I read the description. Nephilim, I read dryly, the offspring of a human and an angel, immune to most illnesses, able to fly and teleport, incredibly strong, with the ability to take on alternate forms, such as being wholly made of light, an abomination, a freak against nature, kill on sight. I stare at the portrait of the man with wings, remembering everything that's happened over the past few months. The attack in the forest, the glowing ball of light I followed in the hallway, Cairo, always showing up instantly, whenever I needed him. The truth is so obvious I can't deny it. Before, it was easy to stifle down my feelings, but now that I know what he's been keeping hidden from me, the reality of my emotions becomes too much to suppress. I'm in love with Cairo. I'm in love with an angel. The next day, I don't go to my locker like I usually do. Instead, I go straight to my desk during first hour. I'm so far behind on school. Researching the book yesterday took up all the time I was supposed to be using to study. I'm not really interested in finishing my homework, but it'll give me a bit more time to process what I found out yesterday. Cairo's part angel and Thames part demon. I still can't believe it. I stayed up late last night searching online for more information than what the book had, but since I couldn't separate what was truth from fiction, I eventually gave up around 3 a.m. I tried to sleep, thoughts of heaven and hell on my mind. Maybe this is all some sick game. Maybe Cairo left that book out purposely to play some awful joke on me. Kinda doubt it. Thames comes in. It's so early that we're the only two people in here. He nods to me like it's any normal day. I bristle. I haven't worked out what I'm going to say to him yet, if anything. Thames notices me writing on my late work.
"Can I copy off of you? I haven't been in class lately," he said. "Me and Cairo have been busy."
I'm guessing you guys had angel business? I can't hold it in anymore. It comes blurting out. I bring the leather book out of my bag to show him. Thames's tan skin goes completely pale.
"Where did you get that?"
he asks hoarsely. I know, Thames, I say. I haven't told anyone.
"We've been looking for that. Turns out you had it this whole time?"
Thames goes to snatch the book out of my hands, but I rip it away.
"That book isn't meant to be in the hands of a mortal,"
Thames growls. He grabs my arm and pulls me out of the classroom. I don't try to fight him, but hug the book closer to my chest. Thames pulls me around a corner underneath a staircase.
"Give the book to me, Cass."
He holds out his hand.
"Right now."
You're part demon, aren't you? I draw the book closer. Aren't you?
"Don't be so loud. Yes. I've got demon blood. Happy you figured it out?"
Thames peers around a corner, obviously in a panic. You can trust me, Thames. I hand out the book. He takes it, and I say, Cairo left it sitting around. I couldn't help myself. I had to figure out what you were. Thames runs a hand through his hair.
"You don't care? You don't care that Cairo and we're freaks?"
Why in the hell would I care? I ask. You guys are my friends. Just because you can fly around and do weird stuff doesn't make you any different. In an emotional way, I guess. Not physically, obviously, because you're way cooler.
"You'd definitely be the only one I know with that opinion."
Thames lets out a long whoosh of breath before he looks at me glumly.
"You broke your promise, Cass. That really sucks."
I can't help but feel really bad. I know, I say. But after everything that's happened, can you really blame me? He shakes his head.
"No, I guess not."
Thames takes out his phone. His thumbs press the buttons madly. He's on the phone for what feels like forever. As soon as he sends a message, he gets a response, the phone pinging 5 or 6 times. Who are you texting? I ask. He slips the phone back into his pocket and points at me.
"You need to talk to my brother."
My stomach drops. What? You told him? Why?
"Because he has a right to know, Cass,"
Thames shouts. I wanted to tell him on my own terms, I say slowly, twirling a strand of hair around my finger.
"Well, too late."
Thames punches the wall with the side of his fist lightly. Good thing, too, because I'm probably sure he could have blown the concrete to bits.
"And he's not happy about it."
What's the difference? I ask, confused. Sure, he's an angel, and you're a demon. So what?
"You're taking this way too casually. And I don't want to be half demon,"
Thames says.
"I'm trying to live my life as normally as possible, like a human. Cairo's different. Only he can explain that to you."
Thames walks out before he can tell me any more. I hold my breath and go to head after him, but someone blocks the entryway. It's Cairo. He's randomly appeared again. His face is like chiseled stone, mouth a thin line. Without a word, he wraps his arms around me.
"Close your eyes,"
he instructs. I obey immediately. There's a quick, rushing noise, and a gust of wind brushes my face. When I open my eyes, I realize that I'm no longer at school. The air around me is soft and warm, not cold. Cairo has transported us to a mountain range that overlooks the vast ocean, above a beach with sparkling white sand. If I had to guess, we're somewhere in California, near the Pacific Northwest. We're all alone up here. My body reels, thinking that Cairo has just transported me thousands of miles away in a blink of an eye. You just teleported us, didn't you? I ask, thinking back to the book.
Yep.
Cairo picks up a spare branch, cracks it, and throws it off the mountainside, sullen. Why? I dare to take a step forward. You revealed your powers to me.
Secret's out now.
Cairo brushes off his pants.
No use trying to hide it anymore.
Cairo doesn't speak, and nor do I. The only thing I hear is the rushing of the ocean waves crashing upon the shore a mile off. You're an angel.
I'm actually not an angel. I'm a
Nephilim, I interrupt. Half angel, half human.
Just how much of that book did you read?
He asks, exasperated. As much as I could, though most didn't make much sense, I confess.
It wouldn't to a mortal, he says. It'd only be useful to a Nephilim or a Cambion.
He stands.
I'm guessing you have questions.
Lots, I say. I hesitate, but I don't know if I should ask.
It doesn't matter now.
Cairo shakes his head.
Go ahead. Ask.
Okay. Have you always been a Nephilim? Always had powers?
I always have been. But Thames and I didn't get our powers until we were 5.
He explains.
It's called awakening. The powers lie dormant in the blood until they're provoked, then they emerge. The presence of so many demons and Nephilim in one area brought it out of us early. Most of our kind doesn't awaken until they come of age.
Was that what happened in the woods the first day I came to town? I ask. I know you were there. What was attacking me?
It was a demon. That's my job.
Cairo puts a hand on his chest.
I'm a Nephilim. We hunt and kill demons. It was invisible to you because mortals can't see demons unless they reveal themselves. I was chasing it when it ran into you.
You saved my life, I say. He shrugs.
Don't mention it. It's my job.
He looks at me.
And even if it wasn't, I still would have saved you.
My throat seizes up. What about the first day of school? I ask.
It's hard, disguising yourself as a human all the time. It's easy for Thames, but not for me. The light being is who I really am. I can't suppress it all the time.
Cairo jiggles his foot.
Sometimes when I get too overwhelmed, I'll just go to a classroom and return to my natural form. Nobody's ever caught me at it, until you.
And the accident? The dog? I ask.
It wasn't a dog, it was a hellhound, he says. A demon's pet. They hunt mortals, feed on their spirit energy, just like demons do.
I knew that thing was supernatural, I mutter, crossing my arms. But you still haven't answered my question.
You got lucky both times. I was nearby when the accident happened and caught you before you hit the ground. Cairo explains. Same thing with the Hellhound. I stop by to check on Thames every now and then, without him knowing, obviously.
Why are there demons running rampant up north? I ask, confused. It's not exactly a great place to manipulate mortals. No one lives there.
It's a good place to hide,
Cairo says.
Demons come and go there to recharge before they go out into the world looking for more souls to corrupt. We stay up here to intercept them before they do. That's what we do at the compound. Train Nephilim to kill other demons. And don't lie, I know you were there.
Cairo adds as I open my mouth.
They spotted you sneaking around. That's where I usually go when I'm not at school.
So there are more of you?
Not very many. Those you saw at the compound are all that's left in the world.
Cairo says.
Nephilim are very rare.
The book said you were an abomination.
Do you think I am?
I shake my head. No, I was just repeating what was written.
The book was created a very long time ago by a demon-hunting council of mortal priests.
Cairo says.
The rules are different now because all the priests are dead and someone had to take up the mantle. But it doesn't change the fact that fornication between angels and humans is still strictly forbidden. It's not something that should happen, Cassia. By all means, I shouldn't even exist.
Don't say that. I take a sharp step forward. I almost feel like slapping him. Don't ever, ever say that again. Cairo takes a deep breath and sits back down on the log. I sit beside him. He doesn't move away when I inch closer. I want to know everything about your world, I say. Will you tell me?
You're very interested in all this, for a mortal,
he says, amused.
Wouldn't you be?
I insist. I'm brave enough to take his hand, and he doesn't object. Is this why you and Thames don't get along? Because you're an angel and he's a demon? Cairo shakes his head.
No, that has nothing to do with it.
He squeezes my hand.
My mom met my dad after she'd already had Thames. She held him back so both of us could be in the same grade together. We got along fine up until a year or so ago.
So what happened? I lean closer.
We have different opinions on how we should live. Thames just wants to be normal, and I suppose, as a Cambion, he might have the potential to be,
Cairo explains.
But I know, as a Nephilim, I can't. I have a responsibility to slay demons. There's more to it, but that's one of the main factors why he doesn't live at home anymore.
Is that why you keep yourself away from girls? Why you tried to stay away from me?
Yes.
He turns his hand over in mine.
But now I see that's an utterly useless endeavor.
You said Thames was born before you. Does that mean your mom fell in love with a demon and an angel? I ask.
That's what happened. Incredible, isn't it?
Cairo asks. Did it just not work out with Thames's dad? I keep my eyes focused on the waves ahead. I don't want to pry or make Cairo mad, but I want to know. I want to know everything about these boys, from the moment they were born to now.
You could say that,
Cairo says.
Mom met my father shortly after Thames's dad took off, though their romance was short. They'd only known each other for a month or so before she got pregnant with me.
Is your dad still around?
No.
Cairo's eyes are sad. He stares down at the mossy ground as he says,
He vanished, like Thames's dad. I believe he was imprisoned by those of his kind, or worse, executed.
What? I rear back, shocked. How?
I don't have the details, but you must understand. For a human to be with an angel is sacrilege. It's one of the worst sins you can commit,
Cairo says.
They came for him one night when I was very little, and they didn't bring him back. That's all I know.
But there are more of you. You said so. If that's true, more than a few angels are having relationships with humans, I argue.
Yes, but we don't age. I only said there were a dozen or so of us. That's throughout all of history. Thames and I are the youngest, he says. You get to a certain age, then you stop. We're here till Judgment Day. Then the big guy gets to decide what happens to us, I guess.
Cairo points upward and my eyebrows raise. I'm confused, I say. If it's such a sin for an angel to sleep with a human, why didn't whoever is in charge get rid of you as a baby or whatever?
The angels don't bother with us. That's up to the Nephilim Council. That's who I work with,
Cairo says.
They gave me the choice of working with them or peaceful euthanization when I was very young. You can guess what I picked.
So they'll let you live, but only if you agree to serve them forever? I ask, outraged. That's just sick.
Those are the rules. It's a dangerous, complicated world I live in, Cassia, he says.
If you guys hunt demons, what about Thames? I question. He has demon blood. Shouldn't he be on the kill list?
Thames is a special case. All the Nephilim voted when he was born, and they agreed to spare Thames's life, so long as he didn't harm a mortal, and if he agreed to help us out every now and then whenever we're short-handed,
Cairo says.
As far as I know, Thames is the only one of his kind. The other Cambians were hunted down long ago by the Council.
Cairo looks at me. His stare is intense and devouring.
Do you see why I didn't want to drag anyone into this, especially someone who I could potentially end up caring about? Demons and I go back and forth constantly. They attacked you once before, and they didn't even know you. You were just someone in the way. What do you think would happen if they found out that I don't care, I say instantly. I don't give a damn what you are or who you work for or where you come from. I just want to be with you. Cairo stares. I tap my thumb on his hand and ask, The book said you could fly. Does that mean you have wings? Cairo smiles. He lets go of my hand and stands. He takes a few steps back and says, I've never shown anyone before. Nobody except Thames and my mother, of course. Don't be scared.
I won't be, I say. I stand up. I just want to see you, as you, like you truly are. Cairo nods. Slowly, he takes off his shirt and tosses it to the ground, revealing his thick, corded muscles. He seems more nervous than I am. He closes his eyes and his form begins to glow with a yellow halo like it did before. But this time, it's different. It shines outward like the sun, encompassing me in warmth and light. From behind him, 2 marvelous wings begin to appear. They're transparent at first, but then they become solid, blessed with downy white feathers that ruffle in the slight wind. They're twice as tall as he is, nearly 12 feet from tip to tip. He turns once to show me. I see that his wings emerge from his shoulder blades. Cairo flaps his wings once before facing me again. I see that there's true fear in his eyes. He's afraid that I'll run away, that I'll call him a freak. I take a few steps forward and dare to stroke the feathers. They're tender as a cloud underneath my fingertips. They're soft, like an owl's. I smile. His face beams in relief. I step forward and put my hands upon his chest. Everything about him is perfect and wonderful and right. They're beautiful. Tears are welling up in my eyes at the sight of his glorious wings surrounding me, surrounding us. I love you. Cairo reaches up to stroke my cheek. His wings enclose around me to bring me into a tight embrace. I crush myself against his body, breathing in his darkness, his light. I know how he feels without him having to say anything. Believe me, I know. Chapter 15. When I wake the next day, there's a large white feather tied to a note that's sitting on my bedside table. Curious, I untie the letter from the feather and unroll it, reading quickly.
Cassia, there's a rogue demon running around somewhere in the area. Thames and I have already taken finals, so we'll be spending Christmas break tracing it. We'll be back after the first of the year, earlier if we manage to catch it. Hope you have a Merry Christmas. C.
I put the letter down on the side table with a sigh of disappointment. The sinking feeling in my gut gets lower and lower when I realize that it's going to be a whole 3 weeks without Cairo. Cairo and I spent most of yesterday talking. He walked me down to the beach and around the mountainside. We didn't talk about anything heavy, just boring stuff like school and gossip. I think it was his way of trying to normalize things. I cling to my old stuffed owl, pretending it's him. We didn't talk about our feelings after I told him I loved him, nor did either of us confirm if we were really in a relationship or not, which makes this all the more confusing. He hasn't kissed me yet, and I was too chicken to make the first move. By all accounts, we're still just friends, but that note made it seem like he thinks we're much more. He could have texted me all that stuff, but he chose to teleport into my bedroom and leave a note with one of his feathers behind while I was sleeping. That's obviously a romantic gesture, right? I decide to braid the feather into my hair. As I do, my thoughts are consumed by Cairo, like always. Is he really chasing after a demon? He must be, if Thames is going with him. Is this his way of trying to create some distance after what I confessed yesterday? Then again, his bosses wanted to euthanize him. I doubt they're very forgiving about taking time off, even during the holidays. It feels strange at school without Thames and Cairo there. I have the girls, so I'm not bored, but I am somewhat lonely. Not in a lonely for people kind of way, but lonely for Cairo, like his presence is the only thing that can satisfy the longing in my chest. I guess it's kind of a good thing the boys aren't there, though, because they aren't around to distract me during finals. I'm still secretly hoping to get into flight school, though it's a far-off dream. But if my friends think I can do it, maybe there's a way I can get a scholarship. I don't want to let them down, so I focus on school for the last week of the semester and try to keep my mind off of angels and demons. It's a really weird Christmas, mostly because I actually have presents for the first time in years. Isolde gives me about 30 or so presents to unwrap in the morning before cooking a full 8-course Christmas dinner for the afternoon. It seems a little weird to put in all this work for just 2 people, but she's having a blast, so I let her go ham. Usually I fly across the country to visit my parents on Christmas, but since you're here, they told me to stay home and have a good old-fashioned Northern Michigan Christmas, Isolde says. I haven't had a holiday like this since I was a child. Hopefully my folks will fly out here to be with us next year. I open my mouth to speak before thinking better of it. Does she actually think I want to be here next year? Do I want to be here next year? The thought whirls in my mind while we're sitting on the couch after dinner, watching holiday movies and eating Christmas cookies on an already stuffed stomach. Maybe I do. Later, around midnight, Isolde and I go outside and watch large puffy snowflakes dance down. In Ann Arbor, it was a toss-up if we'd get snow or rain for Christmas, but up here, it's different. I've never seen so much snow. When Isolde throws a snowball that smacks me right on the side of my face, I give it right back. By the time we're done having snowball fights and building forts, it's nearly 1 a.m. Lying in bed that night in my new pajamas, I realize that this is the best Christmas I've had since my mom was around. I clutch my stuffed owl to my chest, my mother's last Christmas gift, and wonder what she'd think if she could see me now. Angels exist, so heaven has to as well, right? Can my mom see me? "I miss you, Mom," I whisper. The sound of snow falling lightly against the window echoes with the words. I let out a contented sigh. The only thing that would make it more perfect was if Cairo was here. Unfortunately, I have 14 days to go. Ugh. I check my phone often the first few days after Christmas. When I don't get a message, I assume Cairo and Thames are too busy to text or call, so I decide to take up as much time as I can with the girls instead. We go shopping, have sleepovers, do girly things. It's nice, because never before was I able to forge connections with girls. It's almost like I can pretend I'm normal. When the girls are busy, I try to hang out with Isolde and help her with the household cleaning. But I can't be preoccupied every moment of the day. There are inevitable stints of boredom over break where I'm found sitting around on my laptop, checking out flight schools, while wondering what Cairo's up to. I stumble to my bed on New Year's, sipping yet another flute of champagne, and check my email. Still nothing. I have never been so eager to return to school than when the second week of January rolls around. I tell Isolde a hasty goodbye and sprint into school on the first day, ignoring everyone's complaints about being back. My heart sings when I see Thames waiting by my locker. I tackle him full force, wrapping my arms around him and squeezing the juice out of him. Thames gasps for breath, then chuckles. "Miss me?" "Only every moment you were gone." I pull away. "Did you guys catch the demon?" Thames grimaces.
"No. It's a tough one, an old one. It can't be fooled by me and Cairo's usual tricks. The council's going to review how to outsmart it before we go after it again."
I'm about to ask where Cairo is before I see him. The world stops. Thames notices and moves out of the way so I can get to him. I walk calmly to the other side of the hall, where Cairo's waiting all alone. His smile, soft and light, brightens up my entire day.
"Hello, Cassia."
Cairo opens up an arm for me to fall into. I wrap my arms around him. He crushes me against his large, sturdy form, wrapping me tight.
"I missed you when I was away."
"I missed you too." I look up. "I'm sorry you didn't catch what you were looking for."
"It's all right. Nothing like spending Christmas with a sullen Thames in the woods, right?"
He laughs, and I laugh along with him. The bell rings, ruining my moment. Cairo whispers into my ear.
"Meet me behind the gym after school. I've got a surprise for you."
My stomach twirls. A surprise? What could it be? Cairo ducks down to kiss my cheek, and I swear my feet levitate a few inches off the ground.
"See you later."
His casual stride as he walks away is enough to make any woman weak in the knees. I pick my eyes off the floor and force myself into chemistry, where Thames is already waiting. I don't think he saw the kiss because I don't think he wanted to. His eyes aren't meeting mine. Something's changed between us since he left. I can feel it. But what is it? Did he and Cairo have some sort of talk about me during their mission? I'd bet anything they did. "Hey, pass me your notes? I forgot mine." I lie. Thames doesn't say anything, but he gives me his syllabus, holding it out at bay like it's some sort of offering chip. "And a pencil, please?" I add. Thames tosses one over instead of handing it to me. He usually doesn't mind touching my hand, but now he's purposefully avoiding it. What gives? I try not to think about Thames's strange behavior and instead concentrate on the surprise Cairo has waiting for me. The day whirls by in anticipation. But in sixth hour, when I'm taking a bathroom break, something happens that completely gets my mind off the surprise. I'm on my way back to class when I hear hushed voices around the corner. Just as interested in the latest school drama as everyone else, I press myself to the wall, listening in. As fate would have it, it's Thames and Cairo.
"Thames, we've been over this. I told her what she needed to know without embarrassing you,"
Cairo says. His voice is firm and angry.
"Let it go." "You didn't tell her the whole truth,"
Thames snaps.
"You made it sound like my dad ran off and left. Your dad was the one who chased him out."
Chased him out? This is interesting. I press against the wall and lean in closer.
"Do you really think it would have lasted? The council would have found him and destroyed him. My dad was only doing his job."
Cairo's voice gets deeper, like he's unwilling to budge.
"My dad loved Mom. You can't say that wasn't true,"
Thames growls. He's losing his temper.
"He was turning his life around, becoming good again, before an angel interfered. You act like your father is some sort of saint, but let's face it, he committed the same sins mine did."
"My father didn't do anything wrong," Cairo says, though it's more of a warning. Resentment bristles in Thames's voice. The air around the area gets considerably hotter, more humid.
"What your dad did wasn't right. Now you're trying to do the same thing to me. Back off, Cairo, before I make you."
I gasp loudly. I realize the mistake I've made too late. Thames and Cairo peer round the corner, and I'm stuck standing there stupidly with a hand over my mouth, eyes wide. "Sorry," I belt out. "I was just walking by. I didn't mean to."
"It's all right, Cassia."
Cairo's the first one to speak.
"We still on for later?"
I nod. Cairo smiles at me, but it's not reassuring. He walks by, leaving me alone with Thames. He's still steaming. I dare to lay a hand on his arm and say, "Hey, you okay?"
"No."
I can practically feel Thames's skin bubbling underneath my hand. "You want to talk about it?" He stares down at the floor.
"Yeah."
We walk together underneath the stairwell. Thames sinks to the ground beneath the staircase, his back against the wall. I sit next to him cross-legged. His gaze droops, like he's already lost something that shouldn't even be up for grabs. "What was that all about?" I ask softly. Thames lets out a whoosh.
"Cairo didn't tell you everything. He told you things between my dad and my mom didn't work out, but that's a lie. My dad didn't have a choice but to leave. Cairo's dad was hunting mine. My dad had to go on the run and leave me and my mom behind."
"And I'm guessing Cairo's dad decided to move in?" I ask. Thames snorts.
"You can say that. It's because of his father that mine's missing. I don't know where he is. I've never even met him. I know Cairo can say the same, but that's different. He doesn't care about meeting his dad. I do."
"Maybe you can someday," I encourage.
"I doubt it."
Thames shakes his head.
"He's probably been killed by now. I understand how it works. Angels hunt demons. It's not Cairo's fault that he's alive, but he doesn't need to be parading around and acting all self-righteous about it."
Thames makes an aggravated noise.
That's why I moved out. I just couldn't take Cairo telling me what to do anymore. It's my life. I decide how I'm going to live it, not him. Just because I'm a Cambion doesn't mean I can't be a normal guy.
Of course not, I say, though it sounds like a lie. He's ranting now.
My dad was changing. He didn't want to be evil anymore when he met my mom. That's what she tells us all the time, but Cairo doesn't want to accept it. He thinks that bad people are always bad, no matter what.
What if Cairo just wants to protect you? I offer. You are his brother. He just doesn't want to see you get hurt. You could meet your dad and he could be nothing like what you expected.
He's a demon. The bar isn't really set that high,
he says sarcastically. Just go easy on your brother, okay? I'm sure he means well, I say.
You would say that.
Thames's comment, biting and sharp, hurts my feelings. I get up and say, well, I'm not going to sit here and mope around with you. I get that you miss your dad. Both of us have parents that we miss. I never met my dad either. I bite my lip. Just don't take it out on me. I leave before he can stop me. I'm probably being too abrasive, but Thames isn't consolable right now. He just needs time to calm down. My thoughts are racing when I get back to class. Cairo didn't exactly lie about Thames's dad, but he definitely didn't tell the truth either. I know it was to spare Thames's feelings, but did he want to show his own father in a better light as well? I sigh. There's no clear answer. All I know is that I'm not quite sure who I can trust. Chapter 16. I get there for the surprise first. I can understand why Cairo asked me to meet him behind the gym. It's very pretty. A flat land of snow surrounded by a cluster of tall trees, which form a tight and intimate circle. It's probably as romantic a setting you can get at a high school. Waiting makes me nervous. 10 minutes pass. I'm starting to freeze. What's taking him so long? Did he forget? Or did he stand me up? I hear a low growling in the brush that sounds all too familiar. In terror, I slowly turn to find not one, not two, but 4 hellhounds staring at me. They have me surrounded. Their glowing red eyes shine bright against their skulls, mottled flesh dripping blood onto the fresh fallen snow. My mind freezes. Cairo was the one who told me to meet him here. Is this the surprise he was talking about? A trick? Did he betray me? I'm dead, but I make a run for it anyway. I drop my books and backpack and sprint to the other side of the school before I realize that I'm leading them right to the parking lot and all of my friends. I'm not going to use everyone else as bait while I make a cowardly attempt to escape. I divert my path and head into the woods instead to lure the dogs away from the school. I reach out for a tree branch so I can climb it, but one of the hellhounds springs over me and snaps its jaws onto the branch, splitting it in two. The 4 hellhounds start circling, cutting off escape. Their rotten smell fills my nostrils. I gag on the scent. "Cass, get down!" The voice of a brave soul echoes through the woods. Thames has arrived. He leaps over the hellhounds and lands beside me, pushing me behind him so my back is against a tree. "Thames, we've got to get out of here," I say. Even with him here, the hellhounds are closing in.
"The only way is to fly out, and the trees have too much cover. I won't be able to pull you through them without setting the entire woods on fire," he explains.
This literally makes no sense to me. "What are you saying? Thames, don't be stupid."
I've never taken on this many by myself before, he says. Should be fun.
I can't really describe how else to label what Thames does next except power up. He takes a step forward and clenches his fists. His entire form begins burning with incredible flame, a halo of smoke and fire instead of light. His skin turns black and takes on the resemblance of ash, his bones poking through. His eyes gleam red, just like the Hellhound's. 2 leathery black wings sprout out from behind his back, beating ominously. Thames turns and gives me a wink that makes my insides shudder before he flings himself at the Hellhounds. Thames opens his palms and fire beams out from them, wrapping 2 of the dogs up within a fiery inferno. The dogs don't seem bothered by the heat, but neither can they move. They snap and growl at the chains of flame Thames has fastened around them. Thames launches himself at one of the Hellhounds. He starts beating it across the head with his fist, while he uses his wings to smack another one into a tree. The trapped Hellhounds burst out from their bonds and pounce upon his back, gnawing at the appendages. Thames screams loudly and goes toppling backwards, crushing the Hellhounds underneath him. He lets out a burst of circular flame, one that's blue, not red. This one seems to hurt the Hellhounds. They leap away, singed, and lick at their wounds before starting in on Thames again. Thames rises to his feet and opens his palm. Out of thin air materializes a sword, a gladius that shoots flames out of the tip. I can feel the heat from here. Thames swings the sword brutally at the Hellhounds. They jump out of the way, but he manages to slash one. It crumples to the ground for a moment, wounded. He stabs another Hellhound with the blade straight through the chest. The cut simmers and steams, while the Hellhound cries in pain. Thames continues battering at the Hellhounds with the sword, but each attack he makes toward one is fended off by another. It's too distracting to concentrate on all of them at once, so Thames backs against a collection of bushes, putting himself between me and the Hellhounds. He's outnumbered. He's not going to make it. We're not going to make it.
Cass, run!
Thames shouts. His voice is deep and scary in this form. It doesn't sound like him. It sounds like the voice of a devil straight from hell. He batters away a Hellhound with a barely effective hit.
I'll hold them off!
No! I don't want to leave Thames behind.
Please!
He's clawing at the ground, trying to drag them away from me. I bite my lip and take his last protest as my opportunity to flee. The howls of the Hellhounds attacking Thames fade into the distance as I proceed farther into the forest. I slow down and glance behind me. I'm not being chased. That's when an eerie presence looms over me, suppressing the air and extracting all sense of hope. Something tackles me from the side. I hurtle through the air and slam against a tree. I cry out with pain as I slide down the trunk, only to be kicked harshly in the stomach the moment I land. The invisible force. It's attacking me again. It only takes me a moment to realize that the force isn't unknown, but a demon, a real one. A choking sound emerges from my throat. The demon picks me up by my shoulders and tosses me again. I fall into a briar patch. Thorns pierce my skin and tear at my clothing. Without explanation, I feel my body forcefully being ripped out of the patch. I levitate in midair, my feet kicking out uselessly at what's got me. A crushing feeling enters my chest. It starts out small, then increases in intensity, squeezing the life out of my organs. My eyeballs pop out of my head as my heart is crushed beneath an invisible hand. My skin begins to go pale from lack of blood flow. Every part of me is screaming in pain as the hand literally reduces my heart to nothing more than a crushed pulp. Then the force lets me go, and I flop limply to the ground. I give a loud scream of pain as blood begins rushing back into my veins, giving precious life. My vision fades, body pounding furiously, painfully, as I slowly black out into darkness. A few moments later, I awaken. Groggily, I raise my head to determine what's going on. Cairo has arrived, glowing with light. His wings are extended, fully visible as he carries a large golden sword. It's Grecian in make, something I imagine a god would carry. He circles something, his eyes fixed on a creature unseen. Cairo raises his sword and batters at the demon, but his weapon is deflected by something that I can't witness. If I had to guess, the demon has a sword too, and he knows how to use it. Cairo and the demon batter back and forth, Cairo using an advanced set of complicated maneuvers to outwit the demon. He jumps high into the air and swings his sword back and forth as he does so, stabbing low and high. Unexpectedly, Cairo's sword comes to an abrupt stop, and there's a wretched screaming. It's high-pitched and painful. I cover my ears and cringe, curling up into a ball as the demon wails. Obviously, Cairo landed a hit. Cairo wrenches his sword out of the demon and draws it backward to drive it inside for a killer blow, but he stumbles forward. Must be a miss. Cairo swears and pulls back his sword, but the air in the area physically lightens. The dark foreboding that came over me is no more. Too late. The demon has fled. Cairo's wings and the sword disappear. The shimmering halo around him ends. He stoops down to my side, his face wrought with worry.
Cassia, are you all right?
I'm fine. I wince. Just kinda hurts.
You're lucky you didn't have a heart attack.
Cairo helps me to my feet.
I've never seen a human survive a demon attack like that before.
Why was it here? I put a hand to my temple. I have a headache.
We've been playing cat and mouse with the demon for weeks. It's been chasing us just as much as we've been chasing it,
Cairo explains.
Thames and I didn't think it'd dare get this close to the school while we're here, or send his hellhounds. Guess we were wrong.
Thames! My heart pounds. Is he all right?
Here.
Cairo grabs onto me.
Close your eyes and hold on tight.
In a flash, we instantly appear at the place where we left Thames. He must have teleported. The bodies of 2 hellhounds lie beside Thames. He's still in his demon form, on the ground and unmoving. His flaming sword hisses on the forest floor. Thames, I say, scared. He raises his head weakly. Cairo lets me go and holds out a hand for his brother. Thames takes it and gets up off the ground. As he does so, the sword and his wings vanish. The ash that's collected on his body falls to the ground until he's left with clear skin again. He's the Thames I know once more, and not the frightening creature he was. I bolt forward and hug him. He returns the gesture, though he looks a little winded. What happened? I let go of Thames and turn to Cairo. Why were those demons after me? Cairo frowns.
It was my fault, Cass. I wanted to ask you something. I thought behind the gym was the best place to do it. I had no idea demons were waiting there. This is strange.
Thames speaks for the first time in a rough voice. He coughs once, and a puff of ash falls out of his mouth before he clears his throat to speak again.
A demon never attacks a human twice, let alone multiple times. Most humans don't survive the first encounter, Cairo says. Cassia has been very unlucky. I don't think it's a coincidence that Cassia's gotten caught up in this, Thames objects. The demon wants her.
I feel my face drain of color. Cairo cracks his fists.
Don't be ridiculous,
Cairo spits. The thought is enough to make him angry, enraged.
She's a normal human girl. What could a demon want with her? Demons manipulate and toy with humans for a living. Maybe this one is fixated on Cassia,
Thames argues.
If so, we need to protect her. She needs to be careful. Cassia is fine. There isn't a demon after her, Cairo says harshly. She's just unfortunate enough to keep ending up in the wrong place at the wrong time. You're being stupid. You just don't want to admit that she could be in danger because the thought terrifies you,
Thames says.
It's better to be cautious. Even if the demon isn't after her, we should—
Thames,
just drop it,
Cairo spits. Thames isn't convinced, but he doesn't say anything. He merely turns away, sullen and brooding. Cairo's jawline is set like stone. What is it you wanted to ask me, Cairo? I say, trying to change the subject before the boys get into it again. It must have been important if you wanted to talk to me without anyone seeing. Cairo smiles. He then brings out a small box of chocolates, tied with a rose, out of his hoodie.
I was wondering if you wanted to be my date to prom,
he says.
I know it's kind of early, but girls are already asking me, and I want everyone to know that I'm already going with you.
A hot blush rides all across my body. Me? You want to go to prom with me?
Of course. Do you want to?
His gaze is eager. Yes! I take the presents from him and give him a quick kiss on the cheek. I'd love to. I'm so glad you asked. Cairo's eyes are dancing when he looks at me. When I turn around, I see that Thames looks like he could blow his top. His whole face is red, teeth clenched. Awkwardly, I open my mouth, but Thames vanishes on the spot. He's teleported somewhere else. Do you think he'll be all right? I pretend I'm asking about his injuries during the fight, but we both know I'm asking about something else.
It's okay. He'll get over it.
Cairo seems guilty, but he puts a hand on my shoulder.
Would you like to go out with me tonight?
Sure. My mood brightens. Where?
Out to dinner? Maybe a movie?
He shrugs.
We can stop by my place first so you can meet my mom.
He pauses.
Do you want to meet my mom?
Meeting his mom? This is getting kind of serious. A bout of nausea, accompanied by a threshold of nervousness, permeates my gut. Do you think she'll like me?
She'll love you, Cairo reassures. She's a very sweet lady. You have nothing to fear. I promise.
Okay. I nod slowly. I'll go. I wish I had worn something nicer than jeans and a hoodie today. If I knew I was going to meet Cairo's mom, I would have stood in front of the dresser for an hour determining what to wear.
Great.
Cairo and I begin the long walk back to the parking lot. He opens the door to his truck for me when we get there, like always. I hop in, text Isolde, and he blasts his techno music on the way to his house. Meeting Cairo's mom has got me distracted enough, yet something Thames said is also nagging in my ear. Could there be a demon after me? Impossible. Yet maybe it isn't. But for what reason? What would a demon want with me, an average human girl? There's nothing special about me. I sigh as the trees go whirling by. All I know is
Thames didn't seem happy that Cairo invited me to prom. Not in the slightest. If I didn't know better, he seemed jealous. I bite my lip anxiously. Whatever is going on, I really hope Thames is okay. Chapter 17. Cairo's mansion doesn't look any smaller the second time around, nor am I any less intimidated. Cairo takes my hand and leads me through the foyer to a kitchen with shiny appliances and a restaurant-style stove. Do these people have the best of everything? Leaning against the farmhouse sink and the granite countertop is a woman with thick glasses, her brown hair topped into a messy bun, a doctor's coat draped over an olive sweater. She's reading a magazine, her lips pursed with interest as she surveys the pages. When she hears us enter, her eyes flicker up, and she gently puts down the magazine. "Cassia, this is my mother, Clara Cross," Cairo says, gesturing to her. His arm stays wrapped around me. "Mom, meet Cassia." He doesn't introduce me as his girlfriend, but Clara seems to know what he means. Clara crosses the room. She shakes my free hand gently and nods. Cairo releases his grip. "It's wonderful to meet you, Cassia. It's about time my son brought a girl around." She shoots a glance at him, and Cairo returns it sheepishly. She looks like Thames, but I can see a lot of Cairo in her too. Both boys take after their mom. She's absolutely beautiful. "It's nice to meet you." I try to give her a pleasant smile and hope it doesn't look like crap. "Cairo, there are some groceries in the car," she says to him without taking her eyes off me. "Can you bring them in for me? I'd like to get to know Cassia a little more." Soundlessly, Cairo obeys, as if this was something they already agreed upon. A stint of fear and a sharp edge of irritation at Cairo passes through me. Is this some kind of interrogation? Did he set me up? "Don't be alarmed," she says at my bewildered expression. "I just wanted to speak with you on some matters, more or less about the situation." I swallow. I know that Cairo's a Nephilim. It doesn't bother me. Her gaze cracks upward. She picks up a pot of coffee and pours some for herself before handing me a mug. She guides me to the dining room table. "I just don't want you to think any less of me, you see," she starts. "Falling for two men at the same time? Or two creatures, you might say." "I don't think any less of you," I say, astounded. Why would she care what I, a random teenage girl, think of her? Things happen. Life happens. "Yes. Cairo told me that you are in the foster care system." She sits across from me. "You probably understand how complicated things can get." My throat swells. "Cairo and Thames have different last names," I say. "Was that intentional?" "Thames takes the surname of his father, or at least the name he gave me." She sighs. "I knew better the second time around." "What made you fall for both of them?" The question spouts out of my mouth before I can stop it. I feel like, more than anyone, this woman can relate to my situation. "It wasn't intentional." Clara puts her hands around the mug and stares out the window into the mist. "Both of them had a very attractive personality, you could say. They just drew me in. I like to think they cared about me. I certainly cared about them." I nod. Thinking of Thames and Cairo, I can understand exactly what she means. "Do you think they'll ever come back?" Clara lets out a disheartening chuckle. "So you've heard Thames's stories." Her eyes are sad.
No, I don't believe they ever will. Cairo's father couldn't if he wanted to, I'm sure. Our love was one I sought for comfort after Thames was born and his father had to leave. Thames's father did love me, but it just wasn't meant to be. I'm sorry. I reach out to grasp her hand, and she looks up in surprise. You did the best you could. It was out of your control. Clara nods and pulls her hand away. Yes, I suppose. She takes a steadying breath. I've encouraged Cairo to live his life for some time now, a normal life, Clara insists. I hope you can give it to him. A heavy responsibility sinks onto my shoulders at her words. I can try, I say. I just hope I don't mess it up. The door snaps behind us. Cairo has reappeared.
The groceries are in the pantry, Mom,
he says. He's staring at us. Thank you, honey, Clara says. She gives a strained smile, her lips pursed and tight. She stands, taking her mug with her. I hope you two have fun tonight.
We will.
Cairo's eyes are on her as she exits. It's not until she's gone before he returns to me. I stare at my cup. I don't know what to do with the coffee before Cairo steps forward and takes it from me. He pours it down the sink and then turns around.
I'm sorry about that, he confesses. She just wanted to make sure, you know.
I hold my breath. I get it. Whatever. Cairo steps forward and takes my hand again.
Do you want to take a tour of the house? You've only seen part of it.
Sure we aren't going to get lost? I ask and laugh.
It's not as big as it looks. Come on.
Cairo tugs on my hand and I follow. Cairo's lying. The house is way bigger than it looks. As I predicted, there are at least 10 bedrooms, as well as a courtyard, a theater room, a gym, a large dining area, and several bathrooms that you could play football in. He seems amused at all my gawking. His bedroom at the top of the house looks like any other boy's room. It's large, but his bed isn't made, and the walls are covered with posters of NFL stars, clothes scattered all along the floor. There's a large stereo system, but besides that, not much else.
Sorry, forgot to clean up before you got here.
Cairo kicks a pile of clothes out of the way. You act like I mind. I turn toward him. I suddenly am aware that Cairo is standing very close to me. Cairo licks his lips. He puts his hands on my hips and draws me close. Automatically, I put my hands on his chest and look up at him.
I've been wanting to do this for a long time now, he explains. I wanted to wait until I was sure we were alone.
My mouth opens to ask him what he's talking about, but my voice is stifled when his lips come crashing down upon mine. I close my eyes and fall into the kiss. Cairo's mouth moves upon my lips, creating a symphony of sensors that fire off all at once in my mind. I kiss him back, lost in the moment. His tongue drifts across mine, and I gasp, leaning forward into his mouth and grazing my teeth on his bottom lip. He groans and shifts. His hands move upward so that they're caressing my stomach, lifting up the edges of my shirt. Warnings blaze in my head to stop right there, but I tell them to be quiet. Forget about Eric, just this once, I beg myself. I lean against Cairo's touch and let passion sweep me away. His hands don't go any higher, though his palms drift across my bare stomach and against my lower back. This, more than anything, is pure heaven. Cairo pulls his mouth away. It trails down my neck, making a path back upwards to my ear. Goosebumps rise on my arms, and I shiver.
"We should probably stop,"
Cairo whispers. Every part of my body is shooting with electricity. I gulp. Yeah. Finally, we pull apart. My head is spinning and my knees have gone weak. I can't believe that kiss was so powerful. He lays his forehead against mine.
"We'd better be careful. Otherwise, we'll get too carried away."
I laugh. Not like I could ever get enough of you anyway. Cairo's smile reaches his eyes.
"Same."
What were you thinking of doing tonight? I ask. One thing crosses my mind, something I'm definitely not ready for, but Cairo's thoughts seem cleaner than mine. He says,
"There's a nice Italian restaurant I know of. It's in the next town over. It's an hour's drive away, but I promise you, it's worth it."
My stomach, betrayer that it is, grumbles. Cairo hears and says,
"I'm guessing that's a yes?"
Yep, and I don't mind the drive. I've got nothing else to do, I say. Most people would be irritated at the UP's long drive times to get anywhere, but not me. Gives me more of an excuse to spend extra time with Cairo. It's already past 4:30, so Cairo and I head for the truck. I'm glad Clara doesn't meet us on the way out. The drive there doesn't seem long. Not with Cairo. He talks about lacrosse and school. He doesn't bring up the demon attack or anything Nephilim related. A thought crosses my mind. Thames is the one that says he wants to be normal, but Cairo acts like he wants to be normal way more than Thames does. I'm pretty sure Thames has accepted what he is already. Cairo, in opposition, doesn't seem like he has. When we arrive, it's dark, and the entire town is lit up with a multitude of lights. Small globes have been strung over the streets. Strands of light wrap around the lamp poles, glowing like fireflies in a tiny village that looks like it's straight off a postcard. When I get out of the car, my mouth drops open.
"I knew you'd like it,"
Cairo says triumphantly.
"The town decorates every winter for Christmas and doesn't take the decorations down until spring. It's really incredible."
Snowflakes fall from the sky onto my nose. I hold out my tongue to catch them like I did when I was a little girl, before I stop. I'm too old for that. As if he read my mind, Cairo scoops up a little pile of snow and blows it into my face. I giggle, wiping the spare flakes away.
"That's better," he says. "I can always tell when you're trying too hard to be grown up. Your brow gets really scrunched."
I had to become an adult really fast, I say.
"That doesn't mean you can't have fun now."
Cairo threads his gloved fingers through mine. We start walking down the street toward the restaurant.
"There's nothing wrong with being a little immature sometimes. Life's too short to be taken seriously."
Underneath the magical glow of the lights, with how spectacular he looks, I can almost believe him. Life's hard. You can make one mistake and screw up everything. I kick a spare block of ice. If you don't take it seriously, everything can go wrong in an instant. There's no room for mistakes.
"I doubt you've made a mistake that's messed up your whole life,"
Cairo says gently. Yes, I have. I've gone so quiet, I'm surprised Cairo can still hear me. His breath stops. Am I really doing this? I don't want to. But my heart, it seems, isn't giving me a choice. I've been thinking about telling Cairo the truth about my past for a long time, ever since he first showed me his wings. Now I finally have the courage to speak. I've never told anyone, except the people that had to know, like the cops and the lawyers, I explain. There's a lump in my throat. I try hard to swallow it, but it won't go away. I've told you about Eric before.
Yes.
Cairo's voice has taken on a softer undertone. He wasn't a nice man. This is so hard to explain. My feet make soft graces upon the powdery snow. Did it all really happen? Because this place is making it seem like nothing more than a bad dream. He was the last foster parent I had before Isolde got me. I came up here to escape my past. I shake my head quickly. Cairo is still silent, waiting for me to explain. He only fostered me for the check, obviously. I would have been okay with that if he hadn't wanted more. The lump is getting bigger and bigger. He molested me. And I put up with it for months because I had nowhere else to go. I wipe at my face with the back of my hand. When he got bored, he handed me off to his friends for them to use. They paid him, you know. There are tears pricking at the corner of Cairo's eyes.
Oh my God, Cassia.
His voice is muddled and rough.
I can't imagine anyone doing anything like that to hurt you. I'm so sorry.
I take a big sigh. Now that the big reveal is over, the weight in my chest is lessening, my throat less constrictive. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I stole his car and left. I tried to make it on the streets for a while, but the system came and found me. I told them everything. His lawyers tried to spin it, tried to say that he didn't do it. When proof came back that he did, they said I wanted it, that I consented. They made me feel like the criminal, and I didn't even do anything. But at the end of it, they had convinced me it was all my fault. Cairo squeezes my hand. Taking a steadying breath, I carry on. The trial took a long time. People I didn't know came into my life and picked it apart, examined everything. They didn't care about me as a person. It was just me up there all alone, retelling my story again and again. They made me relive every single detail for months. The lawyers defending me made me feel like it was my responsibility to make sure he was convicted, that if he got out and did the same thing to other girls, that I'd be responsible. After a while, that's how I felt too. I felt that I was obligated to stop him, even though I had no power. This is the hardest part. They didn't think they'd be able to convict him, but they had enough evidence. After I miscarried. Cairo's eyes are welling. 2 droplets, like crystalline diamonds, fall from his eyes and kiss his cheeks. He steps forward and wraps me in a thick, warm hug, tight and welcoming, safe. An overwhelming feeling of home passes over me. I press myself into his downy winter jacket and try to breathe.
I will never let anyone do anything to hurt you ever again.
Cairo's voice is muffled against my hair. My voice is wobbly. I can't stand to face him again, Cairo. But the trial's coming up, and I know if I don't testify, he'll just get out and do it to other girls. I keep holding him to me. People are passing us on the street, looking at us strangely. They don't get what's going on.
What happened wasn't your fault, Cassia. It wasn't a mistake you made.
I should have spoken out sooner. I should have done something to stop him. I should have...
No. You had no say. You were a victim.
Cairo pulls back and places his hands on my shoulders, looking deeply into my eyes.
I don't want to hear you say that it was your fault ever again. That was in your past. This is your future. If you're strong enough to survive that, you can get through anything. I'm convinced you're a stronger person than I ever imagined being."
"Why'd you pick me?" I whisper. "You could have had anyone. Any girl you wanted."
"There isn't an explanation, Cassia,"
he says quietly.
"I was just drawn to you like a magnet. I tried to keep myself away, but I couldn't even when I wanted to. You're just my person."
This makes me happy. I lean in to kiss him this time. Instead of passionate, this kiss is tender and full, the rawness of two souls intermingling. A sweet warmth blossoms inside my chest, wrapping me up in it. The snow trickles from the sky, landing on our cheeks and hair as the kiss continues. I came up here to start over. I had no way of knowing my new beginning was Cairo. Chapter 18. January whirls by. Cairo takes me on dates every Friday, and we hang out whenever he doesn't have lacrosse practice or when he's not working. I try to balance my spare time by studying and spending time with the girls, though each spare second without Cairo seems to inch by like molasses. There are no more demon attacks. Cairo says they haven't spotted one single demon since the day they chased off the one in the forest. My suspicion that the demon was after me lessens with each passing day. If the demon was hunting me, he would have made a move by now, right? Cairo's most likely correct that the attacks were sporadic, and my bad luck caused me to be in its path whenever it decided to show up. January turns into February. I'm feeling caught in the middle of Thames and Cairo on Valentine's Day, but thankfully, Levon suggests that we girls spend the day shopping and watching crappy romance movies instead. As much as I'd love to be on a romantic date with Cairo, I also know that doing so would cause an even bigger rift between him and his brother, so I agree to go with the girls instead. Cairo has to hunt demons that day anyway, so at least my guilt is lessened, though he does leave a rather large stuffed owl wrapped in a bow on my desk the morning of the big day. A few weeks pass. February goes by and the snow slowly begins to melt. I look at the calendar and realize it's March, my birthday month. Only a few more weeks until I'm 18. I can hardly believe that I'm this close to freedom. But being here, being in heaven, being with Cairo, it's made things different. Maybe I don't want to leave Isolde and leave everyone. Maybe I want to stay. I can't figure it out. I decide to put my confused feelings on hold until after graduation, when I'll have a degree and a clearer idea of where I'm going. I try to focus on my relationship with Cairo and not my future, even though everyone else in my grade is knee-deep in the middle of college planning. But as Cairo and I spend more and more time together, Thames and I seem to be drifting apart. He doesn't show up at my locker anymore. I can't remember the last time we spent an afternoon eating pizza and playing video games like we used to every week last semester. A few months ago, we used to hang out almost every day if Isolde didn't need me or if the girls didn't book something. Now it's like I hardly see him unless we're in class. Even then, our relationship is strained, the jokes frail and barely heard. Things are different between Thames and I. I keep hoping that things will go back to the way they were before Cairo asked me to prom. I really want Thames to get over it. After school one day, I decide to extend an olive branch. I run out to catch Thames just before he gets into his truck. "Thames!" I call out. He turns at my voice, yet he doesn't smile. His eyes seem pained and cold. I forge ahead anyway. "Do you want to come over tonight? I've got the game you've been talking about for months. I could let you borrow it.
No.
His voice flattens over my feelings like a monster truck. Okay. I take a deep breath and try again. I know the snow's still melting, but the first rain's supposed to come soon and thaw it all away. Why don't we work on your bike? Get it ready for spring.
I'm busy.
It's like he's a robot or something. Why? I'm confused. You're never busy.
I've been working a lot lately.
He won't meet my eyes. I can't take this anymore. It's obviously at the lumber mill, because you haven't been talking to Cairo. I cross my arms. He's told me.
That's typical. You listen to everything Cairo says.
He sneers. What's wrong with you? I narrow my eyes. You've been edgy about this since school started.
There's nothing wrong with me, okay? Just let it go.
Thames smacks the edge of his truck and the walls come right back up again. The walls that everyone told me about at the start of the year. They were something I was able to break down and get across months ago, but not now. He's treating me like a total stranger, and it hurts. You're just being a baby because Cairo asked me to prom, I say. If I knew saying yes would have caused this huge thing between us, I would have said no. It hurts to say, but it's the truth. Thames's friendship is worth more than a dance to me, even one with Cairo.
The only reason Cairo asked you to prom so early is because he knew I wanted to ask you first,
Thames thunders. Everything comes grinding to a screeching halt. There's a change in our friendship that happens instantaneously. I know it. Thames just seems to realize it. He blushes, and I rip my concrete shoes off the ground. I take a deep breath. It still doesn't make things different between us. You're my friend. I miss you.
I miss you too, he confesses. But I have feelings for you, Cassia.
His breath and words quicken.
I have for a while. I was getting ready to say something, but then Cairo swooped in and took you away.
I can see where this is going. What happened with your dads and what's happening with us is a different story.
It doesn't matter. I want to be around you, but it's hard. It hurts. It's almost cruel. You picked Cairo over me.
I didn't pick Cairo, I say firmly. I didn't even know it was a contest. Thames, I'm sorry if I hurt you, but I still care. It isn't right to be friends with a girl and then fall off the face of the planet because she doesn't want to sleep with you.
Do you think that's what it is?
Thames rages.
Cassia,
Before he says anything else, he shuts his mouth and holds himself back. I drop my gaze. I know exactly what 3 little words he was going to say. I'm glad he stopped himself. I can't say them back, because I've already told them to someone else. You have to understand, it's hard for me to be with anyone after what happened with Eric, I say.
Eric? Who's Eric?
Thames is thoroughly confused. Ask Cairo, I say. Please don't ask me. I can't bear to tell it again. That's when I run off to board the bus. I've seriously had enough of Thames and his games. If he doesn't want to be my friend anymore because I'm with Cairo, fine. Real friends don't make each other pick sides. Or pick them. I toss and turn in bed that night. This is driving me crazy. Now that his confession is out in the open, I have to admit to myself that I have feelings for Thames too. That much is obvious. But whatever I feel for him can't measure up to my emotions about Cairo. Thames is my best friend. He's someone I could love. I know just by thinking about it that he could make me happy. Yet Cairo is completely different. When I look at him,
The thought of being without him in any way is enough to make my heart stop, to make my existence seem empty and incomprehensible. He connects with me. Cairo fills up all the parts of my soul that I thought were missing and gone forever. He understands me with a single glance. He can make my pulse quicken and my breath cease all in one glance or with a single word. The emotions aren't the same. It's like I simply know who I'm supposed to be with. I get Cairo, and he gets me. I flop on my back and hug both of my owls tightly. This is insane. Can I really be in love with both heaven and hell? At the start of the year, I didn't even want a boyfriend. Now my heart belongs to two different men. I doubt I can suppress romance forever. The next morning, I throw on some heavy concealer to hide the dark circles underneath my eyes. When I come downstairs, I see that Isolde is waiting for me. She's perched at the kitchen table anxiously, as if she's afraid of what she has to tell me. Cassia, I have some news. Her face is worried. I'm just not sure how you're going to take it. Is it about Eric? I ask instantly. Did they summon me for trial? She doesn't confirm or deny. Please sit down. I take the chair across from her. I lean forward, place my elbows on the table, and say, Okay, what is it? I promise not to freak out. Isolde takes a deep breath. You don't need to testify against him anymore. The case has been dropped. What? Why? My mouth opens in surprise. Why would they do that? Let me clarify. Isolde clears her throat. You don't have to worry about Eric, because he's no longer a concern. They found him in his cell late last night. He's dead. Chapter 19. Eric is dead. It's like a chime goes off in my head. Ding, ding, ding. Eric is dead. He was murdered. Security found nothing more than a pile of ashes and some burn marks in his cell. Isolde's perched on the edge of her seat, anxiously awaiting my reaction. The guards are trying to figure out how he died, but Isolde's voice fades away into the background. Ashes, fire, Thames. How do you feel, Cassia? Isolde's interlaced fingers tighten, her fingernails pressing into skin. My insides are numb. Eric is dead. He's really, really gone. I never have to see him again, never have to feel obligated to keep him behind bars, never have to worry about if he's out there molesting other girls. He's been taken care of. I smile. Isolde raises her eyebrow. I'm okay. Way better than okay. Thank you for telling me, Isolde. I really appreciate it. She's stunned that I'm not freaking out. Are you sure? I know something like this could send you into shock. I'm not. I shake my head. I'm really fine. It's all right. I proceed to the cupboard and start pouring a bowl of cereal like it's any other morning. Isolde watches me cautiously before she asks, Do you want any updates if the guards find out what happened? No. I shake my head. It's done and it's over. Time for me to move forward. Isolde seems to be impressed with how I'm handling this. Very well. She grabs a breakfast bar for herself before she asks, Would you like to come with me tomorrow to a crop and shop down at the craft store? It's good for relaxation. Sure. I give her an encouraging grin. Scrapbooking isn't my thing, but I'm in such a good mood that I'd probably sign up for crocodile hopping if Isolde wanted to go. Isolde seems relieved.
She gives me a kiss on the cheek, and I scarf down my cereal. Today's going to be a good day. When Isolde drops me off, I run straight to my locker. Thames, my Thames, is waiting there for me like he used to. My backpack drops to the ground as I fling my arms around him and squeeze him tight. "Thank you," I whisper. I don't want to cry in school again, but my eyes are already getting watery. Thames seems to be good at doing this to me. He doesn't have to ask. Thames rests his head on mine and hugs me back, tighter than he ever has. His voice is thick, too.
"You're welcome."
Cairo passes by. An expression of disapproval is set heavily on his face, though I know it's not because of the hug.
"Cassia?"
Cairo jerks his head.
"Come with me for a minute, please?"
Thames doesn't object. He grabs my hand before I go and says,
"I'll hit you up on that offer to hang out if you're interested."
"Of course." My eyes soften. "I'm so glad you're back, Thames. I really missed you." He nods. I pull away from him and walk with Cairo. He leads me to an empty classroom. The bell rings, but we both ignore it. Murder is obviously more important than chemistry class. I sit on a desk. Cairo shuts the door behind us and locks it before running a hand through his hair nervously.
"You obviously heard what happened,"
Cairo said.
"Eric's dead. I'm guessing you put the pieces together and figured out who did it?"
I did, and it's great news. I swing my legs back and forth. I owe Thames one.
"No, Cassia, don't say that."
He grimaces.
"You're letting your emotions get in the way of thinking rationally. This isn't a good thing."
Why not? I shrug. Eric was a terrible person. Now society and the rest of the world is safe from him. There's no bad side to this.
"I'm worried about you. You're so cheery about all this, like you just won the lottery or something."
Cairo crosses his arms.
"Death isn't something to celebrate."
"His death is," I say firmly. "He was completely evil."
"That may be, but it wasn't Thames's right to take his life."
"Do you think I've turned Thames into a killer?" I ask. I don't want the blood on Thames's hands to be because of me, but now I realize, with a horrible sinking feeling, that it is.
"No."
Cairo sweeps his hand downward in a vicious slash.
"No, that is not what I'm saying. Thames knew exactly what he was doing. He knew the repercussions, and yet he did it anyway. This is all on him."
I didn't mean to. My joy is slowly being suffocated under the fact that Thames murdered someone, even a terrible person, as an act of revenge for me. If I had known he'd go this far, I wouldn't have said anything to you. I told Thames to ask you about it. I never should have.
"I told you, Cassia, this is not your fault. Don't you think I wanted to do the same thing?"
Cairo asks harshly.
"Cassia, when you told me what that sick man did to you, it took every bit of self-control I had to hold myself back from going there and taking his life in the cruelest way I could think of. Believe me, the bastard deserved it."
Cairo makes an angry noise.
"Thames told me that I was too weak, that it needed to be done, and it was right to take revenge for you. He thinks that I can't protect you because of it, that my morals are more important than you are to me."
Cairo smacks his hand against a desk.
"But what Thames doesn't understand is that I'm not God, and neither is he. And I don't think that we should be deciding who lives and who dies."
I touch his arm. I understand why you didn't, I say softly. But I also understand why Thames did. You two are different.
"There are more consequences than you realize, Cassia,"
Cairo says.
"Thames is going to have to answer for this."
"What?" I whisper. "How?"
"The Nephilim Council. They let Thames live on the terms that he doesn't kill a human. That's all null and void now. Cairo's voice begins to shake. No. I shake my head back and forth. No, Thames can't die for me. It's out of both our hands. Cairo turns pale. He's really scared for his brother. If the council finds out, which they will, they'll capture Thames and execute him for taking the life of a human. They don't care what Eric was. It's all the same to them. I grab the front of Cairo's shirt. Cairo, you have to promise me that you'll do something, I beg. I'm going to do everything I can. I can't lose my brother. He lets out a whoosh of breath. I knew his recklessness would get him into major trouble someday. He just doesn't think. I'll talk to him, I say immediately. After school today, maybe there's something that can be done. I hope so. I just don't know what. Cairo sighs. He looks at the clock. Come on. We should get back to class. Cairo presses against me in the hallways on the way back. I'm not sure if he's studying me or I'm supporting him. Most likely both. It's almost time to change periods, so when I come to the door of my second class, we kiss and part ways. I lean against a locker outside the classroom and think. I know Cairo is right. Individuals shouldn't get to decide who lives and who dies. The death penalty is something that should be on society's shoulders, on everyone's shoulders, and shouldn't be tasked to a single tyrant. Thames knew that the government wouldn't do its job and take care of Eric, so he took care of the problem for them. Thames is a murderer now. That's something horrible that can never be changed. But is his life equal to Eric's? Will he have to sacrifice himself now to pay for what he did? No way in hell. I know I'm just a little human girl, but I'm not going to let that happen. Thames isn't going to die for me. I've been preparing to talk to Thames all day. When we get in his truck, I'm ready to talk, but he takes a wrong turn out of the school driveway. Where are you going? This isn't the way to your house, I say. We're not going to my house. Thames smiles. I've got a surprise for you. Okay. Now I feel even more guilty about lecturing him. I bite my lip, looking for a way to start, before Thames beats me to the punch. I already know, Cass. His happy expression is now somewhat glum. You don't need to tell me. I huff. Thames, I'm super worried. Once they find out it was you who murdered Eric, the Nephilim Council is going to slaughter you. It's a fair price to pay, Thames says firmly. When Cairo told me what he did. Thames makes a twisted, pained face. He grips the steering wheel and says steadily, I couldn't control myself. Something had to be done. Cairo kills demons for a living, but he doesn't understand there are monsters walking among the human race as well. Something's got to be done about them. Maybe I'm it. Thames, you can't be an executioner for bad people, I insist. You can't go around killing humans, even if they're evil, because the Nephilim Council will end you for it. I wouldn't be able to handle it if something happened to you. He swallows. Then he reaches out and grabs my hand, giving it an encouraging squeeze. I know. I'm doing everything I can to make sure that doesn't happen. I don't let go of his hand. Thames drives for a half hour before he pulls into an airport, a small one with only a few planes and a tiny landing strip. Thames parks next to the hangar, and finally I let go. What are we doing here? My heartbeat thumps loudly at the sight of planes. I get out of the car and Thames rounds the truck. I think you know. Thames points upward. There are screams from above. I glance upward and see the tiny outlines of people as they fall toward the earth, opening their parachutes far above the ground. We're going skydiving? No way!
I shriek. Excitement burns in my chest. I have to force myself not to dance on the spot.
Yup. Thought it'd be pretty important for a future pilot to try once, don't you think?
He grins. I can't jump. I'm a minor, I object.
Isolde already signed the consent form, he says cheerfully. It was supposed to be a birthday surprise, but I figured now would be a better time.
Oh my gosh, Thames, thank you, I say breathlessly. I'm nearly jogging to the hangar. I feel like a little kid all over again. Thames has to lengthen his strides to keep up with me. Have you jumped before? I ask, glancing behind.
Yep, hundreds of times. In fact, you're tandem jumping with me,
Thames says.
I'm certified. Have been since I turned 18 a few months ago.
Of course, the bad boy crotch rocket rider loves skydiving. Inside the hangar, we meet the instructor as well as the pilot. They run me through an hour-long crash course in skydiving before we suit up. We board the plane. My stomach lurches as the aircraft leans backward, soaring into the sky. It takes us about 20 minutes to ascend to 10,000 feet. As the plane climbs higher and higher, my anxiety shoots through the roof. I really have nothing to worry about. Even if both parachutes fail, Thames can either fly or teleport us back to the ground. But this is still jumping out of a plane. It's nuts. It gets my heart pounding and my blood rushing through my veins.
Nervous?
Thames shouts over the roar of the engine. He's looking extremely smug right now. Absolutely. I'd be crazy if I wasn't, I cry back. Yet the thrill of what I'm about to do outweighs the fear. I literally can't wait to do this. Finally, the plane door opens. A blast of cold air rushes across my face. It's insanely cold out here. Thames clips himself onto me, and we hover at the edge of the open door, ready to take the leap. Paralyzing fear cripples my limbs. I didn't realize how far up we were. The trees look like twigs up here, the hangar no bigger than my thumb. We're going to fall all the way down? I freeze up.
Got stage fright?
Thames laughs. Shut up! My voice sounds so small and mousy.
If you don't jump, I'll push you out,
he jokes, though I know he's not all kidding. Just do it. I grit my teeth and prepare to jump. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I scream as Thames launches us out of the plane. Wind rushes by my face, and my stomach jolts with the quick drop. I spread my arms and legs out to balance myself. We free-fall through the clouds, my lungs struggling to breathe through the cold atmosphere. The sudden realization that I'm actually hurtling through the air hits me. I'm free. I'm flying. My wild screaming stops, and I look around. The world is perfect up here. Heaven seems so quaint and tiny against the mass span of the wild north that surrounds the tiny town. Small mountains cascade against the trees in the distance, and Lake Superior glistens beneath the rays of the glorious sun. No boundaries. Absolutely no fear. My heart was born to fly. Before my soul has a chance to settle up here, Thames pulls the chute. We're jerked backwards, and our quick descent slows to a fairy-like drift, the parachute causing us to slowly spiral downward. I look around at the breathtaking scenery, unable to believe the world could look so grand. Whatever I've been through, it doesn't change the fact that this life is amazing. I land clumsily, but Thames is able to save us. He stabilizes us as we come to a soft landing. Once my feet are back on the ground, I crane my neck upward at the plane. I can't believe I jumped that far. All I want to do is go back up there and do it over and over again.
Did you like it?
Thames asks. His face is red from the thrill. I loved it. I take in a big, deep breath. Will you please promise that you'll take me again soon? Thames smiles, but his eyes flicker.
Maybe.
Afterward, Thames takes me out to dinner at our favorite pizza joint. Surprisingly, my stomach isn't all twisted up from the leap. The whole time, my mind is spinning with the extremeness of the skydive. I never experienced such a rush. I honestly think I'm in love, and maybe it's not just with skydiving. Thames and I don't get back to my house until late that night. I'm still blathering on about skydiving when we get there. Thames hasn't said much all evening, just let me talk. Thames, that was incredible, really. I'm breathless even just talking about it. We climb the steps of the porch to the front door. We're going to go again, right? Soon? You said we would.
Cass.
Won't you?
Cass. Stop.
I pause. I turn around, and Thames is only inches away. He takes a deep breath. His hands plant firmly in his pockets as he says,
Cass, I have to go away for a while.
What? My perfect day comes crashing down around my ears. Why?
You know why. The council is probably looking for me already.
Thames rubs a spot on the porch with his foot.
I have to go hide. I can't stay in town any longer. I've already pushed it by being here today.
Reality hits me, along with answers. That's why Thames took me skydiving today instead of on my birthday. He knew he wouldn't be around for it. I know he has to go, but selfishly I don't want him to. You can't go. Tears water up in my eyes. I bite my lip to keep it from trembling. I wrap my arms around his middle, clenching him to me.
I won't be gone long,
Thames says softly.
I'll be back, I promise.
Thames moves forward. He tilts my head upward and leans forward to kiss me. My eyes widen in shock before I relax and give into his touch. Thames's kiss is powerful, strong. It's warm, tingled with fire and heated sparks. Kissing him is like kissing a smoldering flame, long, burning, and sexual. Yet I can't deny that when I kiss him, there's nothing there. My insides are dull, flatline. To make things worse, when he kisses me, all I can think about is Cairo. Thames pulls away. His thumb brushes my cheek before he says,
Be safe, okay, Cass? Cairo will keep an eye on you while I'm gone.
You be safe. I wrap my arms around myself. I want you to come back. He nods. He then puts his hands back in his pockets and swaggers away. I climb the steps to my room slowly, feeling like my shoes are weighed down with bricks. I feel guilty and wrong, but I can't change my emotions. I have my answer now about who I truly love. Inside, I think I always knew. I just didn't want to admit it to myself. When will Thames be back? Days? Months? Years? I have absolutely no way of knowing. I cross my room to the window to close the shades for the night. As spectacular as skydiving was, I would have traded it to have one more day with Thames. An unexpected figure below my window catches my attention. I look down and see the outline of a man waiting on the ground. It's too dark to see any features or make out who it could be. He's standing directly below me. Whoever it is, I don't know them. A chill runs up my spine. It's a burglar, must be. The figure looks up at my window, right at me. If it were daylight, we'd be locking eyes. I go to grab my phone, to wake Isolde and call the police, but the figure turns on his heel and leaves. He heads into the forest and disappears into the sanctuary of the trees. I snap the curtain shut, feeling spooked. Whoever that man is, I'm pretty sure he was here for me. Chapter 20. In a week, the school is abuzz that Thames Deacon dropped out of high school 3 months before graduation. He totally joined the military, Levon insists at lunch. It's the only thing that makes sense. Nuh-uh, he started a band. California would be my guess, Sydney says wisely. He's totally the type. Maybe he got an early scholarship and left, Emily suggests. What do you think? Levon looks at me as she asks the question. You knew him better than any of us did. Did he tell you where he was going? I pull my eyes off of my college application and stare back at them. All eyes are on me. What would Thames want me to tell them? He'd probably think it'd be funny if I riled them up, gave the school something to talk about. He got in trouble with the law. More truth than fiction. He had to leave town. What was it for? Levon leans forward eagerly. The rest of them zoom in. I shrug. I don't know. He didn't tell me. Oh, the girls all say at once. They look like I've delivered them a particularly delicious rumor that must be spread at once. Juicy, Levon adds. He must have fought a cop, Emily squeaks in excitement. Murder, Sydney suggests, and the girls cackle. My stomach drops. I finish my lunch in silence, while the girls come up with wilder and wilder theories about what Thames did that was so bad he had to skip town. I've tried not to be miserable since Thames has been gone. But if I'm honest with myself, the only thing that distracts me from the thought of him is his brother. You shouldn't encourage them. Cairo leans against my locker at the end of the day. He's trying to replace his brother. He can't do it. Half the lacrosse team swears that Thames robbed a bank. I thought the latest rumor was he stole a car? I ask. Cassia, take this seriously. He frowns. Cairo has been unusually grumpy since Thames left. I can't say I blame him. The days pass by slowly. The snow comes back, then melts again. On March 28th, I wake up to sunny weather and clear skies. Isolde's waiting for me downstairs with a fancy cupcake topped with a burning birthday candle. Hey! She gets up and gives me a hug. Happy birthday! You're finally 18. Finally. I smile. I close my eyes, make a wish, then blow out the candle. I stuff the cupcake in my mouth because it's really freaking delicious. Isolde's busy puttering around the kitchen like it's a national holiday. You're not going to school today, Isolde informs me. We have a big day ahead of us. Sounds good to me. Not going to school is already a great birthday gift. Isolde makes me open my presents, which consists of no less than a brand new outfit, new shoes, a laptop, and about 10 other gifts before I'm allowed to get ready. Afterwards, Isolde drives me to take my driver's test. I pass with flying colors, and we stop by the DMV so I can pick up my temporary license. She takes me out to lunch, pasties, and we go shopping. Isolde runs me to the post office before we head for home. Are you sure you want to do this? You can always wait another year. Isolde kneads the steering wheel anxiously as I drop the application in the mailbox. I know it's late. I probably won't get accepted, but I feel like I have to try. I rebuckle my seatbelt. Don't worry, Isolde. The flight school's nearby. I'm not going anywhere if they actually take me. Her face relaxes. She leans back in her seat and sings along to country music on the way back home. When we come back to the house, Cairo's there waiting for me. He has a large bouquet of flowers in his hand and is leaning against the bed of his truck. I get out of the car and take the flowers from him. He plants a sweet kiss on my cheek.
"Happy birthday,"
he murmurs in my ear.
"Are you ready for our date?"
Yes, my body's humming all over. I don't know what Cairo has planned, but I'm looking forward to it. I'll take these and put them in water. Isolde takes the bouquet from me and gives me an encouraging nudge. You two go have fun. I hop in the truck. Cairo takes a turn out the driveway to a winding road, one that twists and turns within the trees. The path only gets smaller and smaller until it turns into a dirt road that I swear no one has used in the past decade. Where are we going? I ask curiously.
"We need to be deep in the woods so we're not seen."
Cairo's eyes flicker to the rearview mirror before they land on me. He smiles.
"It's a surprise."
Cairo pulls off the gravel. He off-roads the truck for a bit until the trees become too dense. He parks, and we hold hands as he weaves me through the forest, around the trees. After a 30-minute hike, he stops and looks around.
"This looks like as good a spot as any."
What is it for? I'm still looking around dumbly for my prize.
"Hold on to me. You'll see."
Cairo extends his arms wide. Again, he begins to glow with a radiant light, his wings extending behind him. I step forward and embrace him tightly, my arms wrapped around his middle. Once my arms are securely around him, Cairo's wings begin to beat. They take 2 long, flowing movements before they begin to quicken, and our feet slowly rise off the ground. Cairo loops his arms around me, fastening me to him tightly as we rise into the air and up past the trees. Cairo doesn't stop there. His wings carry us upward, over the tree line and toward the clouds. His wings tilt to change direction, and Cairo climbs higher, using his wings to swoop in circles this way and that. Every movement is precise, calm, and safe. His heartbeat mingles with mine as we pass over clouds and through the atmosphere. I can't look down. I can't look away from anything but Cairo's perfect face. 10,000 feet up, Cairo pauses. Without a word, he bends down to kiss me. A brush of restlessness passes through me, and I kiss him back. Our lips dance in an intricate ballet as his wings keep us aloft. Suddenly, his wings snap to his sides. Cairo doesn't stop, however. He only increases the intensity of the kiss and squeezes his arms so I'm pinned against his body as we begin the descent. As we kiss, we plummet toward the earth at a speed faster than imaginable. Only at the last possible moment do Cairo's wings open. We sail over a small sapphire lake. Cairo hovers downward, and my feet torturously touch ground again. It's a painful endeavor, now that I know what it's like to soar through the clouds with Cairo. "Why did you stop?" I ask. I bury my face in his chest. I wanted it to go on forever.
"All angels must land sometime."
Cairo lets me go. He walks onto a lopsided dock on the lake. A small rowboat is tied to one of the poles there. Cairo climbs inside, and I follow. Cairo rows us out into the middle of the lake. By this time, the stars are poking out, and it's starting to get dark. Cairo leans down. From underneath the seat, he plucks a small black box.
"I wanted to give this to you."
He hands me the box.
"To show everyone you're my girl."
"Your girl?" I open the box and gasp. Inside is a diamond necklace of 2 angel wings, a sapphire pendant suspended between them. Oh, Cairo, it's gorgeous. I love it.
"I knew you would."
I move my hair back, and Cairo fastens the chain around my neck. Even in the moonlight, the necklace glimmers. This day has been perfect. I reach forward and grab Cairo's hands. Thank you for making it so special for me.
Did you think I wouldn't?
Cairo's eyes glimmer.
I love you.
You love me? I whisper back. It was something I already knew, yet everything changes when I hear him say it.
Yes, more than anything in the world.
Unexpectedly, lightning crackles above. The sky flashes, and from out of nowhere, freezing rain begins pouring down in buckets.
Cassia,
Cairo says, but his words are cut short when I grab both sides of his face and bring him close to me, so I can kiss him once again. Everything that was broken inside me has mended itself together. When I came to heaven, I believed myself too damaged and too used to be of any interest to anyone. I thought I could never love anyone, that no one could love me, but I was wrong. I'm not meant to go at this alone. My destiny is to travel forward into this life with Cairo beside me. Caught in this torrent of rain and love falling upon me, I realize it. As we're kissing, Cairo teleports us back to my room, leaving the boat behind. I pull away and say in a tease, I was enjoying that.
I don't want you getting another cold.
Cairo's cheeks are flushed. Looks like he enjoyed it too. I lean in to give him a hug. Thank you, Cairo, I say, for everything you've done for me. He understands exactly what I mean. Cairo stays at my house until midnight, until he has to go. He says a quick goodbye and gives me another sweet kiss before taking off. My head is buzzing by the time he leaves. I'm so deliriously happy right now. Literally nothing could ruin this. I flop onto my bed, sighing in bliss. This isn't real life. This is some sort of fairy tale. I close my eyes, trying to revel in the moment. I want to preserve a piece of this so I can remember it forever. It's been a long, happy day. Unexpectedly, I start dozing. I reach out a hand to turn off the light, but it meets something else instead. A body. My eyes jerk open. Before I can see who's there, a blindfold snaps across my eyes. I scream as loudly as I can, but a hand clamps down over my mouth, muffling the sound. Panic infiltrates my every thought. Everything, the trauma, the fear, the absolute terror comes rushing back. My fantasy, what happy life I claimed, is torn in two as the need for survival takes place. I thrash out my hands and feet, trying to fight back. They only hit air. Someone grabs a fistful of my hair. The hand over my mouth is rank with the smell of ash. Smoke filters into my mouth and lungs. I cough harshly, eyes watering. I struggle desperately to breathe, but the intruder is too strong, and the smoke increases. Darkness surrounds me, and my body goes limp. My last thought is of Cairo before I pass out. Chapter 21. My mind is groggy and muddled when I awaken. Where am I? I open my eyes, and the room comes slowly into focus. A crushing terror squeezes my gut as I recognize Thames's living room. I'm lying on the floor. Why am I here? A pair of boots. Someone is standing nearby. My gaze travels upward to a tall man in a large trench coat, a man with brown eyes and dark hair. He seems fake, not real. I wouldn't be looking at him if he didn't want me to see him. You're a demon, aren't you?
I'm bold enough to ask the question.
Yes.
His brown gaze, so unsettling, burns right through me. His voice sounds human, but I know he's not. If you're a demon, let me see you as you are, I say. I know that's not your true form.
If I did that, you'd lose your mind. No mortal can set eyes upon an angel or a demon in their true form and still retain their sanity afterwards.
The demon seems extremely calm, almost detached. I swallow nervously. My mouth is terribly dry. Cairo will figure out that I'm gone and come looking for me. I only need to buy time. The man looks so familiar. I've never met him before, but I can place his features. I know who he is without second-guessing. You're Thames's father, aren't you? He doesn't answer. When he says nothing, I press. Do you have a name?
Alexander Deacon.
No, your real name. I blink. Your demon name.
You wouldn't be able to pronounce it.
The demon shakes his head.
Yes, I'm Thames's father. That is the unfortunate reason why you are here.
Why'd you bring me here? I inch my way off the ground, slowly rising to my feet.
Because there was no other way, Alexander responds solemnly. I had to make my son see reason.
Reason?
Human women are particularly alluring. So much so that we immortals would do anything for them.
Alexander moves forward. I take a step back, useless as it is.
My son became too wrapped up in your game, and now the Nephilim Council will make him pay for it with his life.
It was you outside my window that night, I say. You saw Thames and I together. You saw us kiss.
I saw him become enchanted under the spell of a witch.
Alexander's voice is spiteful.
I knew Thames's life would be in danger once he fell for you. I tried to warn you to stay away from him, but you wouldn't listen.
You attacked me in the forest on my first day here. My words are rushing together, so much so they're almost slurred. You sent the Hellhounds after me. You're the one who's been trying to hurt me.
I apologize. The first time I ran into you was truly an accident. I was being chased by that blasted Nephilim. I knew if I attacked a mortal, he'd be more concerned with defending you, and I'd have a chance to get away.
Alexander bares his teeth.
I sent the Hellhounds after you to try and scare you off, but nothing has fazed you. Over the course of the year, Thames and his half-brother chased me across the Canadian border. I tried to get close to my son, to talk to him, but I couldn't with the damn Nephilim in the way.
Cairo. My hands bunch into fists. His name is Cairo.
Yes, I am well aware of your affections for the abomination. It makes the game you're playing with my child all the more cruel.
He narrows his eyes. I love Thames, too. I love your son. I can feel my whole body getting red with heat, furious anger welling up beneath my skin.
But you chose the Nephilim over him, even though Thames put his life at risk by protecting you.
Alexander's voice grows, becoming loud. What about Clara? I say nastily. Did you forget all about her? How you made her choose? Something changes in Alexander's eyes. They flash and become almost soft, reminiscent.
I didn't mean to hurt her. I truly had no choice.
But you left, instead of choosing to stay and fight. I take a deep breath to steady myself. She still misses you. Alexander looks away.
I can't say that I don't miss her as well, but our love wasn't meant to be. The chaos it has caused is proof of that.
His gaze flashes back to me.
You must understand why this is critical for me to do. I must take your life.
And what good will that do? I ask viciously. I know I'm pushing my luck, but I'm not willing to go down without a fight, pitiful as it may be.
After you're dead, Thames will see reason.
Alexander insists.
He'll join me, and together we can slaughter the Nephilim Council. My son still has a chance to survive.
He looks me up and down.
But as long as you're still alive, he's still trapped under this senseless notion called love. He'll put himself at risk to protect you. That's something I cannot allow anymore.
Alexander moves closer. He's almost whispering in my ear. His close proximity makes me shudder.
The life of a mortal is so short, so purposeless. It's the same thing as slaughtering a dog or cat in our eyes. It's sad, but necessary. I will make it painless. That's more than what most of my kind would do.
I lick my lips. Every fiber I have is shouting at me to run, to fight back. But I know it's purposeless. I don't have a shot as a human. If you're gonna do it, go ahead.
Very well.
Alexander takes a step back and raises a hand.
It will be quick. I'll return your ashes to your foster mother afterwards. You at least deserve a proper burial.
I'm too scared to say anything back. Flames begin balling up in Alexander's hand. I close my eyes and wait for the end. A loud crunching sound, one of drywall and wood ripping apart, catches my attention. I open my eyes and see a great blur of light crash into Alexander, slamming him into the wall. The light dims and my heart sings with relief as I realize it's Cairo. His wings are extended, an expression of malice written on his face as he raises his golden sword to point it at Alexander.
You've harassed me for too long, boy,
Alexander bellows.
You will not touch her,
Cairo snarls. He dives forward with his sword, but a spear of flame generates in Alexander's hands. Cairo plunges at Alexander with the sword, light beaming behind him. Alexander meets each one of the hits easily, like he's done this all before. Cairo tries move after move on Alexander, but the demon seems almost bored with his tactics.
I've done this for thousands of years, child. You cannot beat me,
Alexander rages. He swings the spear upward and it cuts Cairo across the cheek, causing a large gash beneath his eye. Cairo holds onto his face, yelling in pain, while I scream. Cairo's not powerful enough to beat Alexander. He can't win. I look around for some way to distract Alexander so Cairo has a chance, but too late. While Cairo's clutching his bleeding wound, Alexander raises a hand. Fire shoots out of his palm at an excessive rate, immersing Cairo in flame and dimming his light, until his wings disappear and the halo around him vanishes. Cairo sinks to his knees, screaming in agony. Alexander laughs. Cairo curls inward on himself as his skin slowly starts to blacken. No! I charge forward, launching myself on Alexander's back. He uses an arm to easily toss me away, sending me flying to the other side of the room. Then the temperature in the room rises. Sweat begins pouring down my face. What seems to be a flaming fireball hurtles into the cabin, crashing through the roof and landing on Alexander. Cairo's free, but he slumps to the floor completely spent. The blackness has disappeared from his face, but I can tell he's not right. He's terribly weak. Cairo! I crawl to his side, His eyes flutter open and closed, like he's trying to retain consciousness. I smack his face and say, "Cairo, wake up! Wake up!" The sound of a rushing fire drags my attention away. Thames. He's here. He's in his demon form, looking more infuriated than I've ever seen him. His red eyes literally burn with the wrath of Hades as he sets eyes on his father.
"What have you done?"
Thames's voice takes on a hellish, underworldly roar. It terrifies me, but Alexander's grin enlarges.
"I knew you'd come, my son."
Alexander extends a hand forward, but Thames slaps it away. Alexander pays it no mind.
"I've been waiting for this day for a long time."
"If that was true, you would have come sooner."
Thames crouches down, ready to pounce. He's not willing to take any crap from his dad.
"There were complications. You were too young."
Alexander tries to explain hurriedly as they start to circle.
"But that's all in the past now. Stop ignoring your past, who you are. You are a Cambion, a creature of hell, a servant of the devil. You can't escape your fate."
"Not a damn chance."
Thames's lip curls.
"I'm no one's servant."
Thames charges at Alexander. He grabs onto his father's shoulders and the two wrestle, flames erupting around them and shooting into the sky. The entire cabin, caught in the crossfire, erupts into flames. I grab Cairo and pull him out of the building as it dissolves into a raging inferno. The two demons don't seem to notice. They continue their fight, Thames aiming to kill and Alexander simply trying to subdue. I shake Cairo violently, begging him to get up. The tears are the only thing that cool my hot skin. They sizzle upon Cairo's cheeks.
"Join me."
Alexander avoids a fireball that Thames hurls at him as he says the words. He rolls, picking up his abandoned spear. He uses it to block another fireball as he shouts,
"We can be great together, my son." "I'd never join you, not after what you've done to Cassia and Cairo,"
Thames shouts.
"You're not thinking clearly,"
Alexander snarls.
"You are blinded by some misguided affection for this girl and your pitiful brother."
Alexander changes his attention to Cairo, lying immobile on the ground. A hideous, evil smile slides onto his face.
"Never worry, my child. I will take care of this. He will torment you no longer."
Alexander teleports, so he's standing right beside us. Before Thames can make another move, Alexander raises his spear of flame and plunges it downward toward Cairo's heart. Chapter 22. Cairo! The word escapes my mouth as the spear swings downward. Thames is screaming. Cairo's delirious. Alexander's wild eyes, burning with the rage of hell, sing with glee as the tip of the spear hurtles at Cairo's beautiful, beating heart. Then a hand flashes out so quickly, it takes me a moment to realize that it's my own. My fingers wrap around the end of the burning spear, and Alexander's rageful expression changes into one of shock. I rip the burning spear out of his hands. At my touch, it dissolves into dust. Giant wings, larger than Cairo's and black in color, wrap around Cairo and I in a protective circle. They've come from nowhere. Clenching my teeth and wrinkling my nose in a snarl, I reach down and grab Cairo's golden sword. With a warrior's cry, I plunge the blade forward toward the demon's torso. The blade finds its mark. Alexander looks down at Cairo's sword embedded up to the hilt in his chest, then at me with an open mouth. Then his eyes roll backwards in his head. Alexander gives an awful shudder as his shoulders arch backwards to the sky. Large chunks of skin begin peeling off his face and hands. They rise upwards in large particles of ash as Alexander disintegrates. Alexander gives a loud cry of pain, which echoes through the forest, until all that's left of the demon is a pile of dust, Cairo's sword sitting upon it. I did it. I killed Alexander. I slayed a demon. I straighten up. I swallow and look at Thames. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Thames. I didn't know I could do that. I bite my lip. I knew he was your dad.
Cassia,
He says weakly.
look at you.
I look down and gasp as I realize that my skin is glowing, a halo of light beaming around my form. I turn, and the black wings move with me. The wings are attached to me. You're a Nephilim. A voice from the ground catches my attention. Cairo has woken up.
I can't believe it.
Cairo! I kneel beside him, and Thames scampers next to me.
Are you going to make it, bro?
Thames asks in concern.
I'll be okay.
Cairo coughs.
I only need a moment or so to recover. You've got angel blood, Cassia.
Thames is awed. He looks at me with amazement. My mind pieces the facts together quickly. I guess my mom never ran off with a Gorger boy after all. She must have ran away with an angel, I say, astonished.
How didn't we know?
Thames asks, shaking his head.
We should have realized. Your powers should have awakened already. Not to mention you got sick last year, which is something that's impossible for our kind unless it's specific for our blood. Sometimes it takes time for powers to awaken.
Cairo winces as he sits up, gripping his side.
Cassia's powers must have been dormant for years, and since she was never exposed to another angel or demon until now, they never emerged. She wouldn't have been immune to disease or been able to recover from an injury quickly until after the awakening happened. Her body's physiology wouldn't have changed until then.
I needed to protect you, Cairo. I guess the angel in me knew it, I say softly. I would have done anything to save you. It just happened at the right moment. Cairo gives me a gentle smile and strokes my hand. Thames helps Cairo stand up. Cairo leans against his brother as Thames looks around and says,
We need to get out of here before the council.
Thames's words come too late. From all around us, men and women start appearing as they teleport onto the situation. They're all wearing the same outfit, long robes colored with silver, with shoulder pads of purple and white capes descending from their shoulders. I'm guessing this is the council. One man with golden hair and kind eyes steps forward. He's got to be the head honcho. He looks at the burning cabin and says, Jackson, Killian, take care of the fire. The rest of us will deal with the matter at hand. Two Nephilim nod and begin walking toward the house. Cairo's face has gone pale white, but it's not from the pain. He clings to Thames like a little boy, scared to let his big brother go. Thames's face is calm, like he's resolved himself to his fate. Thames, Cairo, you know where to go, the man says. Thames nods, and in the blink of an eye, they teleport. The man offers his arm to me. You have nothing to be afraid of, my dear. My name is Athaias. I am the oldest of our order. I promise no harm will come to you. It's not me I'm worried about, I tell him. I look behind me and see that my black wings are still there. Do you know how to turn this off? They will vanish if you simply imagine it, he says. Try. I close my eyes. When I reopen them again, the wings are gone. I give him a sheepish, awkward grin. Thank you. Reluctantly, I take his arm. In an instant, we're transported to a large, dark room that's completely empty. I'm assuming we're at the warehouse. Thames and Cairo are already there. The Nephilim gather around us in a circle. I let go of Athaias's arm and join the boys, where I belong. First, I'd like to congratulate our newest member. Athaias gestures toward me. Though we've yet to meet, the way she slaughtered the demon earlier with no training already proves promising for her future. Tell us, child, what is your name? Cassia de Lamore, I say dryly. Athaias gestures to me warmly. Welcome, Cassia. I'm sure that you'll become an outstanding member of our team. The council breaks into applause. When the clapping stops, I say, What makes you think I want to join?
Cassia, hush,
Cairo tells me sharply. Athaias acts like he didn't hear me. He turns to Thames. We've been looking for you, as I'm sure you're well aware. The evidence is clear. You took a human life.
I accept my punishment, whatever it may be.
Thames is calm, but I'm anything but. Thames was protecting me. My voice, unusually brave, vibrates around the chamber. The man he killed molested and abused me. He got what he deserved. The reasons do not matter. Thames broke our sacred vow, the promise not to take a mortal life, a tall woman says. So you don't mind killing demons, but you'll let rapists walk free? That's sort of hypocritical, don't you think? I say nastily. Our matters lie in that of the eternal. Human lives are so short that these problems often work themselves out, as you'll come to realize. The woman responds coolly. I don't care how old I become. I'll never allow injustice to happen just because most of my peers consider it insignificant. I snap. The council shifts uncomfortably. Athaias is the only one who dares to speak. The law is clear. We permitted Thames to live because he agreed not to slaughter humans, but he broke that agreement. He must die. No, Cairo whispers weakly. Thames remains straight-faced. I step in front of Thames. Clenching my fists, I repeat what Cairo said, except much more loudly. It's not a question. It's a demand. No!
No,
A Nephilim asks in astonishment.
do you think your word is above that of the council?
I mean, no, you're not going to kill him. Because if you do, then you're going to have to kill me too, I say. If you execute Thames, then I vote to be euthanized immediately after. The room gasps. Mutters and whispers are passed between the members of the council. Athaias's eyebrows raise. Thames grabs my wrist.
Cassia, no,
He says.
You're not sacrificing yourself for me.
You did it for me. It's time for payback. You don't really have a choice, I snap. He pulls back and lets go of my wrist, his mouth downturned. Everyone's still surprised at my proposal, except Cairo.
I second,
He says, raising a hand and stepping forward.
If you kill my brother, I vouch to be euthanized as well. Cairo!
Thames shouts. Cairo doesn't look at him. This is preposterous, a Nephilim bursts. Do these young people truly believe they can make demands of us, elders of the council? I grab Thames's hand and take Cairo's in my other to show them we're a united front. Yep, if Thames goes, we go. That's that.
The council dissolves into scattered arguing. Athaios has his eyes on us, but he's not saying anything.
Execute all of them, then. We don't need Nephilim who are reluctant to follow orders,
an older one says. We can't lose 2 Nephilim, especially not one as reliable as Cairo or one as promising as the young lady before us. The woman who was reprimanding me earlier has suddenly switched sides. Both of them could take hundreds of demon lives within the next few decades. It's too costly. The arguing continues until Athaios raises a hand. All conversation comes to a halt.
I propose we vote, he says. Cassia, do you agree that if we spare Thames, you will join our ranks and become one of us as a proper trade?
I nod. Yes, that's fair. More than fair.
Then it's simple.
Athaios spreads his arms wide to the council.
All those in favor of sparing Thames's life.
Many hands raise. I count them quickly before Athaios asks,
All opposed.
I watch all the hands shoot into the air. My chest tightens as the count gets higher and higher in my head. It's the same exact number. A tie. The deciding vote comes down to Athaios. My palms are sweating, and a cold chill presses in on me from all sides. This old dude is deciding our fate. I really hope I made a good first impression, because it's what our lives rely on. He stares at me and then smiles.
I vote in favor,
he says.
Thames's life will be spared. However, you are to report for training immediately, Cassia, starting tomorrow after your classes.
Thank you. I sigh in relief. Cairo sags beside me. Thames is gaping. He can't believe it.
Thames, we have agreed to spare your life. However, for your crimes, you still must be punished.
Athaios insists.
You will be banished from Michigan and from having any contact with the Nephilim Council and its members, save for your brother.
What? I ask. My mouth drops. That wasn't part of the deal.
It's okay, Cassia. They've already done enough.
Thames looks toward the council and nods.
I accept.
Very well.
Athaios claps his hands.
The council is adjourned. I look forward to seeing you report tomorrow, Miss Cassia.
The council dissolves. They teleport one by one, vanishing to various places, until Athaios is the only one left. He tilts his head to me before vanishing himself.
I can't believe that worked.
Cairo gasps. He's leaning against a wall for support. He's still not recovered from Alexander's attack.
Only because Cassia's got bigger balls than we do,
Thames says. His eyes are laughing. Then he looks at his brother. A seamless understanding passes between them as he says,
I'll come by later to say goodbye to you and Mom.
Cairo swallows and grimaces.
Okay, meet up with you soon.
Cairo looks at me purposefully.
I'll be waiting for you outside.
Cairo gives Thames a manly, one-armed hug, which Thames returns gruffly. Cairo then shuffles away. The large door closes with a loud snap behind Cairo as he leaves to give us some privacy. I know what's coming, and I hate it. Banished, huh? I scuff the floor with my shoe. Does that mean you can never come back?
Never, ever.
Thames puts his hands in his pockets.
But you can come visit wherever I am.
But the council said you can't have contact with any of us except Cairo, and that includes me, I say.
I'm sure we can get them to look the other way.
A corner of his mouth lifts.
That is, depending on how much of a prodigy you become. If you staking that demon earlier was any indication, you'll be better than both Cairo and me in no time.
I'm sorry again, Thames. I didn't mean to kill your father. I just had no choice.
Seriously, don't feel bad about it.
He shrugs.
It's over. Cairo was right all along. He was terrible.
What are you gonna do now? My voice is small, like a mouse. I'm surprised he can hear me.
I don't know. I thought about following in Mom's footsteps and becoming a doctor,
he says.
After I travel the world a bit. The bike's longing for a cross-country trip.
You can't go, Thames. I take a steadying breath. I love you.
But you love Cairo more.
I look up and he says,
Don't lie, Cass. I know it's true. We both do.
I swallow. That doesn't mean I don't care about you.
I know. But it's not fair to me. I've got to find my own way in the world and be open to finding love somewhere else.
He smiles sadly.
I know there's a girl out there waiting for me. I've just got to find her.
Whoever she is, she's one incredibly lucky girl. My voice is getting thick. I wipe tears from my eyes and add, You're gonna be so good to her. Thames walks forward and embraces me. I hug him back tightly and he whispers,
No matter what, you'll always be my best friend. That'll never change.
Yeah, I sniff loudly. Same here.
Hey.
He raises my chin.
Take care of my little brother, okay? He's lost without you.
I nod and try to keep my lip from trembling. Thames backs away. He gives me one last roguish smile just before he vanishes. When Thames leaves, it's like everything comes crashing down. I put a hand over my mouth and sink to my knees, sobbing. I can't believe it. Thames is gone. I don't know when I'll see him again or if I'll ever see him again. I don't even know if the council will permit me to speak to him. He's never allowed back here, an outcast from home. I did that. It was me. I lost Thames. I lost my best friend. Then I remember the boy waiting outside for me. I wipe my face on my sleeve and force myself to my feet, holding my head up high. I did what was necessary. I saved Thames's life. Now he can be free to go on and live without me, free to be himself, free to love someone else. Cairo's leaning against the side of the warehouse when I come out. He instantly wraps me in his arms when I emerge. It's so hard to keep from trembling as I lean against him, inhaling his soft, wonderful scent to calm my nerves.
I'm sorry. I know it's hard.
Yeah. I pull away from his chest and look up. Everything still seems perfect when I'm looking into his eyes. Can I go home? Cairo laughs. He leans forward to plant a kiss on my cheek.
Yes, Cassia. We can go home.
Chapter 23. Silver and light blue balloons, heaven-high colors, create an archway in the gymnasium. The band plays our school song as my senior class and I walk down the aisleway, venturing to the stands packed full by our families. I hand Isolde a bouquet, clutching my diploma tightly in my other hand. Oh, Cassia, I'm so proud of you. Isolde's wailing. She throws her arms around me and squeezes tightly, smearing her wet makeup across my cheek. Thanks, Isolde. I appreciate everything you've done. I smile and hug her to my chest. I can't believe it. I'm finally out. I could dance and cheer on the spot.
We made it.
A familiar, loving voice sounds behind me. I let go of Isolde and try not to ogle my boyfriend in front of her. Even in a graduation gown and cap, Cairo still manages to look sexy. We did. I loop my arm around his waist. It doesn't seem like it took long at all, does it?
No, I'm really going to miss football.
Cairo stares wistfully at the members of his teammates gathered at the bottom of the stands. I'm going to miss my girls. Lavon, Emily, Sydney, and I had all said goodbye before we walked. I didn't know 3 teenage girls could cry enough to flood Noah's Ark. I was the only one who didn't get emotional about it. I'm definitely ready to leave and start the rest of my life. For me, there's no sense looking back at the past. My eyes are focused forward. It's all right, dear. You'll see them over the summer, Isolde reminds me. Cabo will be fun. It will be. Lavon's dad had paid for an all-inclusive trip to Cabo as a graduation surprise. I don't know how I'm going to work it in with my Nephilim training, but no matter what, I'm going. Oh, there's your mother, Isolde says, tapping Cairo on the shoulder. We'd planned to take you kids out for dinner at Angelo's to celebrate.
We'll meet you there, Cairo says.
Isolde titters carefully down the stairs in her 4-inch high heels, and I giggle.
Cabo, huh? Are you going to behave?
Cairo elbows me playfully. Oh, yeah. I'm just going to get it on with all the hunky boys down on the beach. I give him a wink.
Don't make me check up on you.
He grabs me playfully and shakes my shoulders.
Don't forget, I can be there in an instant.
And I can be anywhere you are. I give him a peck on the cheek. Don't forget that when you're off at Central. The Nephilim Council is pretty big on education. They agreed to let Cairo study criminal justice before he makes demon hunting his full-time job. As for me, they don't want me in the field until I've gotten a few more years of training under my belt, which I'm 100% cool with. I really don't feel like risking my neck anytime soon. Athaios is waiting for us at the bottom of the stands when we arrive. He's the only member of the council that showed up at our graduation. Excuse me, Miss Cassia. He pulls a large envelope out of his suit jacket and says, I'd like to congratulate you and Mr. Cross. Both of you have very bright futures ahead of you. Thank you, Athaios, I say kindly. He's a nice man, if a little too dignified. Out of everyone in the council, I like him best. I appreciate you coming. I wanted to give this to you in person, Athaios says, handing me the envelope. The Nephilim Council needs members to travel, and we consider a position as a pilot to be the perfect cover for our underground work. Wait, you mean... I tear open the envelope. Inside is the acceptance letter to the pilot school I applied for weeks ago, along with a full-ride scholarship. I'm very good friends with the program director. He's excited to meet you, Miss Cassia. Athaios' eyes are warm and kind. Oh my gosh, I say. Thank you so much, sir. You will make an excellent Nephilim one day, Miss Cassia. Athaios turns away. I'm eager to see what becomes of you, and am willing to nurture you to ensure that you will become the best you can be. When Athaios is out of eyesight, I start squealing. I jump up and down in excitement, clutching the envelope tightly. I can't believe it. This is unreal.
Cassia, this is great.
Cairo squeezes me with one arm.
I told you that you'd be a pilot someday, didn't I?
Yeah, but who would have ever thought something like this could happen? I clutch the envelope to my chest like it's precious gold. This is me we're talking about.
Exactly.
Cairo throws his arm around my shoulders.
And now you're going to be flying planes just like you wanted. Aren't you psyched?
You have no idea. I take the letter out of the envelope to read it again. This is like a dream come true. We throw our caps and gowns on the seat of the truck when we hop inside. A sad thought crosses my mind as I fiddle with the tassels. I wish Thames could have walked with us. I look at Cairo. You know?
He's living it up at college right now, Cairo says cheerfully. I don't feel sorry for him.
Thames had gotten into a pre-med program down at a university in South Carolina. He got his GED and then wowed the admissions office with his incredible SAT scores before applying, so they gave him early entry into the spring and summer classes. Thames is a lot smarter than I gave him credit for. In fact, there's a lot about him that I never knew, and possibly won't ever know. But that's not for him to share with me anyway. That's a treasure for another girl, meant for Thames alone. The next girl will be all his. She'll know all the things about him that I never will. And I'm okay with that, because he deserves it.
We should celebrate, Cairo says. His grin is mischievous.
Do we have time? Isolde and Clara are waiting for us, I say.
We won't be long.
Cairo takes a turn down a back road. When it dead ends, he parks and holds my hand.
You ready?
Yeah. I still have trouble teleporting, so Cairo usually helps me do it. I close my eyes, focusing on the destination and pretending I'm there. When I open them again, Cairo and I are balancing on the edge of a precipice of the Porcupine Mountains, teetering perilously on the edge. Cairo goes to say something, but I'm tumbling off the mountaintop before he does. He gives a wild whoop and follows me, plunging headfirst toward a rushing river below. I extend my arms, and as I do so, the black wings appear. They sail me upward. My body rises against the sun, casting shadows on the rocky surface below. The Nephilim Council didn't have to train me to fly. I do it naturally, as if I always knew how. A wisp of warm air rushes by my face, and I inhale deeply, enjoying the heat of newfound summer. I absolutely love flying. I do it day and night, with and without Cairo. All I want to do is be up in the air. Cairo grabs my hands. We dance in the clouds, wings moving in syncopation flawlessly. This is what we do whenever we can. Waltz through the skies as one, twirling and dipping together until our wings hurt and we can fly no more. Knowing we're short on time, we end the dance on the mountaintop. We sit on the ledge, legs dangling off the side.
What's up?
Cairo moves closer to me.
You're thinking about something. I can tell.
I bite my lip. Something's been bothering me ever since I got my powers. I wrap my arms around my chest. Sometimes I wonder why my powers didn't awaken earlier when I was with Eric. I could have protected myself.
Eric was a human threat, not a demon. And you didn't know what you were doing. You didn't know anything about this world,
Cairo says gently.
Thames and I awakened so young because we were brought into it immediately, from the moment we were born. We knew about it from day one.
I guess so. I sigh. I have a different perception of it now, though. Things aren't the same as they were before. In a way, I can at least be thankful that one good thing came out of it.
What's that?
Cairo's brow narrows. I met you. Cairo smiles. He raises a hand, cupping the side of my face to give me a deep kiss, long and passionate and true. I return the affection, our lips dancing together like our wings did in the skies. Stuff happened to me. I've been through a lot and lost a lot. But that's okay, because it doesn't change me, nor does it change who I am. The end. This concludes Torrent by Megan Linski, narrated by Candace Joyce. Copyright by Megan Linski, 2017. Production copyright by Megan Linski, 2021. Thames's story continues in Torture, Book 2 of the Angels and Demons series. You can find more books from Megan Linski by going to meganlinsky.com.